It's a different person.
Yes,
Okay, okay. You don't need to say any more about it. Ms. Hassan will deal with it. Let's then go to that page 3 that you were looking at. So when Mr. Matala says to you, the guy I went to see really helped. I will tell you whenever you back this side Monday. Did you understand him to say he's now discussed the risks in his company as you identified them, the two with the guy that he went to see, and now that they have discussed those risks, nothing disturbs him anymore? Is that how you understood this message relating to those two risks that you identified?
No, Commissioner. I don't know what was he discussing with the guy he went to see when he said he will come back and tell me. This topic never surfaced again, because after here, for me, I did tell him that this is what you need to look at when you deal with the risks. But the guy he went to see here that really helped him, I don't have a recollection whether it was directly regarding the very same risk that I have explained to him.
Okay, so you don't know whether the guy he refers to here is the risk person.
So
risk
correct,
assessor. You don't know.
Correct.
And you didn't ask him, what guy are you talking about? Because in the very next page, you say, that's great news, my brother, which suggests you know what he's talking about. Either because you have the context to where he says the guy I went to see really helped, or you had a conversation with him, another conversation where he told you what this is about. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense that you say that's great news, my brother, when you have no idea what he's talking about.
Commissioners, there were several issues that we've been discussing. This one is specifically the one on page 3 for the risks. But now, I hear you, Commissioner, when you go to page 4. You know, there are other issues that we're discussing are too private that I can't disclose here. That are too private to an extent that it's traditional issues that we were talking about, other issues, and then I want to request that I do not want to disclose those things here because they are very personal.
Yeah.
And that is why here I don't want to mislead the Commission and say this one relates to that one.
Okay.
So
I'm not asking you at this stage to disclose anything, General, that you haven't yet disclosed. I'm simply trying to understand. You, at page 3, you said, I earlier understood you to be saying, and I may have misheard, I earlier understood you to be saying the guy referred to in that WhatsApp message is the risk assessment person you referred him to. Now, in my exchange with you, you say you actually don't know. You didn't know what he's referring to. So you can't chop and change. It's either you knew what he's talking about or you didn't know what he's talking about. And my question is, well, you didn't know what he's talking about. You did not, in fact, what you do, General, he writes to you at 08:24, 21 seconds. You respond immediately at 08:25, 46. So that's your very next message. You say, that's great news, my brother. Okay? And if you didn't know, the simple point I'm making is that if it is true that you didn't know what he's speaking to, at where he says the guy, you don't know what guy he's referring to, then the response at page 4, which comes within a minute or less than a minute, which comes through, then it doesn't make sense. That unless you are telling us that there was a telephone call in between where you discussed other matters, then it will make sense that, well, you were saying that's great news because you're referring to something else that you discussed on the phone which doesn't seem to be the case here. It looks like you were responding to his message that you say you didn't know what it was about.
Can I
Yes,
respond,
please,
Commissioner?
please.
The issue of the guy that he went to see and help, I didn't know. I don't know. Now, the issue of that's great news, my brother, is in relation to this issue of the risk assessment, that he is able to continue with it.
So even though he doesn't speak to you on WhatsApp about the risk assessment, he doesn't, not on this. We don't have a record of him speaking to you about his visit to the risk assessment person or his meeting with the risk assessment person. You say at page 4, you respond and say, that's great news, my brother, because you are now talking about the risk assessment person, even though he's not said anything about the risk assessment person.
Yes, commissioners. I was responding to the issue of the risk assessment, not to the issue of the guy I went to see really helped me. You know, when we talk, Commissioner.
No, before you tell us when you talk, General, let's stick to this.
I was.
No, we need
sorry.
to understand the sequence of your communication with Mr. Matala. We have a WhatsApp message. You are not denying it. You say, I did receive it. You say, I received where he says, the guy I went to see really helped. You tell us you don't know what he's talking about. That's at 08-24-21. You say, I received this message. I don't know what he's talking about, the guy. I don't call him to find out what are you talking about. I don't WhatsApp him to find out what are you talking about. But you respond within less than a minute, because the one is at 08-24, the guy, where he tells you about the guy. You respond at 08-25-46. It's less than a minute. You say, that's great news, my brother. I'm coming back that side tomorrow, a week. You say that. Now, it doesn't make sense, General, with respect, for you to say, I was responding to him about the risk assessment guy when there's no mention of a risk assessment guy anywhere here. It doesn't make sense at all. And it doesn't make sense because it's not true what you're saying. You know what that guy was. That's why you respond, and I put that to you. You knew and understood what the reference to the guy I went to see helped. You understood exactly what that message was about.
I deny that.
And then you in context say, that's great news. And an attempt to say to us, you were responding to an invisible message about a risk assessment guy when you say that's great news is simply untrue, General. You're being untruthful with us.
I deny that I'm untruthful to the commission, and that is the interpretation of the commissioner. But I'm saying I was responding to the issue that we've been talking about earlier, me and him, regarding the risk assessment. Now, the issue of the guy, when you look at it, according to me, it's two things that he was referring to here. Is the guy, is the issue of the project. The project is the issue of the risk assessment. So, commissioners, I know when you read, you will have your perspective of what it is written here. But with me, I'm telling you what exactly it is that we're talking about, even though you don't see that there is a topic or heading that will say risk assessment or whatever. You'll see as we proceed with the messages, there will be those messages that are not very much clear. But if I recollect, I will assist the commission. If I don't recollect, I don't recollect. But that is what it is, commissioners.
Thank you, Miss. Thank you, General. Thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner. General, you said that as part of the risk assessment, you've given us some other topics of risk assessment you discussed, but also you said part of it was the seizure of the firearms, right? Right? I'm just confirming that? Because you said that not long ago.
I said that was one of the problems he was having. the
Yes,
seizure
I'm just
of the
confirming
firearm.
that. Yes.
But that you can't mitigate that risk. Because if the police have taken them, there is nothing that one can do.
Right.
Yeah.
So the seizure of the firearms took place by the raid that we referred to in these media articles a moment ago, earlier this morning. The raids by organized crime intelligence, General Kamado's people. So you knew about the seizure of the firearms, but you say you didn't know how they were and where they were seized and by whom. That you didn't discuss. All you knew is that they were seized.
I testified before this commission that he informed me about the seizure of the firearms because the DFO, they were coming to do the inspection. They found that something was wrong in relation to the keys. But who are these people? I don't know. He never told me who they are. And even myself, I don't know those people who went to his offices.
So he told you about part of the seizure story, but not all of it.
What do you mean?
You're saying all you know about the seizure of the firearms is what you've told us.
He told me about it, and I'm relating to the commission what he informed me about. And what I told him is in our discussions, I said, if there's nothing wrong with you, let the DFO deal with his job.
Okay, let's move on back to the media reports. We were looking at December, and then you'll see on page 37, 5 January 2025. And here the heading is Tender Tycoon withdraws application against SAPS to have Rolex, guns returned. You see that?
I see it, commissioners.
Okay. You stick to your version that you didn't know anything about this.
Correct, commissioners.
Okay. Then we go to page 42. Now this is where you say now you did become aware of the media. And this is on 5 March 2025.
Page 40?
Page 42.
2. I'm there.
Okay, so this is the article that was sent to you by Mr. Matlala on 5 March 2025. Okay.
What is the question, advocate?
I just want to make sure you're there. Are you at page 42?
Yes, I am at page 42.
Okay, all right. So the first paragraph, and let me just start with this.
Sorry, commissioners. You advocate, I wanted to understand something that I missed.
Yes, General.
Commissioner's advocate says, this article, Mr. Matlala sent it to me. That's what you said?
Correct.
Am I correct?
Yes.
On the 5th of March.
Correct.
Advocate Hassim, can you please do the necessary cross-referencing? I also had similar questions in my mind. That is, refers to where Mr. Matlala is sending.
Oh, okay. That's fine. No problem.
Yes.
Stop taking meeting notes and let ClickUp AI Note Taker do it for you. It allows you to focus on your meetings, not your notes. It captures everything, from action items to key decisions. And after every call, you get a clear summary. But where it really goes to the next level is that it's the only AI note taker that connects your meetings to the rest of your work. So stop stressing about taking notes and get the AI note taker that works for you. Get ClickUp AI Note Taker for your next meeting.
With Monday.com's intuitive work management platform, you have the power. Not IT, not admins. You're in charge. So you can tailor work exactly how you love to do it. For example, you can add custom fields and choose how you like to view your work without needing help from IT. That's why over 225,000 customers love to use Monday.com. Because you have the freedom to build it exactly how you picture it. The first work platform you'll love to use. Monday.com.
It's page 27 of the exhibits file 1 of 3. It's the one you already have open, Chair. It's the WhatsApp conversation.
Advocate Hasim, the issue I think seems to be that General Senona says he's the one who sent it, not the other way around. So maybe if you can just clarify
I see.
that. I think
understand.
that's the.
Sorry, no, I mean that you sent to Mr. Matlala.
Commissioners, I wanted to indicate that that is not correct. This is the article I have sent to the
That you-
to
oh,
Mr.
that-
Matlala. So
that you sent, okay.
I see that Commissioner, what is happening? But thank you very much for clarification.
Oh, thank you. So
So
I still needed the cross reference.
No problem, Chair. I'm glad to be of assistance. So it's page 27. That is the article that you sent to Mr. Matlala.
I never-
Yes?
Yeah, this is the article.
Yes,
Commissioner.
and that is reproduced on page 42 in the media bundle.
Yeah, the way it, Commissioners, it is reproduced here, I didn't have this context. But my context, it's
There
gone.
it is.
It's gone.
It's-
No, my context is depicted in page 27 of the exhibit bundle,
Yes.
the context that I forwarded to him. But this is what I've sent to Mr. Matlala. But this one that is depicted here on page 42 of media clips, I didn't see this, but it seems maybe they went further to check other things and found also the photo. of
No,
Mr.
I'm sorry, General Senona. That article is a copy of that. If you click on that link, News 24, that article.
Yeah.
So we provided you with this. It's exactly the same. If you copy and paste the link that you sent him into a web browser, this is the article, and we printed it out for you, and it's at page 42.
I don't dispute, Commissioners, that I have sent this thing, but I utilize a phone, not a laptop. Hence, I'm saying this picture never appeared before me when I sent him this picture. But I just read this one. You see this one on the page 27 of bundle of documents. So I'm not saying I didn't send it, but I'm saying what I have sent is depicted here on the bundle of exhibit. What is this?
Yes,
General Senona, can we please be serious? In paragraph 72 of your statement, you say, I will admit that the News 24 article concerned me. So you must have seen the article because you are referring to the article. In whatever format, whether it was on a phone or on a laptop or in a newspaper, you must have seen the article.
I don't dispute me sending the article. When it appears on me, it was like this. But hopefully the advocate explained. You went, you click, you browse, you do that, and this comes out. Because when you look at it, the one on the bundle, it says how tender magnate handed 360 million police deal to place holder director. And then that is when I started to have that concern, and then we started to talk over the phone.
Yes, and that's exactly what it says at page 42 of the media. If you look at the article, it says how tender magnet handed 360 million in police deal to placeholder director. It's the same article.
Okay,
Do you see that?
I see that. Yes.
Okay. Is there anything else?
No, I'm fine.
Can we deal with the article now?
We can.
Thank you. So let's look at the article. The first paragraph, again, there's the summary in bold, right?
Correct.
The first paragraph reads, Vusimuzi Matlala, a businessman and tenderpreneur allegedly linked to Tembisa Hospital extraction syndicates, was first identified by whistleblower Babita Deokran 3 weeks before she was killed. So you said you didn't know about this. The only thing that you knew on the 5th of March was this issue about the director, a change in directors. You didn't know anything else about Mr. Matlala's criminality. Do you recall that you said that?
I said
Alleged.
I said,
Alleged at this stage. You said criminality. I'm
Well,
saying
criminality in the sense of a criminal conviction, and yes, alleged criminality in the context of this article.
Commissioners, when I responded to this, I said this had to do with the changing of a directorship of a company that the police has given him, and then why changing the directorship? And then we had engagement.
Yes, so I'm saying that's right. That's what you said. You said all that you were aware of, all that concerned you was that issue of the directorship. Right? So you're confirming that.
No, you want me to respond, but that is your inference. I'm saying
No.
when I testified, I said I saw that he changed the directorship of this, and then we had conversations about this.
I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
What I'm saying to you is, when I asked you whether you had knowledge of other alleged criminality of Mr. Matlala, you said all that concerned you at this time, all that you knew about, was this 5 March article that dealt with the issue of this director replacement. Do you remember that?
I remember that, Commissioners.
Thank you. But I'm saying to you, General, that the article says a lot more than just raising this issue of the change in directors. In the very first paragraph, it talks about Mr. Matlala being linked to the Tembisa Hospital extraction syndicates. Do you see that?
I see that, Commissioners.
Second, the second paragraph says, while under investigation by the SIU and Hawks,
I see that.
Matlala landed a 360 million rand tender. And then it says, on the same day, News 24 exposed him as the controversial controlling mind behind the company. He resigned his directorship and was replaced. Now, General, it's not true that you didn't know about these other activities, these other allegations against Mr. Matlala, isn't that so?
Commissioners, if they clicked on this article and went further and this came out, I must submit that I did read this. Now I recall, because the advocate is talking about these things that are listed here. When you click and go further, it is important that you sometimes be made to recall certain things. But if you recall, you must say it and assist the commission. That is why when you look at my affidavit, I said this thing became too wary of me with the relationship. And then we had serious engagement there. So then maybe there and there, I became aware, and we had serious deliberations, me and him.
And you now know that your own organization is investigating him.
I now know, yes.
No, you knew it on the 5th of March.
Yes.
Because it said so in this article.
This is from the news clip, but I was not privy to the content of the investigation. It is this clip, I became aware here, but it is not within my own space, my own organization, yes.
I'm sorry, what do you mean it's not within your own space? When you saw this article and you see you are the provincial head of the Hawks in KZN, your friend is being investigated by the Hawks. What did you do about that?
Hence, I said I became wary, and then I started to withdraw gradually my relationship with the commissioners.
Did you make any further inquiries within the Hawks about these allegations against Mr. Matlala?
I didn't do any further inquiries with that.
Why not?
It's not a common practice unless you are privy to the investigation, as I indicated earlier, that when we sit in the National Project Committee forum, they discuss certain things, and this specific project was never discussed there. And then normally, even if I have certain things that I'm dealing with, that the investigation is within that province, we don't do that. We allow them to continue with the investigations.
Yes, but this concerns Mr. Matlala, who is a friend of yours.
I agree, it concerns him.
Right. So do you think it's appropriate as the provincial head of the Hawks to continue your association with Mr. Matlala in the circumstances that this article exposes?
I told the commission already that from there I grew wary. I started to move away gradually. And I must indicate that, you see, what you were saying, what the advocate was saying, commissioners, that why I didn't inquire from the Hawks and everything. If I did that, today it will amount to interference. Because you see a newspaper clip, you phone the Hawks, then what will be your questions about that? It will amount to interference. Sometimes when people are being investigated, let the law take its course. And then without you interfering, because some of the things that I'm accused of here, commissioners, is just I protected Mr. Matlala, utilized my office to protect him. If now I'm compelled to say why you didn't do this, I didn't do it because some of the things today, if it happened, it will amount to interference and protection. Commissioners.
General Senona,
yes,
it's a simple case of saying, what is the investigation about? Because I don't want to be associated with somebody who's involved with serious criminal activity. That's all it is. You're not interfering with the investigation. You're simply distancing yourself from somebody who's being investigated for serious crime. It's as simple as that. Why do you assume that it would have amounted to interference?
It is because...
Before you answer, can I please just add on to the Commissioner's question? Okay. Because more than that, in your position, you could have provided assistance to the Hawks investigation because of your proximity to Mr. Matlala. Now you can answer both.
Commissioner, that under the context that the Commissioner is explained now, it never crossed my mind. Because normally when investigations are happening, it is on a need-to-know basis. And that is why I said the issue of confidentiality is paramount somewhere in my affidavit. So when one picks up a phone and asks you about an individual that is under investigation with another province, it raises suspicions that what is this person, what does he want to know about this? We don't do that normally, unless if the PCMC has picked it up and linked this investigation to another province, then you can start to engage. So that, under the context of the commissioner, it never crossed my mind to do that. I didn't take it in that way. I just left it so that they can investigate free.
And
fair.
the article mentions 2 other offences. Advocate Hasim has mentioned 3. The 4th one is that Matlala was questioned by the police and his business and home were raided. 5, Matlala's business won a contract using falsified information.
Yes, Commissioner. What is the question, Commissioner?
So you can see that he's being investigated by the SIU, by the Hawks, by the SAPS, and you continue to associate with him. In fact, you continue to assist him in his business ventures.
If we look after the 5th of March on the WhatsApp commissioners, I have indicated in my affidavit that I became wary of his conduct, and from that time, I started to withdraw. Maybe, I don't know how to put it, but after that, I started to withdraw. Slowly to go out of this relationship, commissioners.
I think that's not correct. We will go through that, but let me just say, first of all, that is not a candid response, because what we know, and we spent some time on yesterday, is that you were part of a meeting on the 15th of April, well over a month after receiving this article, reading this article. You were in a meeting in which you were trying to assist Mr. Matlala with his contractual problems. That doesn't indicate somebody who's withdrawing. Wouldn't you agree?
Commissioner, I deny that I was assisting him. He asked me to accompany him. And accompanying somebody does not necessarily mean assisting. And there, his issues, he was talking to General Kwanazi. And I didn't arrange that meeting. I've testified and stay in my affidavit. I don't think it is fair if I'm told that I was assisting, whereas the man himself said he asked me to accompany him there. My interpretation of accompanying does not go.
General, is this not engaging in semantics now? You have said from March you began distancing yourself, and that culminated in you cutting him off, and that's from March. And now you say that him asking you to accompany him is not assistance. Let's say you spoke isintu and said, "Ndicela undikhaphe ke kopa utsamayele nna." I'm going to see. Okay, let's say even the rest, which is in English now, was also in Sesotho or Setswana or Sepedi.
We have got to the point where literally anybody can build a fully working app without knowing how to code. This is Base 44. This is a first look at the current industry-leading AI app builder, and you wouldn't believe the kind of apps that people are creating. Smart nutrition apps, inventory trackers, onboarding tools, you name it. And if the only thing stopping me from making the app is the idea, then why not build an app that gives me endless app ideas? So let's make it. Pro tip, I draft the full app spec in ChatGPT, and then I drop the prompts directly into Base 44. It gives me super detailed structure. And here it is. Everything I laid out in detail as it goes. This is pretty awesome, but I want want to make it playful. So I'm going to add a swipe left and swipe right interface. The same usability we all know. Now I'm going to add one more feature. So every idea that I favorite will turn into a kickoff prompt to start building the app itself. And that's it. Just come up with your idea, any idea, and Base 44 will do the rest. So go to Base 44 and create apps with your name on it.
Your email is your first online impression. Make it count. With GoDaddy Email, you get a professional address that matches your domain. It builds trust, boosts credibility, and helps grow your brand. Setup is quick, and your inbox is protected with built-in security. And if you ever need help, we're just a call away. Start building your brand, one email at a time.
Support, that is to assist, General.
And that is long after March, when you are wary of him, wary of communications from him. So long after you are continuing to assist. Can you now respond to the question by Advocate Hassim without engaging in semantics, please?
I did accompany him.
And you were rendering assistance, General.
If that is the case, let it be.
And to close this off.
It's your language, your own language. It's not a case of letting it be, General. Your own language. You are going to give him moral support. He asks you to accompany him, and you say you did because you are giving him moral support. That's assisting him, is it not?
Moral support and assisting him with his problems is different, but his support in terms of the moral assistance, in terms of the moral support, I will agree to that, Commissioners.
That's fine.
Especially because you preface it with assistance with the moral support. So you are assisting.
Thank you.
That's the long and short of it. Correct?
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I wanted to close it off, sorry, Advocate Hassim. You say in your statement that it was in relation to purchase orders. So it was in relation to his business ventures. It was not just a friendship moral support. It related specifically to his business venture, the purchase orders.
Correct, Commissioner. It was in relation to purchase orders. But it must be noted that I didn't participate in that type of engagement in that meeting, although I was present there. But the meeting was in relation to purchase orders. That is my response there.
So we must basically... So we must basically take what you say about beginning to distance yourself from March already. We must take that with a pinch of salt, and that's an understatement. Do you agree?
It's not an understatement, Commissioner, because we will deal with issues differently as human beings. But me, I was gradually. I have never said I cut, gradually.
And when did you eventually cut? If you ever did, when did you eventually cut?
I did, Commissioner.
When?
After, I think just before, it should be, he was arrested sometimes in May, and then you'll see after that meeting with General Mkwanas.
Yes,
So can I be protected if I have to respond? And then, do I have your protection, Commissioner?
Sorry, yes, protection from myself. Yes, General, you are entitled to it. Thank you very much.
I see that it seems
you are entitled
I look like an accused person, so that's why I'm asking for protection.
And I apologize.
Because I understand I'm a witness here.
And I apologize.
A witness, thank you, Commissioner. A witness can be chastised, but clarity needs to be given and so forth.
I apologize most profusely, most profusely. Thank you.
Sorry, is there something else? Because I wanted to ask you a question about still about the support. before we go anywhere
I
else,
thought, I thought, General, you asked for protection because you were still speaking. So I thought you were going to continue speaking.
Yeah, no, I rather maybe let her talk, commissioners.
No, I'm sorry, I didn't understand the witness to be still speaking. So if you want to say something, please
No,
do.
no, I'm fine, commissioners.
Thank you, General. Yes, Mr. Asim.
It might be because I'm looking at you as you asking questions and I didn't see the witness. So you must feel that you've got ample opportunity to provide whatever responses you wish to make, General.
I've already said I'm fine, commissioners.
Good, thanks. So, sorry, just on this 15th April meeting, it is not just a question of the moral support and being there and the presence. You also assisted Mr. Matlala in the following sense, that you did not report that meeting to the SAPS. Isn't that so?
You said I did not.
You did not report.
The
Yes.
meeting to the SAPS.
Yes, you didn't report.
The provincial commissioner was present. To who do I report to? Because I must tell him about the meeting. He was there. Mena, it's me who reported this here at the commission. To show that I've got nothing to hide. It's me who brought this thing here at the commission. The general was here, he never brought this here. So I think that needs to be taken seriously into consideration. Thank you, Commissioner.
That will be, but you testified yesterday about the independence of the Hawks from the SAPS, correct?
Operational independence commissioners.
I don't know what distinction you're trying to make, but what I'm trying to put to you is that the Hawks is an independent organization with specific responsibilities. So you bore a responsibility in your position as provincial head of Hawks, quite apart from whatever duties General Mkhonazi bore. Don't you agree?
I don't agree with you because I've testified before this commission about what type of independence is the Hawks having. It is supposed to be a totally independent. I even indicated the Glenister case yesterday. So I don't know what is the rationale of your question that I didn't report this to the police. The provincial commissioner was present in that meeting.
Yes, but you needed to report the provincial commissioner to his superior.
To his superior.
Correct.
Maybe he should have reported me as well to my superiors.
That may be so. I'm not asking about him. He will have his own questions to answer. I'm asking
I
you.
didn't report to him, to his superiors. I reported here at the commission. I waited for my time to come and report it here because whatever was discussed, let me say, the issue of the constitution of this commission is related to certain issues. And then eventually, Mr. Matlala is also part and parcel of the person who's being accused of wrongdoing or being in contravention with the law. So I chose to come and report it here.
But in 15 April 2025, this commission was not in existence. It wasn't even on the horizon.
Absolutely true. It was not in. It has not yet been established by then. So
No, there was no Madlanga Commission on the 15 April 2025. There was no reason for you to think that there was going to be a commission where you could come and then report. Why did you not report it at the time?
commissioners, reporting a meeting to my superiors. And then what was I supposed to say in that meeting? In the report. Maybe you must assist me because I've already testified yesterday here. You asked me questions about the issue where the general was talking about the case docket of the attempted murder. And then I also gave a response. What was my taking in relation to what transpired there? So what is it that I was supposed to report? That the provincial commissioner met with Mr. Matlal, doing what? I didn't see any need. And then I think commissioners, I have responded to this question. I didn't report it.
Yes, you didn't report it, I get it. This was after you sent him the Article 5 March. That's the context in which I'm asking you this. When you now knew all of these allegations against Mr. Matlala and the problem with this particular contract. But you've given your answer, and I'll accept that.
Can I just ask this, General? Do you not see anything wrong with a business person going to see a provincial commissioner of police and saying to him, if you help me get purchase orders to help my business, I will help you with something? Do you not see anything wrong with that? Because you seem to suggest that this is a normal meeting of people sitting and having drinks and there's nothing to report. He went there to get assistance because he was not getting purchase orders from SAPS. And according to you, he wanted General Mkhwanazi to help him to get purchase orders. And presumably he was going to give General Mkhwanazi something in return. Do you not see anything wrong with that?
Commissioners, I want to disagree with the first statement, that he went to the general to get assistance of the orders and then in return of him giving him something. I'm saying he asked me to accompany him, of which we dealt with that earlier, to the meeting. The main issue that he asked me there, he said what was going to be discussed is the problems with the orders. Now, in the meeting, issues were discussed between him and the general there. And then there was no, I didn't hear, let me put it this way, I didn't hear a conversation that says, help me with the purchase orders, and then I will, in exchange of this. That I heard it, I read it here when they give us the transcripts of Mr. Matlala from the ad hoc committee, that there were questions of that nature. So, as for me, I didn't hear that. The only thing that I presented before this commission is the issue of the attempted murder case, commissioners.
No, General, you state it as your knowledge in paragraph 64 of your order, of your statement. You say, my knowledge, however, is as follows. Then you set out the 3 paragraphs.
Paragraph
64. And you say, General Mkhwanazi agreed to assist Matlala to get purchase orders from Lieutenant General Nkua. It is there.
I said I disagree with that. He agreed to assist him with purchase order in return of something. That is what the commissioner said. And this one here, I do not disagree with it. It is there. I don't disagree with this one. And it must be also remembered that it is not me who arranged this meeting. Maybe Mr. Matlala will come and clarify who arranged the meeting before this commission.
Let's leave it there.
Are you moving away from this article? I'd like to ask a question.
I'm not moving away from this issue. Are you wanting to ask something about the article, Commissioner?
Yes, it's about the article.
Go ahead.
General, how did you testified earlier that you don't monitor the media, and that's your explanation why you didn't become aware of the full details of the whistleblowing, what it was about, and in particular that Mr. Matlala's company was one of the companies on which Ms. Diokeren blew the whistle. You explained, I don't monitor the media. You become aware of this article. It's of sufficient interest to you to send to Mr. Matala that you're discussing now with Ms. Hassam. How come you became aware of this article?
I happened to be on News 24 on that day just to check. I clicked there, and then the media came. The media thing came. That's how I happened to know. But I normally don't go in and out of this media space because
This was not the only day. It wasn't the first time that you just randomly went on to News 24. It's something that you would do from time to time.
there were days before that I didn't have it because you are subscribing. And some of these issues, when you are not subscribing, it will appear, but when you click on it, it doesn't open. So I think in the previous year, I was subscribing, but it will happen that when I see something that of interest, because when you go to your WhatsApp, you deal with it. Sometimes you go to your what you call News 24 commissioners.
Finish. You can finish.
So as a result of that, I happened to find this one.
Okay. So in this period, you were subscribing.
Correct.
There was subscription.
Correct.
Okay. And in that period, you, from time to time, would check News 24 and if you check others as well.
Not necessarily from time to time, but you will find out that when time permits, you will go there.
Yes.
Yeah. Not always. A day or 2 or 3 might pass for me not looking into that.
Yes, all I'm checking with you is this was not the only time when you saw this article. This was not the only time that you happened to check News 24.
It was the only time when I saw this newspaper clip. Yes, it was not the only time me checking News 24. All
right. No, thank you. That answers my question. What is it about this article when you sent it to Mr. Matala? What was the reason about the content of this article that made you send it to Mr. Matala?
It made me worry.
No, I mean the subject. Because as Ms. Hassam has read to you, the subject, the lines, at page 42, it raises different issues. What in fact did you have in mind, or did you consider that made it worthy sending to Mr. Matala?
I was worried about what was in the newspaper clip. Oh, no, sorry, not newspaper, on the News 24. I beg your pardon. Yeah. And that is where I challenged him about the content of that.
So you I'm trying to understand whether when you say you were worried about the article and you challenged him, did you talk to him about him being part of extraction syndicates, as this article says that he was identified as that? Is that a matter that you challenged him about, to use your language? There's also the investigation by the SIU. Did you challenge him about that in your discussion with him? And then there's the directorship issue. I'm trying to understand, did you cover all of those with him?
I asked him in relation to the directorship and as well as the stories about his company.
Okay, you didn't ask him anything about the Babita Diokoran whistleblowing connection?
No,
this one, the article.
This one of the Babita Diokoran, I didn't ask him because the people were already arrested and convicted who committed the murder.
So you didn't ask him, why do they connect you to this? I'm not asking you about the people that killed him. I'm asking you, you forward an article that's a story about the business of Mr. Matala, and that includes that he was implicated, his company is part of the companies that are implicated in the whistleblowing. And I'm trying to understand that part you did not asked him about? You didn't say to him, what is this about? I'm just trying to understand that.
I don't recollect if I asked him or not, commissioners.
Okay.
But what worried me too much here, because the issue of the investigations by the Hawks and SIU, I saw it here. But the issue is that this thing of tender fraud of the police, and then you automatically change to directorship, and also these things, in my own perspective alone, that something is not right here. That is why I indicated in my affidavit that I decided to gradually start to
Yeah.
reverse in terms of our, if I may use that word, relationship.
What worried you about the change of directorship? I mean, directorships change every day. And when I read this article, it's not obvious to me why you, General Senona, would be concerned that Mr. Matala has decided to put Ms. Masete as a paper director, as they describe her in the article. Why is that a matter of concern that, in fact, makes you start withdrawing from him?
It was also these crimes, although I didn't ask him about it. These crimes that are listed here, Commissioner.
Okay, so it's the crimes,
That are listed here.
the Babita Diokeren matter, the fraud on the tender.
There's investigations that are underway by these institutions.
Yeah, including that tender, the 360 million tender, there are fraud accusations about it.
The police one.
Yes.
Correct.
That also concerned you.
Correct, Commissioner.
Okay, and yet it is the same tender that you attended a meeting with General Mkwanazi to give him moral support to get payment for. Do you not see a problem with that?
At that stage, I never saw a problem, Commissioners.
All right. Thank you, General.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Assi.
Thanks, Commissioner Bedoy. Just to round up on a couple of things before we there's quite a bit to get through. But first, Commissioner Khumalo referred to this meeting as being one of an exchange, meaning a help with the purchase orders in exchange for something. And you say you were not aware of that kind of an exchange of favor, tit for tat, if I recall correctly. You said you were not aware of that.
I specifically said, Commissioners, I was not aware of an exchange of assisting with getting order forms in exchange of you getting something. I specifically talked about that.
Yes.
But the one that I am aware, it is there in paragraph 64.3 of my statement that I've already testified about.
Okay. There's one other that comes up in evidence of Mr. Matlala before the ad hoc committee. So I now need you to open another folder, and that is file 3 of 3.
I must close this one.
No. We're coming back to these other two.
But if I close, sorry, Commissioners,
Do
if I
you need
close it,
assistance?
will you direct me to
Oh,
where we are
absolutely.
supposed to?
But we will be coming back there. Do you need some assistance?
You may close it, General.
Thank you,
You'll come
Commissioner.
back. Yeah, just put it aside somewhere close by.
File
3 of 3.
three of 3. 3 of 3. Yes.
Page 54.
Thank you.
Just to begin with, so I can orientate you, General, page 1 of this file shows you that this is the transcript of the evidence of Mr. Matlala before the ad hoc committee on 26 November 2025. Okay? But the relevant part is on page 54, and it's 3 paragraphs from the bottom, 5 lines, if you count from the bottom. And it's, so if you count 5 lines from the bottom, it's probably easier.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
It starts with Advocate Arendse.
Okay.
You've got that?
Yeah.
Thanks. Okay, so Advocate Arendse says the following to Mr. Matlala. He says, but according to your statement, that is Mr. Matlala's statement, the true reason for the meeting, and the meeting here is the 15 April meeting, was in relation to this chap, Ismail Malude Ramos Nangi, to convince him to withdraw the charges because he had been assaulted. That was the true purpose of the meeting, according to you? Question. Mr. Matlala responds, to drop the charges, yes, and also about Nkua, to not stop my contract from operating. So, and let's just finish reading this exchange.
I learned that ChatGPT works best with detailed prompts, but I hate typing them. So instead, I dictate them using WhisperFlow while walking. When I'm walking, my brain just works differently. Ideas start pouring out.
But ChatGPT's native voice dictation can't handle my stream of consciousness rambling. WhisperFlow cleans it up instantly. Here's what I'd type if I were at my desk. Here's what it looks like when I dictate to ChatGPT. And here's what it looks like when I dictate to ChatGPT using WhisperFlow. Rich, polished, perfectly structured prompts that unlock ChatGPT's true potential. The outputs that I get from these WhisperFlow walking sessions, night and day difference. It's like I went from chicken scratch notes to a client-ready draft.
The best part, I'm getting a ton of work done while also getting my 10,000 steps. Try it and I bet your best work will happen on your next walk. Get WhisperFlow free.
Turns out, if you had childhood trauma, you'll probably nail this. The reason is because people with childhood trauma are used to being constantly alert. They pay attention to every detail. They overanalyze and notice the smallest things. That hyper-awareness state gives them the cognitive precision needed to solve this kind of challenge.
Seven lines from there. You see, still same page, 55.
From Advocate Arendse, you mentioned in paragraph so.
Yes,
From there.
yes, that you met with Mr. Nangi.
Okay. where
And then
must
if you
I
go
read?
down further 7 lines,
7.
yes,
It starts with.
Advocate Arendse. Then you say you communicated. Do you see that?
I see it.
He says, Advocate Arendse says, then you say you communicated Nangi's reluctance to Lieutenant General Mkunazi via General Senona. How did you do that? Mr. Matlala says, can you repeat that, please? Advocate Arendse repeats it. Mr. Matlala says, I called him. When we turn over the page, at the top, first line, Advocate Arendse says, you called Senona to tell him that you spoke to Nangi and he was not prepared. As a result, you suspect this was one of the reasons why you were later arrested and charged. Mr. Matlala, yes. So Mr. Matlala says that he engaged with you on this tit for tat that had been struck between him and General Mkunazi. What is your response to that?
What do you mean, Commissioner? What is the advocate meaning tit for tat?
Well, I just read from the transcript where Mr. Matlala says, he says that he had this discussion that the meeting was in relation to this chap Nangi, and Mr. Matlala says to drop the charges, yes, and also about Mkua to not stop my contract from operating. And that, I'm not going to repeat everything I said. The context is...
Commissioners, I just want to get a clarity so that I can try and not waste the commissioner's time in my responding. You want me to respond in terms of all these paragraphs that you highlighted? One by one, or how?
No.
What is the actual question?
My question is, did you meet with Mr. Matlala to discuss this question, what he's saying to you? He says he met with you to convey to you that the request from General Mkhwanazi that Mr. Nangi drops his complaint is not successful because he does not want to drop it. And he says he called you to convey this to you. So that's what I want you to respond.
Met with Mr. Matlala to discuss the withdrawal of case by Mr. Nangi. And even in the calls, when we were talking about the calls, Mr. Matlala never informed me about this. So I think he will have to come and explain properly here before this commission. Because if I heard this and it did happen, and then I recollected it after you gave me these things, I would have maybe included it in my statement. So I don't recall it. I don't think it happened. I don't even have a recollection of that, commissioners, that he told me that Mr. Nangi refuses to drop the charges. This thing of dropping the charges, I didn't even hear it during the meeting on the 15th of April. I don't remember hearing this discussion. It might have happened. I don't deny it. And I don't want to say it happened or it didn't, but General Senona didn't hear it. And number two, this call, it never happened with this discussion.
Okay.
A call with these discussions, it didn't happen.
Okay. So you're saying Mr. Matlala is not being honest here when he says that he called you to discuss this Nangi issue?
I'm not saying he's not honest. I'm saying this call and a call in relation to this discussion never happened.
But General, I think what Ms. Hassim is trying to do in simple language is your answer is the call never happened. It never happened. So she says to you, so it means that Mr. Matlala is being untruthful if he says there was a call with you and you sit here before us, you say there was no such call. He's being untruthful. I think it's not controversial, really. You can consider that. You can agree that he's not being truthful.
It is not the truth. Okay. It is not true.
Thank you,
Commissioner.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So then we get back to the media articles and 5 March, and you say that you began to withdraw. But I put to you that's not correct because you had the 15 April meeting and we've had that whole exchange. But it goes further than that, General, because the day before Mr. Matlala was arrested, you were still engaging with him. And in fact, what you say to him on the 13th of May is take them on, brother, meaning to take on the SAPS. And I'll take you there because you should have a look at it. It's page 60 of the WhatsApp. It's file 1 of 3.
It's here. No. It's here. I'm there.
So do you see that 13 May 2025,
Correct, Commissioners.
8 minutes past 3 in the afternoon?
Correct, Commissioners.
Take them on, brother.
Correct.
Okay. And you recall what that was about?
Yes.
Miss,
Okay,
sorry, Miss Hassim, we're looking at the WhatsApp bundle.
Yes.
You say page?
Page 60.
60. Trying to find, oh, yes, let's see that.
Have you found it? So we're going to turn one page back now to page 59 because that's where it begins. General, on page 59, Mr. Matlala, on the 13th of May, sends you a document at 1 o'clock. Do you see that?
Correct, Commissioners.
And that document is annexure SEN 6, which you will find at page 300 of the same file. If you found it, Commissioners. Page 300. This is a letter from the National Commissioner, General Masemola, correct?
Yes, Commissioners, I see that.
And it is a letter terminating the contract of Medicare 24, Mr. Matlala's company. Do you see that?
Correct, Commissioners.
You've seen this letter before. You've read it.
I believe I might have, because it's the one for the termination of his contract.
Right. And in that letter on page 300, in the last paragraph, it says, SAPS's judgment is that your company abused the supply chain management system and engaged...
Sorry, can I get that paragraph?
Oh, sorry, I thought we were on page 300. It's the last paragraph on that page.
Okay, yeah.
Do you see it?
I see it, Commissioners.
SAPS's judgment is that your company abused the supply chain management system and engaged in fraudulent and/or corrupt practices in competing for this contract based on, inter alia, the following findings of material irregularities. And then each of those irregularities is detailed in the letter for the next couple of pages.
I see that.
Now, and then it ends, I'm not going to go through all of them. You've seen the letter before, and we can go through it if you wish to. They're very detailed, and it concludes, given the seriousness and cumulative nature of these breaches, SAPS considers the continuation of this contract to be untenable. Contract is hereby terminated with immediate effect. Now, Mr. Matlala sends this letter to you. What was your response?
My response, Commissioners, thank you, Advocate. I want to take the Commissioners at page 60 of bundle 1 of 3. A page after this, SEN 6.
You said page?
60, Commissioner. May I proceed, Commissioners? My response is that this is so sad, and it leaves one with maybe there's a missing link there, choice but to seek legal advice on this issue with a view to challenge this decision.
Yes. So, in fact, your response starts before that. You sent him an image of President Zuma with his head in his hands.
It's an emoji.
And then you follow it by saying, so it's shaking his head in his hands and he's saying, this is so sad. And you advise him to get legal advice.
Yeah, correct. That
Yes.
is my response to him.
And he says he will.
He says, true, my advocate advised I should make interdict within 48 hours.
And then you say,
I say, take them on, brother.
yes.
Yeah.
Now, do you not think that it's inappropriate for you to be giving him advice after you see this letter from the SAPS raising these serious concerns?
It is not inappropriate. It is within his rights because he talks about his advocate here as well.
Sorry, what does
It
he
is
say?
not inappropriate.
It's not inappropriate.
Yes.
So you were already concerned. You said to us you started to withdraw from him. You started to cut off contact
Exactly.
from him. And instead, your response here is to say, this is terrible news. This makes you sad. This is sad.
Not make me sad, Commissioner, that the news is that of a sad in nature. These are sad news, not me being sad. I need to clarify that.
Okay.
The news are of a sad nature. And then, you see, I'm going to I want to say something under this context, Commissioner. You know, it is clear, Mina, I've never protected this man. If he said, this is the challenge, I said, this is so sad, seek legal advice. And then he also informed me, my advocate said so, I must interdict them. I said, take them on. I read this thing, I saw that he will never win, but let him go and do whatever he wants to do. But when I read this letter, I realized he will never win to restore this contract based on what it is written in the letter. But that is what I've indicated to him. And that's it, Commissioners.
I don't understand that response. You already are wary, as you say, of Mr. Matlala. Now you see the actual culmination of this in the letter. And in your response, instead of distancing yourself from him, you choose to respond. This is, you said that you began to cut ties. This is the day before Mr. Matlala was arrested, by the way. So in fact, the way you cut ties with him was forced upon you by his arrest, isn't that so?
Commissioners, you see when you look at this response, it is a straightforward thing that that closeness is no more there. You know, another person, Commissioners, will do this if he wanted to assist this person and continue with the relationship. Will say, no, don't worry, I'll go meet so and do 1, 2, 3. Another person might do that if one can bring that type of context. But I only said these things, and then from there, I've never talked about this thing of the contract anymore with him.
From then, because he was arrested.
Correctly.
Because he was arrested a few hours later.
No, Commissioners, the arrest of Mr. Matlala took place on the 15th of May.
On the 14th of May.
If you say 14, you're correcting me, but according to my recollection, it's the 15th of May, 2025. That is my recollection, but I stand to be corrected of the date of arrest.
What difference does a day make, General? Whether it's the 14th or the 15th, the point is it was soon thereafter.
I cut my ties, Commissioners. The difference was the date of arrest, but the fact, yes, he is arrested, to show that I've cut ties. Number one, there was no evidence presented before this commission, and also myself, I'm saying so. After his arrest, I've never called him. Number two, I've never visited him in any prison where he was detained. Number three, I've never attended his court where he came with bail application. Number four, even if when his visits is the issue of his problems here, I didn't even offer to help any, like previously when I talk about, I said moral support. Ne? I said moral support. We're talking about moral support. Ne? It didn't happen here. Then I said, I'm done now.
So you only cut ties after he got arrested?
Finally.
Only?
Finally, when that happens, Commissioner. I said gradually I was moving away, but finally, you can. I'm even prepared if my cell phone need to be checked to check that have I ever did any contact with him, either directly or indirectly. Have I ever visited him or go to the jail? Because if you want to continue your relationship, you'll visit him in jail. We can check even the registers there if I went there and visited, or have I ever called any person at the prison. Finally, my submission, commissioners, is that finally I cut till to date. I've never come into contact with him or his wife or whatever. Finally, that's my submission.
General, the issue was after the 5th of March article. You said in your statement, after that day, you became weary and you started cutting ties with him. So what is being explored with you is whether after that date, you cut ties with him or not.
I said gradually I moved away, commissioners. That is my response. I think I said it over 10 times today in this room, commissioners.
Why did, sorry, Ms. Hassim, I hope I won't disrupt the flow of your questions. But yes, you've said it several times, General, but why did it have to be gradual? You have this article, it's making these serious allegations of tender fraud and other serious allegations. Why did it have to be gradual? Why did you not terminate communication there and there?
I don't ever respond to that because...
I'm sorry?
I do not ever respond to what the commissioner is asking me that why did I not cut it there and there? But
you don't, may I come in please? You don't have a response, General, because this is untrue. At that stage, you did not intend terminating communication. That's why you have no response to my question. It's simply not true.
I don't agree with the statement, but for me, that is what I was doing, commissioners.
So from 5 March all the way up to the 13th of May, you are still gradual. So it seems to me that had Mr. Matlala not been arrested, you would still be continuing with your communication with him,
No.
which buttresses or which supports my point that it's untrue that you ever intended to cut ties with him or to stop communication with him.
Commissioner, there was an intention.
But when and how does that manifest? When and how does that intended termination manifest?
Commissioner, when we deal with issues of terminating relationship, we take them differently. I hear what the commissioner is saying, but there was an intention.
You are a police official. You are a member of the Hawks. You find out that your friend, your younger brother, in quotation marks, is allegedly involved in criminality. This is something that concerns you and concerns you to the extent that you decide to cut off ties. You are a police officer. This is not just a relationship between ordinary individuals. Why did you not terminate communication or ties there and then?
I've already responded to that, commissioners.
which is that you cannot respond to my question.
I've already responded in that I decided to terminate, to gradually move away from him.
No. That's not answering the question, because my question exactly goes to that gradual termination. So I'm saying you're a police officer, because you say people respond differently, and you may terminate communication differently depending on who you are. But my point is, you are a police officer. You head Hawks, which is a specialized unit within the police, and which deals with serious crimes. You become aware that a person that you consider to be your brother, your younger brother, you are Uputi, the bigger brother. So now you become aware that he is involved in criminality. And on the 5th of March, you decide that you want to cut communication with him, but you do this gradually. You are not an ordinary person. You actually had Hawks in KZN. Why did you not terminate communication immediately?
That idea never crossed my mind, Commissioner.
Now, let's just look at the content of these communications, which are, 3 months later? You seem to be communicating with a friend in a very amicable manner. No indication at all that you are irritated with him. No indication at all that this is somebody that you want to terminate communication with. You say, this is so sad, and it leaves one with, I think you wanted to say, no choice, the no is missing, but to seek legal advice on this issue with a view to challenge this decision. No sign of you ever having intended to terminate communication at all. It's actually friendly. It's actually empathetic. How can that be if way back in March, 5 March, you already wanted to terminate communication? That just does not make sense altogether, General.
I've taken note of that, Commissioner.
I'm sorry?
I've taken note of the Commissioner's comment.
What's your report? What's your response? What's your comment?
I believe I have already responded, Commissioner.
You have not. I'm raising a different question now. I'm raising a question about you being empathetic, where you are suggesting that way back in March you wanted to terminate communication. This is a different point altogether. You have not responded to it. Can you please respond?
The empathetic part of it.
The entire context. You are talking as if you continue to relate with him in the same manner you have told us you related with him. Since the marriage, your marriage, in 2018-2019, having taken a liking to him, your words, you then communicated regularly as friends, and going to the extent of saying you basically considered each other to be brothers. Now you decide to terminate communication in March. What I'm saying is, but look, in May, you are communicating with him in a manner that shows that you are quite empathetic to the difficulties he finds himself in. And I say, to say that way back in March you had intended to terminate communication simply does not make sense. That's a different question to the earlier one, which was, why did you not terminate communication immediately? That's a different question, General. Please respond.
Maybe
before you respond, General, let me just add something else to the chairperson's question that you should take into account. Is in that page 60 WhatsApp where you say, take them on, brother. In fact, you are encouraging him. Contrary to what you're saying to us. In fact, a day or two before he's arrested, you say you encourage him to take your employer on regarding the termination of the contract, which as the chair says, doesn't seem to suggest to present someone who has no interest anymore in Mr. Matlala's affairs and business.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Do you see that these are different questions? It's no longer my question about terminating immediately. Do you get that?
I get it,
I just want to disabuse your mind of this idea that I'm asking you the same question. So can you now respond to my question, taking into account the additional point that my colleague has?
I have taken note of the analysis of the Commissioner, and I see that, yes, there is an error on my side that I've done in order to encourage him.
Just repeat that. I'm not sure I understand it.
I've taken note about the analysis of these messages by the Commissioner, and then I consider that it is an error on my side continuing to do this.
I want to suggest to you, General, that you are not able to respond to both these questions because what you are telling us is untrue. That is the real reason.
Commissioners, I believe I said I want to come and tell the truth, nothing else the truth. But that is the response I'm giving, Commissioners, in terms of the truth of my recollection. I've already said it might be an error of my side continuing to send him this type of messages. I think that is where I will stand with my response to the questions, Commissioners.
Now, General, from the 6th of March, that is the very day after you tell us that is the day you from which you intended to cut off communication. I'm looking at file 1 of 3, the exhibits file. The one that says 1 of 3, the exhibits file. It should be the same. It's the same one. It's the same one we're on. Yes. If you look at page 28, all the way, and that's March. That's the 6th of March. And you have told us that from the 5th you are now wary of him, his communications, and you have decided to terminate communication on the 5th of March. So the page I'm referring you to, on page 28, there's communication there, still between you and Mr. Matlala, and that's the 6th of March. I will not go through the texts that are there one by one, but from that page, from page 28 all the way to page 60, communication between the two of you continues unabated. And at times, you are the one that initiates the communication. And this, in circumstances where you say that on the 5th of March, you had decided to terminate communication. So all the way up to page 60, and page 60 being in May, from 5 March, in May, continue over many pages, 28 to 60. At times, you being the initiator of the communications, do you seriously want us to believe you that you ever wanted to terminate communication with Mr. Matlala?
The relationship, commissioners, and what is happening, the way I took it, I understood what the commissioner said about my position and where am I working, but it is the relationship, not necessarily the communication per se. Hence, I'm saying I was trying to move away from him in order to terminate the relationship. But I see that it took.
So I just, let me understand this. I'm sorry, I know you asked for protection earlier, but I just want to understand this. So you want to terminate their relationship, but having terminated the relationship, you want to continue communicating with him. So communication without a relationship.
Not
in the context of people who have otherwise been having a relationship of brother and brother. Does that make sense?
not really that, commissioners. Maybe it took me too long to cut it off, but gradually, in my mind, in my soul, I wanted to, but I took it gradually. So I see that the period, it is indeed a point of concern. And then I do understand what the commissioner is saying.
So,
and I see, it, hence I'm saying it took me too long.
So had he not been arrested, it could well have continued to the present day.
No, I don't think so, Commissioner.
Where would it have ended? Where would it have ended? The page 28 to 60 that I'm referring you to is continuing unabated. And yet in March already, you say you are wary of him and you want to terminate whatever it is you wanted to terminate. When would it have ended had he not been arrested at the point at which he was?
It was going to be ended, Commissioner.
When?
It's a pity.
The question is when, General, when? Mr. Sim, you may continue.
Thank you, Chair. I have, on the same exchange regarding this termination of the contract, a further question, and this is a serious question about your duties.
Can I ask, maybe before you ask that question, you are going to be dealing with these WhatsApp messages from page 28 to 60 at some point?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Page 60, 59 and 60, you sent this terminated. This is about your obligations in the position you occupy. A public position which you should be occupying and acting and conducting yourself in the interests of all South Africans. When you received this letter of termination that's sent by the National Commissioner of Police, and you urge Mr. Matlala to sue, as a senior law enforcement official, you urge him to sue another law enforcement arm. Do you not think that that is improper conduct for someone in your position?
Commissioners, I never urged him to sue. My message here talks about challenging the decision to cancel the contract, not sue.
Through legal means?
Through a lawyer. Because
Yes.
I won't do it. I can't do it, and I won't do it.
You agree that you urged him to seek legal advice?
Come again?
Do you agree that you urged him to seek legal advice?
I agree.
Yes.
I told him to do that.
And then you agree that you went further and you used much stronger language and said, take them on, brother. You agree with that?
It's not a stronger language, but I said, take them on, brother. For me, it's not a strong language.
And then he says, I'm on it. And you respond, thank you.
Yes.
Yes. And then he shares with you his lawyer's letter that either he intends sending it or it has been sent to the SAPS. Is that conduct becoming of a senior law enforcement official?
I don't think I did anything wrong.
But you accept that you urged him to seek legal advice and take
I
action
advised-
against another law enforcement arm.
I advised him to seek legal advice on the termination of the contract. And he also told me his advocate is on it. Already he was having that, but my words already, when you look at the response here, he says, through my advocate advised I should. So already he got that. And also for me, I said, you must seek legal advice. Already he had that. He did that on himself. Yeah.
But you were not aware of that. You were
read-
not aware of that when you said take them on.
No, Commissioners, page 60, where he said, true, my advocate advised I should make interdict within 48 hours. Already.
To be honest, sometimes I actually have no idea what's going on until I open Monday.com. And boom, everything's there. Statuses, timelines, budgets, all in one clear dashboard. And if I want to send something up the chain, 2 clicks, and it's a beautiful report. You're welcome. And now that AI is basically baked into everything we do, I've got even more clarity. It shows me which projects actually align to our yearly goals, flags issues before they eat up time and budget. It's like having a built-in me in every project. It even recommends the right team members for each task. And I know it sounds like you have to have a PhD to use AI, but with Monday.com, it couldn't be easier. I mean, hands down, I have no idea how I kept it all together before.
Start your free trial today at Monday.com, the first work platform you'll love to use.
My work is easy because I use ClickUp. Here's how I get perfect notes from every meeting. I click this toggle to send my AI note taker to my meetings, even if I can't attend. My AI note taker records the entire meeting and creates a full transcript. After the meeting, I get a doc with the recording, takeaways, and even the action items. AI turns these action items into tasks so we actually get things done. ClickUp makes work easy, from personal projects to running a multi-billion-dollar company. Click the link below to create your workspace for free.
You know your business better than anyone, right? So why not build an app to run it with Base44? This finance app solves your business headaches, tracking invoices, managing clients, keeping payments in check, all in one place. Go to Base44 and write your prompt, what your app should do, how it should look, and the problems it should solve. Base starts generating your app right in front of you. Invoice list, client profiles, payment tracking. It's like watching a team of developers, designers, and a business coach bring your idea to life. Now let's make it even better by adding features that fit exactly how you work. I'll add scan receipts, digitize them, and add to expenses. Now I can snap a photo and it's logged instantly. No more manual expense entry. Finally, let's add an expenses prediction dashboard that forecasts monthly and yearly costs. Now you've got an app tailored to your business needs, built around the way you work. Start with your idea. Base44 does the rest.
I learned that ChatGPT works best with detailed prompts, but I hate typing them. So instead, I dictate them using WhisperFlow while walking. When I'm walking, my brain just works differently. Ideas start pouring out.
But ChatGPT's native voice dictation can't handle my stream of consciousness rambling. WhisperFlow cleans it up instantly. Here's what I'd type if I were at my desk. Here's what it looks like when I dictate to ChatGPT. And here's what it looks like when I dictate to ChatGPT using WhisperFlow. Rich, polished, perfectly structured prompts that unlock ChatGPT's true potential. The outputs that I get from these WhisperFlow walking sessions, night and day difference. It's like I went from chicken scratch notes to a client-ready draft.
The best part, I'm getting a ton of work done while also getting my 10,000 steps. Try it and I bet your best work will happen on your next walk. Get WhisperFlow free.
Good afternoon, everyone. I trust you've had a good lunch. We're ready to start. Cell phones off, please.
Yes, Mr. Sim.
Thank you, Chair. General, we were on page 60 of the WhatsApp chats. And I think my question to you before we break was whether you agree that it's not appropriate for a senior law enforcement official in your position to be interacting with an alleged criminal, which by now you knew, in the way you were interacting on the 13th of May when you were advising him to sue another arm of law enforcement. That was my question to you.
According to me, it is not inappropriate. You know, commissioners, the communication on this page, I know we deliberated on it earlier. Commissioners, when you have a serious sympathy with a person who has lost this huge tender of 360 million, I believe that in the case of a reasonable person, to show that this person has got interest with inappropriate actions, or one would say in response when you get this type of a message. Although I said this is so sad, it leaves one with no choice but to seek legal advice. One will also say, how are you feeling? How are you feeling? Where are you? I will come and get you. Please don't do anything. I will come and assist you. I know so and so and so, but I am coming. If you are home on this day, I'm coming so that we can deal with these things. So you will see those type of issues, and that it will result in someone. It will be a clear indication of someone who knows that he is benefiting here. So to show that I don't have even a beneficial relationship with Mr. Matlala, this tender is a huge amount of money. It didn't bother me to say, let me put my work or my life on the line here, but only to say it's normal and it's a common cause that seek legal advice, take them on. It was done out of context of that brotherly advice and say, this is what the process you must follow. But if it was a person who had serious interest as well as beneficiary in order to protect this gentleman, one would have acted otherwise than what I have done. So this, for me, it was not inappropriate, commissioners. Thank you.
See, the question I'm asking you is not about, let's accept for argument's sake that you were not benefiting. That's not the question. The question is, in your position, you're engaging with someone who you know to be alleged of serious criminal activity, and you encourage him to litigate against another law enforcement arm on a contract that you are already aware is highly problematic? That's the question. So regardless of whether you benefit or not, I'm talking more to what your duty is. You say there was no duty incumbent upon you to refrain from that kind of behavior.
My behavior was not inappropriate. The issue of interdicting the police and what, that he got it from his own counsel or advocate in this page 60, where he told me already before I said seek legal advice, he has already sought that according to my interpretation of these messages, commissioners. And I've said it before we go on lunch, that when you read that one that says true, my advocate advised I should make interdict within 48 hours. Not General Senona says I should make interdict within 48 hours.
Okay, now my mic works. Can I just ask my question? General, if you had said to him, this is so sad and it leaves one with a choice, but no choice but to seek legal advice. If you had stopped there, I would likely not have had any difficulty with that, because on the face of it, you are not advocating for any position. He's got a termination letter, and all you would be saying to him would have been, go and speak to your lawyer, right? I would probably not have a difficulty with it. The difficulty arises when you say, with a view to challenge the decision. So you're edging him in a particular direction. You've seen the letter, you've seen the grounds for cancellation. You say, take advice with a view to challenge. So you're suggesting to him a positive course of action with a view to challenge. That's the one difficulty I have with it. The second is when he says, I've been to a lawyer and they are doing an interdict, preparing an interdict application. You then say, take them on, brother. And I think you fairly, in our earlier discussion, accepted that is to encourage him in the course that he has chosen to follow, to go to court, and now you're encouraging him. My difficulty with it is that you don't want to concede, and if you haven't been asked that way, I'm going to put it to you, that you don't seem to appreciate that there's a conflict of interest that this communication presents, because this is your employer and you're telling a service provider to go to court and fight your employer. That to me seems to be a conflict of interest that should have been obvious to you. And if at that time it wasn't obvious to you, I would be disappointed that today you don't see the conflict of interest. Now that it is being discussed with you and being formulated this way, if you say, no, there's no conflict of interest in my encouraging a service provider to sue my employer, then I get concerned that you don't seem to appreciate what conflict of interest means in this kind of situation. So to the extent that I must ask you a question is, do you accept now, at least as you sit there, that on the face of it at least, the position that you take in these WhatsApp messages, which is he must seek legal advice with a view to challenge, which is a positive advice to him, and then you encourage him to take them on, that on the face of it suggests that there is a conflict of interest between your interest in your friend's troubles and your employer's business. Do you at least accept that now?
Commissioners, this is the interpretation of the commissioners. But where I'm sitting, when I say with a view to challenge this decision, with my words, even if I said take them on, brother, the person who advised Mr. Matlala with regard to the interdict and the sort of civil claim is his lawyer. As for me, I was saying challenge the decision. My interpretation was that maybe it can be reversed in my own mind. And I only wrote him this and then wrote him this and I left it there. It is a common cause that somewhere in our line of duty, people will come and seek advice.
No, General. No, I have to stop you. I've asked you a direct question. Please answer my question. Don't tell me what happens in life in general. Okay. I've asked you a specific direct question. As you sit there, do you or do you not accept that this email exchange that I have raised with you, on its face, suggests that you had a conflict of interest between your friend's business and your employer's business?
I don't see it as a conflict of interest.
Thank you. Thank you. Ms. Sasson?
Thank you. And then General, you continue. You continue, as I said, when he confirms that he's going to take...
Oh, before you move on, I'm very sorry, Ms. Hassan. General, before lunch, and even now, just before Commissioner Baloyi asked you a question, you seemed to suggest that it's as good as if you introduced nothing new because Mr. Matlala himself, that is when you suggested that he should seek legal advice. You said you basically suggested nothing new because sort of downplaying that, because Mr. Matlala himself told you that his advocate had advised him that he should interdict what had been done. I think you are inverting what actually happened, because when you said what you said to him, that is, he must seek legal advice on the issue with a view to challenging the decision, you did not know how he was going to respond. So it's immaterial how he then responded, and it's on that basis that your reasoning is inverted. What's your comment? It doesn't make sense, basically.
Commissioners, I did write this and follow thereafter. It is within 1 minute. He told me through my advocate advised I should make interdict.
But you did not know what his response was going to be. You did not know the advice. You did not know what his lawyers were going to advise him. So from where you were standing or sitting, when you said what you said, what subsequently transpired was immaterial.
I just gave and like I'm looking for a better word.
The short point, General. The short point is, it's. I'm sorry for this language. It may sound harsh. It's totally nonsensical to rely on what he said with regard to what you yourself had said before. Do you accept that?
No, Commissioner, because even the harsh words are very much disturbing. However, what I have said, I've just advised him to seek legal advice. And then subsequent to his answers, I didn't know how he will seek, how is he going to deal with this matter. But when he told me, I said, seek legal advice with a view to challenge. Here it is. I am not disputing it. But now it is interpreted otherwise. But when I look at his response, of which the commissioners doesn't want this to be read in conjunction with what I've said, already this thing has happened from me, although I didn't know before that it has happened, commissioners. So I don't have a better explanation than the one I have given to the commissioners. That is my response and submission to my commissioners.
Thank you, General. Yes, Mr. Hassan.
Okay, so you thank him after he confirms that's what he's doing. And then, if you turn to page 62, you send to Mr. Matlala the contact number for Minister Pele, is that right?
Correct, commissioners.
And why do you do that?
It is because he requested the contact details of the minister.
When did he request that?
I believe it should be on the 14th. I believe it should be on the 14th because he asked for them when he called me. He asked for it, and then I just forwarded the number of the minister.
Did you speak about anything else in that phone call other than?
No, he was asking for he asked me for the telephone number of the former minister. And then from there, I didn't even ask why are you looking for, because I knew they were in communication before. And then I just forwarded it.
So you assisted him by giving him the contact detail for Minister Pele?
He asked for it, I gave it.
You gave it to him?
Yes.
So, I mean, I think this, again, it goes to the point that the chair was asking, which is that right up until the last communication you could have before he was arrested, you were providing assistance to Mr. Matlala. Why were you taking his calls, for example, if you were cutting ties with him?
I've already given my response to that. But taking calls is not in my culture to just drop other people's calls. But I've already given my response that gradually I was doing that. The commissioners have asked me, they were very robust with me before we go on lunch. I gave my response. They gave I want to say their opinion or the way they are taking it, and then it was closed.
That's fine if that's how you want to answer it, but the question, General, is not whether it's in your culture to cut ties with people. It's about your duties as a senior law enforcement officer. Isn't that the real question? What your duties are, rather than whether culturally it's appropriate to cut ties with somebody who's an alleged criminal?
No, I'm saying I was responding to your question. The commissioners, I was responding to the question that why did you take his calls or give him the contact details of the former minister? I was responding to that. I was not responding to me as a senior police officials not to answer the phones. And then over and above that, when a phone rings, you answer. But I've already dealt with the issue of me cutting ties with Mr. Matlala. I don't know how many times must I respond to this question.
I'm afraid we're going to keep coming back to this question. Let's go back in the chats. Sorry, did you have a question?
Yes. Even if, commissioners, this question comes back, the answer will never change, because I don't want here to come and lie before the commissioners. When I leave here, I want to go home and sleep in peace, because I told the truth that is within me that I know. Lying will haunt me when I won't fall asleep. Thank you, commissioners.
General, you see, there are different contexts, and those different contexts may lead to the same issue. For example, questions were asked around the 5th of March, and questions were asked around the texts that have just been dealt with now, around page 60 to page 62. Questions were asked about the texts from page 28 to 60. But there, it was just a reference to that collection of texts without dealing with the individual texts. So there may be, I do not know, there may be a whole lot of other questions within that broader context that keep taking us back to this question. How, in the face of all this, can you be saying that is giving the answer that you are giving? So what I'm saying is, please be patient. The likelihood is that there are going to be lots more questions that lead to this very point, based on whatever else reference may be made to in the documentation that we have. So just please be patient. You are going to be asked, or at least let me say, there is a likelihood that you will be asked a lot more questions that take us back to this very point that you say you have responded to. So just be patient. My kids would say, please chill.
Thank you, Commissioner. Advice taken.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. So we're going to go back now to earlier in the chats. And it's clear that you meet with Mr. Matlala quite regularly. Isn't that so?
We met when we agreed that we're going to meet, yes.
And that was regularly? It wasn't once or twice, it was quite a number of times.
Correct.
Correct. And I'm not going to go to those that took place before 5 March because, well, let's take it on your version that it was only on 5 March, that you had serious concerns. So I'm going to take it just from 5 March. Before I go to the meetings, on page 28 of the WhatsApp conversation, again, that's file 1 of 3. Page 28.
I am there.
You forward this news report to Mr. Matlala where General Mkunazi, it's a report saying that General Mkunazi has indicated that he is not interested in contending for the top Hawks job. Right?
Yes.
You send that to him. And your reason for sending this to him is what again?
My reason was that this message is nothing else more than the two friends sharing news clips, articles about matters.
But you don't share news clips every day. You don't share just any news clip. You share a news clip that you think the other person would be interested in. Isn't that so?
It's not a question of another person would be interested in. You just share.
You just share it even though you don't think the person you're sending it to would be interested in it.
Correct. It does happen.
That's what you do.
It does happen.
Why would you share with somebody a news article if you don't think they'd be interested in it?
If you are one of my contacts that I am talking to, it does not matter whether you are interested or not interested. I will share with you whatever I deem to share with you.
Okay, so this had nothing to do with any interest on your part or Mr. Matlala's part of the content. It was just sharing it for the sake of sharing.
The interest in which sense? Can I get clarity?
Interest in the content of the media article.
Look, the content of the media article, the general made it very much clear he never applied for the DPCI head post. And over and above that, He even indicated when I read here that it will never make any difference. He is going to work with his contract, and he got a year before it ends. So I was just sharing with him. Remember, I indicated yesterday that a lot of the people that I know in Pretoria, maybe I must say I was born in Pretoria, commissioners. I grew up in Pretoria. I went to KZN 5 years ago, had a couple of months. Now, when I come to Pretoria, and not even Mr. Matlala, other people in the communities, my schoolmates and everything, I said they were applauding the working relationship of myself and General Mkhwanazi. And I was also comfortable to work with General Mkhwanazi. I was never comfortable. And we achieved. I contributed, and General Mkhwanazi is a general that always, when he wants something, he will tell you straight when we deal with operations and so forth. And he's very much fond of operations. So it is not a question of you send it because the other person has got interest in whatever message or you are sending to them, like this newspaper clip.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Did you have a question, Commissioner?
Yeah, I wanted to ask a question. General, this article is from ENCA on the day. Now, it wasn't the only news item on ENCA when you were watching it at the time. Why send this and nothing else instead of another story that was being reported? Why do you choose? How do you choose this? Because you share articles with your friends in social context. Why pick this one to Mr. Matlala?
It just happened, commissioners. We were just sharing. Remember, Matlala was also one of the people who admired our coordination and successes that were achieved in KwaZulu-Natal. I just shared it.
So you share. I think let's be clear about why you shared it. You shared it because Matlala admired what you do with General Mkhwanazi, or you just shared randomly when you had no reason to believe he will be interested in this story?
It is randomly sharing. And then over and above, I was just saying he was part of the people who was also admiring the good work that was done in KwaZulu-Natal. But this was a random one, Commissioner.
So it appears on a public platform,
yes,
which Mr. Matlala would have had access to because he was not arrested at this date, so he would have had access to it in the same way, unless you have reason to believe at that day that he may not have had access to it. There has to be a special reason why you pick this article, which is widely available to every South African who has a TV on ENCA. Why you choose to send it to Mr. Matlala? It cannot be that it's a random send. Can be. Can be.
I hear you, Commissioner, but that is it is. That it is. That is what it is. I think I have indicated is one of those randomly sent, and then it's not always that an individual will be privy or will be able to see certain things. Even if these things are on TV, even sometimes things are on the social media platforms. It's not always that.
Yeah, but you had no reason to think Mr. Matlala would not have seen this on ENCA.
I don't know.
You just wanted to make sure he sees it. That's why you sent it.
No, not in that context, Commissioner.
Mm-hmm. So what do you mean when you say it's not every day that people will be privy to everything? You were covering a situation where, on your version, where he may not have seen it because it's not, they don't see everything every day.
Commissioner, it's your good self who was saying what was the reasons for me sending this to Mr. Matlala.
Yes.
I'm saying it's a randomly sending, and the commissioner said Matlala should have seen this on TV because it was in the public TV. Based on that, I'm responding that I don't think it's everybody who's watching TV. I don't know whether you watch TV or what. I just send it randomly, Commissioner.
Okay. I want to suggest to you that you sent it because you knew it would be of particular interest to him to know that General Mkhwanazi is not going to be the National Commissioner because he's not going to apply. You knew he had that kind of interest in the topic. That's why you sent it. And that's the only reasonable explanation for why you would send this article to him.
For him to be National Commissioner?
Not National Commissioner, Head of Hawks.
Head of DPCI, I do apologize. You knew that that's what I'm putting to you, proposing to you. You knew that Mr. Matlala has an interest in who's going to be the next DPCI head. You knew that he had an interest in knowing that General Mkhwanazi will not be that person because he's not applying. You needed to tell him that this man is not going to be the DPCI because you knew he was interested in that topic. Anything else that you tell us that it was a random send, it's not true. It's improbable. It's not true. It doesn't make sense that you would send randomly so specific an article.
Commissioners, we never discussed the issue of appointments in the police, me and Mr. Matlala.
Right.
Never. And the issue of that, I knew that Mr. Matlala was interested in who's going to be head of the DPCI. I didn't know.
Okay.
I didn't know because that was a post that was advertised externally.
Yes.
For any person who meets the requirement of the post.
Yes.
You apply if you are interested.
No, we're not talking about the application. Interrupt you because I'm trying to get us to use the time effectively. We're not talking about general applications. We're talking about, I've proposed to you why I say I think you sent this to him. It's because you knew. That's all I'll say.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
General, the simple point is this. The day before, you became aware that the Hawks were investigating Mr. Matlala. The following day, you sent him an article that shows that General Mkhwanazi is not interested in the position of head of Hawks. So those two are linked. It's not random.
For me, they are not linked, Commissioner.
General, could you turn to the next page, please? So, as I said, we'll go through your meetings post 5 March. So this is the first arrangement to meet. And this is on the 10th of March. Do you see at the bottom of the page, you say, see you at 8 p.m.
Correct, Commissioners.
And then you turn over the page. Sorry, that was sent in the morning at 6:27. Mr. Matlala replies, sure, with a thumbs up. And then at 7:58 p.m., you say, I'm here.
Yes, Commissioner.
That was 10th of March last year. Where would that meeting have taken place?
Normally, I was meeting with him in Mainland, Maine.
Mainland, Maine.
Correct, Commissioner.
It's a hotel.
Yes.
Is that a regular place that you have meetings?
Correct.
Always with Mr. Matlala in the same place? Or do you meet him in different places?
Most of the time I was meeting him there, Commissioners. I wanted to check the date when I take my phone. What date was it? Day of week was it? Yes, Commissioners.
You mean you would have included it in your diary, your meeting? You said you were checking the date. Is that you checking your diary?
No, I'm checking the calendar on the phone, Commissioner. I've never documented any meetings or dealings with Mr. Matala. If I did that, it was going to be easy for me to respond to the Commission. No, I didn't. I was checking this date of that I said I'm here, the 10th. Thank you, Commissioners.
Okay, so that was at 7:58. And then did you have that meeting?
I believe so. Normally, when I arrived, so let me leave the issue of normally. I believe the meeting might have taken place.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you recall how long it lasted?
Come again.
How long would these meetings last when you met?
That I can't determine. It depends on what we are talking and other things. Sometimes the meeting will take us 10 to 15 minutes. Sometimes it might go to 30 to 40 minutes. Sometimes it's just greetings, because there where we were meeting, commissioners, his business offices is just not far from there. It's a walking distance.
So you would arrange to meet, but you would arrange to have a physical meeting only for about 15 minutes.
It's possible we were doing that, and it's doable, commissioners.
It's just not very common to arrange to have a physical meeting for somebody just for 15 minutes.
Commissioner,
That's just, you can comment if you don't.
Commissioners, if it is not possible for the advocate, but for some of us it's possible.
That same evening, so an hour at 9:03, an hour after you were due to meet, you send him a document. Do you see that?
I can see that, commissioners.
Okay, so when you sent him this, were you still in the meeting or was it just after the meeting?
I think it should be after. I believe it's after.
Okay, so this document is at page 65 of the same bundle. And it goes on to page 285. Do you see that?
I see that, commissioners.
It's a very hefty set of documents. You'd agree?
It's a long document, commissioners.
It's this docket that we were talking about yesterday, what we call the Nangi docket.
Commissioners, this is the docket that was opened by Nangi and other people that were with him in Gauteng, Beaufort West. This docket is investigated in Gauteng because when cases are open against members of the police, IPID will be the investigator. So this docket, it has never reached my office. I only picked it up there through the media space, and over and above that, there is a civil claim in relation to this docket against General Mkonas and other members there. If you look this thing properly, the mere fact that I've sent this document to him, I saw the affidavit of Mr. Nangi, of which I said it yesterday. I am repeating it again, that I saw that they are staying in the same place. Then I sent it to just sensitize him that there is this gentleman of this nature staying in your own.
So where did you obtain the docket? This is the docket of Bedford View Police Station.
Yes.
Where did you obtain the docket?
I'm saying it was in the public domain.
Where in the public domain? On what? How did you find it?
I'm not 100% sure because on one of my, let me check, bundle of documents. because the very same owners of these documents and everything, you'll see that all these documents, it was an application before the High Court by Mr. Nangi and his associate.
Yes.
Yeah, so
But this is the contents of a police docket that is under investigation.
Content of a police docket under investigation in the public domain.
Where in the public domain did you find it?
I'm saying, I'm looking at my file, I'll tell you now, because it was already on that very same day in the public domain. Just bear with me, commissioners. I think it is S6. I think it's S6. The file is file 1, Annex Charge Witness Bundle. I think so. I just want to be 100%.
Are you sure, General?
I'm looking at it. I said I think.
So are you looking at S6? I'm just waiting for you.
I'm
before
still checking, Commissioner. Just bear with me.
Yes, that's fine. I'll give you time.
All I'm trying to say, I want to rephrase my answer. This issue of this document was already in the public domain, but I believe I got it from the media. But I wanted to showcase that, but it seems my S5, it shows that this thing was already in the public domain, but this document is not actually a case docket, but they depicted a case number of Bedford View, but these are High Court documents. It's documents that were served in the High Court in relation to a civil claim. But when you look at that case docket, the case number that they wrote there, and then on your left-hand side, it is a SAPS official stamp that depict Bedford View SAPS.
Yes, I'm not asking you about that. We have that. We have the docket. We looked at it. I confirmed that that is from the Bedfordview Police Station. I'm asking, you said it was available in the public domain. You said you'll take me to where. Yeah. I'm asking you, where is it?
I can't 100% recall. It can be on the media platform in terms of either a WhatsApp or whatever, but I can't recall. But I know this thing was in the public domain. I wouldn't want to say here because my challenge was the issue of my gadgets, as I indicated earlier, because I went to double check there. But this document was in the public domain. I even further said the other one in Mpumalanga also did publish his statement, who was with them, as well as the interview. But I don't want to say in the News 24 or in, but I believe it should be between, I got it to know about it via WhatsApp or on the News 24. So I can't recall 100%.
So now you can't recall. First you said
Yeah.
we'll find it here in S6. It's not in S6. S6.
Chairperson, perhaps maybe I can assist the Commission. Major General Senona should perhaps just look at the statement as S5 of the statement. Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Mapisa.
Okay, can you show me in S5 where it is, please?
Sorry, Commissioner?
Your counsel has assisted you by taking you to the annexure to look at.
To S5.
Yes, so where in S5 do we find the contents of this docket that you shared?
Do you have S5?
S5.
Do you have your annexures?
Correct,
Thank you.
Commissioner. Yes.
S5, which starts at page 94.
Yes, correct, Commissioner. Hence, earlier I was saying, this information in relation to this docket was already in the public domain on the 10th of March.
Can you show me where in S5 its dockets are?
Can we go to page 97?
97, yes?
Paragraph from the bottom, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Yes?
Can I read it?
Yes.
News 24 has seen signed affidavits by Ning and Bryce that were due to be submitted in court in support of their bail applications. That is now, it reminded me that I think it was there when I sent it, because these people, they just posted these things there. I did send it. It is not actually a police docket. It is affidavits with attachments that they were going to submit in the High Court. Thank you, Commissioners.
The affidavit, if you want to call it that, is not in this S5. This is a news report where News 24 is saying that they have seen affidavits. They don't post those affidavits in this article. They don't link to it, for example.
The question is, where did you find it?
That's my question, but it's not in S5.
I'm saying, in relation to this document here, already these affidavits, News 24 has seen it. And then I believe that I got it from the News 24, and if not, it should be a WhatsApp. So, but this was already there. It is not a docket, a police docket that I have sent to Mr. Matlala. It is not a police docket.
It's affidavits in a complaint.
It's affidavits and the attachments.
Yes.
You will realize when you look into that documents, there's also correspondences between Mr. Nangi's attorneys and the NPA, of which we don't have that in our case docket that we have been investigating of the Kwatukuza case. This is how Kwatukuza is KZN.
Okay, I'm not sure what question you're answering. I'm saying to you, where did you get the affidavit that you shared? You said you got it at S5. S5 is a report from News 24 where they say they've seen affidavits and they are reporting on the contents, but they don't make those affidavits available. So you couldn't have got it from here. So my question is, where did you get it?
I said either here or over WhatsApp from somebody. Then I also said my problem is with my gadgets, because I don't want to make something that I cannot substantiate. But what I want to say, this is my response, Commissioners.
And your purpose for sharing it with Mr. Matlala, I hear you say that, why did you need to share the contents of that affidavit? Because the article itself provides the information you wanted to convey to him. Isn't that so?
I shared with him, and I indicated yesterday to sensitize him that there is this person in his area where he's staying that was arrested for kidnapping, extortion, and then he was released. He must just be careful, him and the wife and the children. He must just be careful and take more precaution on that. That is the reason why I sent it to him. That's why you say, if you say, why have you sent it? I've already indicated this yesterday
Yes, you could have sent him the media report, but you didn't send him that. You sent him the affidavits. Why didn't you send him the media report?
I don't know. I don't have an answer why I never sent him the media reports. But these documents are documents that they utilize to file in the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development to institute civil claims against the police.
Okay, so it comes back again to this question of your role and your possession, sharing these kind of documents with members of the public. Even if it were, and we don't know that it was, as you say, circulating in the public domain because you have not been able to show us that, why do you become part of the circulation and distribution process? Shouldn't you, in your position, refrain again from that conduct?
I don't think sensitizing a person about a individual who's residing within the same vicinity, it has to do with the office that I'm holding. That it was just a fair sensitization of Mr. Matlala in relation to that individual and the things that this person was arrested for.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, but I'm saying you could have done that by sending him the media report and not sharing the affidavits with all of those annexures, some of which are very sensitive. That's the distinction I'm making. Do you understand? Do you understand the distinction?
I hear what you are saying. You say, why I never sent them only the newspaper clip.
Yes, because the newspaper clip would have served the function of sensitizing him.
I believe by then the decision that I've taken is to send him whatever I was having.
Right.
Not necessarily to distinguish that I must send this or this. I sent him whatever I was having.
General,
so,
sorry, just look at page 65 again.
I'm looking at it, Commissioner.
Do you see that it's a police document and it has a sub-stamp on it?
On the left, I've indicated that it's got a stamp of the SAPS.
So this is a subs document.
But on top, Commissioner, it is written, South African Police Services and Department of Justice and Constitutional Development. Then underneath, there is this date stamp of the police, affidavit, RIF, criminal charges, kidnapping, extortion, theft, assault, intention to do grievous bodily harm, all those things. And then it says, in the matter between, there's complainants, 2 of them, and then there's a list of people
General,
that are listed there.
Do you want to answer my question? But bear in mind that I can read, so you don't have to read for me. I'm saying, do you accept that this is a subs document?
For me, it is not, although it has the stamp. These are documents that were utilized for civil claim.
So you're saying this is not a subs document?
I'm saying these documents, according to me, are documents that were utilized for civil claim.
No, I'm not asking you where they were used. I'm saying this is a subs document bearing a subs stamp. That's the reason why it would have that stamp, because it's a subs document.
If it is a subs document, Commissioner, we index such subs documents differently than what is happening here.
So you're saying this is not a subs document?
I do not know, because as I'm trying to explain, the Commissioner says you can't say this. The Commissioner wants me to say it's a subs document. A statement of a police document differs from this one. They differ. They're not having this a preamble and the way this one is being crafted. Hence, I've got a difficulty in believing that this is a subs police docket.
Okay. Let's move on. Did you consider it appropriate to share with a private citizen such as Mr. Matlala a document that shows that Mr. Nangi and Mr. Brides have lodged complaints against members of the SAPS. I won't mention their names, but you see them on page 66. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of them. Do you consider it appropriate to share with Mr. Matlala a document that shows that Nangi and Brights have lodged complaints against members of the SAPS? What does that have to do with Mr. Matlala?
When I read the statement of Mr. Nangi, I saw that he is residing in midstream, Centurion. That area, that midstream security complex, Mr. Matlala is also residing there. I send it based on the statement that this gentleman is staying there and he has committed kidnapping where they have demanded a ransom of 35 million. And then the case was withdrawn. I didn't even say the case was withdrawn against them or what, but the purpose of me sending this because of this affidavit was to sensitize him to be careful of this gentleman.
But you are sending him details of the SAPS members with their ID numbers and telephone numbers. That's what appears on page 66. Do you see that there are ID numbers of people there with their cellular phone numbers, with the stations where they are based?
I see only
What
one.
interest does Mr. Matlala have in this?
Commissioner, I see only one ID number.
Do you not see the 7521 ID number? Why do you say you only see one?
Can I be assisted? Where is the another one?
Do you see the top one is 8304 on page 66?
I see now.
Yes.
I see now. Commissioner, if I can respond, when I read this affidavit, I never read the entire file. I read this affidavit and then I send it.
I'm going to try to save time. The point is simply this. If all you wanted to do was to warn Mr. Matlala about this person who lives in the midstream estate, the newspaper article does that. There was no need for you to send SAPS documents that has details of SAPS officers to Mr. Matlala because that has got nothing to do with Mr. Matlala.
I hear you, Commissioner.
So it was wrong to do that.
Maybe it's a fault that I've done. I didn't read the entire thing to see what exactly is inside, so that maybe I must be selective to say, let me send only this one.
General, did you have reason to believe that Mr. Matlala doesn't know that Mr. Nengi lives in that estate with him, that he's his neighbor? Because I understand you to say that you saw from these documents that Mr. Nengi lives in midstream and you wanted to warn your friend. Did you have reason to believe that he doesn't know that he lives in midstream?
What I believe, Commissioner, is that this man is dangerous. The issue of me believing that he didn't know or knew, no, it never pitched up. What pitched up in my mind was the mere fact of the crimes that this man was picked up for, arrested for.
So you just wanted to warn him what? What were you warning him of?
There is this guy who's committing kidnapping for a ransom, residing in that security complex.
Yeah, exactly my question. You say you wanted to warn him that this person who has now had charges relating to kidnapping withdrawn against him, you wanted to tell him that he lives in that complex. And that's exactly my question. Why did you think Mr. Matlala doesn't know that? That this man lives in that complex?
It is because we never talked about this person before this date, before that. And then, Mina, I only send him this thing to say there is this person. He might have known, but he might have not told me. But the purpose of me informing him was to sensitize him to be careful Because
Well,
the-
you have talked about Mr. Nangi, because in the meeting with General Mkwanazi already, Mr. Nangi's name, according to your statement, did come up.
my statement, Commissioner, assist me with the paragraph.
Where you tell us what happened in the apartment, you tell us that General Mkwanazi said to Mr. Matala, I will assist you if you can get Mr. Nangi. No? Am I remembering your evidence wrong?
That's not in paragraph 64.
Sorry?
It's not in the statement, I believe. It's in other parts of the record.
Is it in other parts of the record? Okay. I will leave it. No, hold on. Let me look at my 64. Oh, okay. Yes. I'm going to leave it. I do apologize. I didn't mean to mislead you about this. But I think to still make the point, and Ms. Hassim, stop me if I'm anticipating a line that you were going to explore. In the ad hoc committee transcripts that you have, Mr. Matala does say that his child and Mr. Nangi's child go to the same school. They live in the same complex, which suggests that Mr. Matala knew that Mr. Nangi lives in the same complex. That's why I asked the question, why did you have reason to think he doesn't know that Mr. Nangi lives in that complex with him?
Thanks, Commissioner. I said he might have known him, or he might not have known him. However, I sent this to sensitize him about this person who did this type of a crime, Commissioner.
And I think yesterday you said part of your job as a police is also to prevent crime or something. That's part of your justification why you did this. Did you warn anyone else about Mr. Nangi's release as a police officer, or you preferred your friend over everyone else and didn't bother to tell the residents of Midstream that there is this man in your midst? Be careful.
After his release, we informed the what is this team? There is a team a national team that is dealing with the kidnappings, where you have crime intelligence and some other police officials, even some of the hawks. So we informed crime intelligence because they were part and parcel of who assisted us when we arrested this Mr. Nangi. And again...
So your answer is you did not inform anyone else of the residents of Midstream. You informed only Mr. Matala in Midstream.
Because I know him staying there.
So your answer,
the other people, I don't know. Your
answer is only Mr. Matala got the benefit from you of being warned about Mr. Nangi. No one else in that estate got the same benefit.
Commissioner, I only know Mr. Matala.
Yes. No. Your answer is yes or no, General.
Not a question of a benefit. I inform him because I know he's staying there and I only know him.
Yes, so you informed only Mr. Matala. Can you give me a yes or no answer,
in
please?
That complex, yes, because I know only him.
Thank you.
Thanks. And just to be clear, you sent it to him to warn him because these individuals were released. Is that why you wanted to warn him that they were released, or that Mr. Nangi was released?
I didn't say that, Commissioner. I warned him that there is this gentleman who's staying in your complex who was arrested for this type of crimes, kidnapping, extortion.
So you warned him that there was this gentleman who was arrested for these type of crimes, but the arrest took place the year before.
Yes.
So you didn't warn him then?
No.
No. But you saw fit to warn him when they were released. So why didn't you warn him? If that's your concern, why didn't you warn him at the time that that he was arrested?
I'm saying after I've seen this affidavit I've read, I realized then that he's staying in the same complex. Before, I didn't know where this man is staying. That is why I own him, commissioners. That's what I've said.
You didn't know where Mr. Nangi lived before then?
Correct.
But this arrest and this case, this is the Kwadukuza case. Is this the same case?
Kwadukuza.
And this was under your command, wasn't it?
It is under my command, but this is how it works there. General Senona doesn't read dockets. He's at a strategic position. And when suspects are arrested, General Senona doesn't demand the address and particulars. They will only say, report, suspect Mr. So-and-so has been arrested, Kwatuguza case so will be appearing in court on this day. They don't put addresses of suspects and everything. Then the investigation continues. NPA will come on board and assist in terms of external stakeholder. Addresses where the suspects are residing, they don't tell General Senona. The investigators there at the ground level, they deal with this type of issues. So I happen to pick it up when I read this affidavit that was there on the public domain. I see midstream Centurion. That is where it clicked, and that is why I did what I did, commissioners.
So you had no knowledge of this, any of the details of this arrest? Where he was arrested and none of that. You knew none of that until this media report.
They were arrested somewhere in Joburg. It's just that I don't have my stuff with me. I think you gave me something that my people were giving me. Let me have a look here. Commissioners. I think there is this document, it's called EXH that you gave us yesterday morning, this one. I wrote this information note depicting all the things that have been done by the team up until the arrest and the attendance before court. So eventually, I don't think in this report there was any address of any of the arrested suspects. So I didn't know where the suspect was residing. And normally, when suspects are arrested, we are not provided with their addresses and so forth. Thank you, commissioners.
We'll come back to that exhibit. You still haven't explained why it is, if you wanted to inform Mr. Matlala of this, why the newspaper article was not sufficient.
I think I've already given an answer, commissioners.
I don't think you have.
I did. You can replay the recording.
Well, can you repeat it? Why was the newspaper article not sufficient? Why did you need to send all of these?
I said at that point.
Police docket.
Oh, sorry. Apologies.
You can answer now.
I said at that point, after when I read this, I just sent it to Mr. Matlala after I've seen this. I think also the Commissioner Kumalo asked me the same question earlier.
Chairperson, my apologies, evidence leader, for the objection, but perhaps maybe I must make it clear to the commissioners that the newspaper article is actually an article that the legal team found online. We can obviously, Major General Senona can answer the question whether he was privy to the newspaper article at that time outside of the affidavits. However, I must make it clear to the commissioners that the newspaper article that has been attached as S5 is something that the legal team found online.
So, well, that makes it a bit worse, because then the explanation that you've given was that it was already in the public domain and that was S5 and there it is and that's how you circulated it. But that's not the case, because it's your legal team that found the news article and provided it to you to include in your statement.
Sorry, Chairperson, I would just like to respond to that. So now I'm perhaps trying to see how constrained I am, just to explain to the commissioners.
Yeah, the problem is that the objection also gave a evidential material to the witness. I cannot suggest how perhaps you could have or should have raised the objection, but now the witness already knows what you say about that document, and he may now respond in accordance with what you say on something evidential, if you see what I mean. But as I say, I'm not sure how you should have phrased your objection.
Yes.
Perhaps it's something that could have been left for re-examination. I don't know. I don't know. But now it potentially now it affects how the witness may respond. But you wanted to respond to Mrs.
Yes, perhaps maybe I must explain. The question that was initially asked by the evidence leader was the proof of the leak of these affidavits. And so when Major General Senona went to S5 and read that particular sentence, in the News 24 article it had stated that the affidavits, News 24 had gained sight of the affidavits. So the statement itself was aligning itself to what was, the News 24 article was aligning itself to what has been said in the statement. And I was merely just directing Major General Senona as to the proof in relation to that particular statement, which can be found in S5. Regarding, I think, the issue now, which is it's providing some sort of an evidential response which might be against Major General Senona. My statement was purely just that, to say that S5 is evidence of what he has already stated in his statement. It was purely that.
At this stage, I'm by no means suggesting that what you've said may be against the general. I was just making an observation at this stage. Thanks, Ms. Mafisa.
Sorry, Chairperson. I just had a chat with my attorney. And I think the question that was posed, it made it seem as if Major General Senona had possession of that particular article at that particular time. So the objection was also just to make the commissioners aware that if we are relying on that particular article.
Yeah, you see, what you say now, actually, because earlier I said, I do not know how you should have dealt with or presented your objection. But what you have just said now actually tells me how you should have handled it. You should, in re-examination, have asked the general, General, at the time that you shared X information with Mr. Matala, did you have in your possession this document? If you see what I mean.
Yes, Chairperson.
Yes.
Thank you.
Ms. Hassim, you have heard what Ms. Mafisa says, and but what I'll say is please continue.
Thank you, Chair. It doesn't really affect me and my questioning in any way, because I'm really basing it on what the witness is telling us now.
I just wanted to clarify something with him arising from this discussion so that I know what the position is. Yes. General, you've heard Ms. Mafisa. Now, at paragraph 74 of your statement, and that's what we have always accepted until Ms. Mafisa's intervention, as your evidence. Your evidence is the affidavit of Mr. Nangi had been leaked to the media as of 10 March when I forwarded same to Mr. Matala. I attach here to a News 24 article evidencing the aforesaid being that the affidavit has been leaked to the media, marked Annexure S5. I therefore deny the allegation that I may have leaked sensitive and or confidential and or classified information. Can I just clarify this in the light of this, that you are not saying to us that you saw this article, which is S5, on the day that it came out? You're not saying that? Because I've understood, so far I had understood your evidence to be that. Is it your evidence still that you saw this article on the day it came out and it had attached to it the documents that you then sent to Mr. Matala? Is that your evidence?
When this document was sent, commissioners, this article on that day, I didn't see it. But I said, I don't remember whether it's a News 24 or WhatsApp. And then I even talk about my gadgets that I went to check. Unfortunately, it couldn't provide me with assistance. I even said, I don't want to mislead the commission, but it's either this one or via WhatsApp. But that is what I've indicated, commissioners.
So you are not saying to us, and now I understand that I had misunderstood your evidence, you are not saying to us that you got these documents as a link to this News 24 article that is attached. You're not saying that to us.
I'm saying a possibility, commissioners, because I'm saying I'm not sure whether it's this article or News 24 or the WhatsApp.
Well, General, let me ask you differently and just try and give a direct answer. Did you see this article when it came out? On the day that it came out, did you see the article?
On the 10th of March.
Yes. Did you see the article? Or soon thereafter, at any time, before it was pulled by your attorneys from wherever they pulled it now for purposes of the commission? This article, did you see it before you sent the documents to Mr. Matala? And this article being the News 24 article that you have given to us.
I believe I may have, because hence I also indicate that I'm not 100% sure whether it was on, I forwarded it from there or from the WhatsApp.
Okay. Yeah. So can we, because you're not sure, can we then disregard your paragraph 74? Because in paragraph 74, you're very sure where this comes from. You're very sure about this article and the documents, the contents of a police file that you have provided to Mr. Matala. You are sure that they come from and are connected to the News 24 article. You speak very certainly in paragraph 74. Now you've just said you're not sure whether it was from the article or from WhatsApp. And I accept if you're not sure. I'm not saying you have to be sure for purpose of our discussion. But because you are not sure, can we disregard this paragraph as truth, where you say it came from News 24? It was in the public domain, an affidavit that even News 24 refers to.
Can I consult my legal counsel?
No, you may not, well, unless the chairperson's decision, actually. I do apologize for answering, Chair.
General, you see, at this stage, you are being asked probing questions, and to seek advice is a bit problematic, because we do not know now whether you want assistance with the answer that you should give in response to the question. That is a bit problematic.
As I've indicated earlier, even if I can't consult my counsel, it's okay. But I wouldn't want us to disregard this. But there is that possibility, commissioners, because indeed my counsel asked me these questions, I told them the very same thing I'm telling the commission, and then they assisted me to go draw this thing. But I may have seen it and sent it. So I wouldn't want to disregard this. Once that thing comes, that is where I draw my conclusion that definitely this is the thing. But now I'm saying when the advocate is asking me that also there is this WhatsApp thing and this News 24. I consulted with my gadget, but I couldn't even pick it up there. Hence, the legal counsel assisted me. So I wouldn't want us to disregard it, commissioners. Thank you.
Thank you, General.
Thanks. General, do you agree that that article does not attach the affidavits that you attached? Do you agree that the article, this 10 March News 24 article, doesn't contain, what it says, they've seen affidavits, but they don't actually provide a link to the affidavits? Do you accept that?
As it stands on the file now, it doesn't look like it has attachments, but there now. But by then, it may have had these articles and these affidavits, and then I did forward it to Mr. Matlala.
Okay. So let's say that you did, for the sake of moving forward, that you saw these, you came into possession of these affidavits, whatever means, and the fact of the arrest had already been reported on in the News 24 article. You're not just an ordinary member of the public. You've been given top secret security clearance, isn't that so?
I did have, it has expired in September, as I testified yesterday. I have applied. There is a process. It is in the process of being dealt with by Crime Intelligence, Division Crime Intelligence.
You had top secret security clearance when you sent this police
My top security clearance has expired 2025 September.
Yes, and you sent this in March 2025.
Yeah. Yes.
Yes. And to obtain top secret security clearance means that a high level of trust was reposed in you by the state, isn't that so?
I think the Division Crime Intelligence will come and explain the purpose and the processes why they give a person a top security clearance. When you apply, you submit everything to them. You will complete the forms that they are giving you. They do their own investigations, and then you tick that I'm applying to be issued with the top security clearance. Then you'll also go through a polygraph test that they ask you a lot of things like I'm being asked here, and after that they make that determination.
General, you're a very experienced, seasoned police officer, aren't you?
You saying so, yes.
You've said so. You told us, you spent some time yesterday explaining your different levels of experience.
I did explain my career pathing and my experience before here. So
why must
it is a given.
Yes. So you're saying you don't understand what the purpose of top secret security clearance is?
If I tell you my understanding, commissioners, the purpose of top security clearance is once you are issued with it, is that when the documents in possession of the state that have been classified and that you have been entrusted with, you cannot distribute them to any other person. It doesn't talk about unclassified documents. It talks about my understanding that classified documents, because it has to do with the missed document, which means the classification is got 3 levels. That is my understanding.
So all of this information you need to provide in order to get top secret security clearance. That's in order to see whether you are somebody who's trustworthy, who can be entrusted with sensitive information. Isn't that so?
What information am I providing?
You said that to get top secret security clearance, you've got to submit a lot of information.
I said you complete the forms, and then you submit the documents that are required there. And then what I didn't say, I must edit now, you also give a list of people, references, starting with your supervisors. Crime intelligence do their own investigation, vetting investigation, it's called. And then they make that determination after you have went through a polygraph test at the end.
Right. And the purpose, you're not answering the question, is to determine whether you are somebody who can be trusted to have top secret clearance. Isn't that so?
Yes.
Right. And the purpose of that is because you will come into contact with sensitive information.
Classified information.
Well, whether you're a trustworthy person or not depends on how you handle sensitive information that comes into your possession. Isn't that so?
Classified information, Commissioner.
Classified, but not confidential. So if you were to distribute confidential information as a top secret security cleared officer, that would be okay.
Commissioner, confidential falls within classified information. The levels of classification is confidential / restricted, secret, and top secret. So if a document is not endorsed, restricted or confidential or secret or top secret, that is not a classified. It's not a classified information.
And let me ask you this: when the national head of the Hawks gives a directive to the provincial heads, and it's in the form of a letter, you are perfectly entitled to share it with Mr. Matlala and say, hey, look at what the national head says to us. You can read and enjoy it at your leisure.
No, I can't.
But then it doesn't have classification, so why can't you not share it?
But I can't. I've testified yesterday that I've never took information from the police and sent it outside. And there was no evidence, commissioners, that was presented before this commission that confirm or suggest that I took a docket and scanned it or took pictures of it and sent it to Mr. Matlala for whatever reasons. All I'm saying, whatever I sent to Mr. Matlala, it was documents that were in the public domain. I even indicated here, commissioners, that I've never, I will not, and I will never, even in my grave, I won't do it. I even said this yesterday. So I will never do that.
So if somebody leaks a letter that the minister sends to a national commissioner and it's in the public domain, you as provincial head of the Hawks, you are then entitled to circulate it and to forward it to other people simply because somebody was naughty and they leaked it.
Commissioner,
is it not your responsibility to stop the leak?
Commissioner, it was already in the public domain, that letter. According to the evidence that was presented before you, commissioners, one of the witnesses indicated the letter was leaked on the 31st. General Kumalo said it was on the 1st. They indicated a lot of people had that letter.
General, that's not what I'm asking you.
I'm coming to
General,
answer the question.
What I'm asking you is, if other people have leaked a letter, are you saying you are then entitled to continue with that and to continue circulating it? Is it not your responsibility to say, whoever leaked it made a mistake, I should not be doing that also?
It's not a question of entitlement, Commissioner.
Isn't that precisely what you did? Because you saying it's in the public domain, you didn't put it in the public domain, you see it, but then you feel entitled to circulate it and share it with Mr. Matlala. Factually, that's what happened.
It's not a question of entitlement. I was sharing a document that was garnering in the public domain. maybe in your submissions, commissioners, that maybe it will be included, and then. But now this is my answer now.
Well, General, you say no one has presented evidence here that you took a picture or you made copies of dockets or documents, official documents, and shared them with the public. You're right, nobody has presented that, but we have documents here that are official state documents. You send them to a private citizen who is your friend, brother, who is accused of involvement in serious crimes or alleged crimes. You send that, and what we are doing is battling to get an understanding of this, how it is you gained possession of these documents that you forward. That's why this engagement with you. It's not, don't reduce it to, well, you didn't see me standing at a photocopier. Don't reduce it to that. We are dealing with trying to establish how did you get these documents and send them and why. We know it's not from the News 24 article. Now we know that. And the question is, well, how else would you have gotten them? That's the one issue. But the second issue is just a cursory paging through these documents. They include, for example, an ID copy of Mr. Nangi at page 141 with his picture and details. You give that to Mr. Matala. And I'm doing this randomly. Page 150 has got his marriage certificate. You give that to Mr. Matala with full details. And then you go to page 260, and again, it's random. You've got a deed of transfer of property, which has property details of, I think, Maria or somebody. So you giving documents, you're sharing documents with Mr. Matala, and quite a hefty number of pages, which we are battling to accept. At least I am battling to accept that all of this would have been attached to a news article. Starting from page 65, it goes beyond 277. It goes beyond that. That all of this would have been an attachment that you found in a media report. I'm battling with that. But the further area of concern is there's highly personal information, which in a different context you are precluded by the Protection of Personal Information Act from distributing further. But you've shared it with Mr. Matala. Mr. Nangi's business address, somewhere you've got Ekurhuleni City bills for electricity or rates and taxes of Mr. Nangi. So you really put his personal information, and you say you didn't know whether Mr. Matala knew him and knew that he lived in the estate. So you've shared seriously personal information. You're a police officer. You come into access to seriously personal information. You share it with a person who is accused of serious criminal conduct, and you don't seem to think, at best, there was a lack of judgment if it wasn't deliberate. You don't seem to sit there and say, well, yeah, now I see I shouldn't have done this. You're making it appear it's all benign, it was nothing. And again, yet again, I find it very difficult to accept that there is an innocent explanation behind you sharing this bundle. It's this big. Just to give you context, that there is a benign, innocent explanation behind you sharing all of this information of Mr. Nangi and I think Stephanie Brites, somebody, with Mr. Matala. And I think it's much more sinister than you are prepared to share with us. Do you have any comment to that?
Commissioners, when I send the affidavit to Mr. Matala, I never realized that this whole other attachments here until they were presented to me by the commission. But I've now taken note, the magnitude of this. I've now taken note, but I've never realized that this document is having so large documents. So I see what happened. I see what this has caused in terms of these people's particulars and everything. But I understand where the commission is coming from.
Thank you, General.
Would you?
You sharing with Matala personal details of GCI officers in case of information you share. These are police officers with their personal details, with their ranks, with their telephone numbers. At least 4 of them you have shared their ID number with Mr. Matala. In circumstances where you know that PPCI you now accept that that was wrong. You should not have done it.
I am saying, when I sent the affidavit, I didn't realize the magnitude of this document. I only read the affidavit and sent it. Not that it is wrong of me sending it, but I've realized now when the commission has given me this document, that this document is too huge. It contains this type of information. When you show me, because I see here there is one, as you indicated, Commissioner, 3 ID numbers. Commissioner says 4. It's 3, Commissioner.
You missed the one on the first page, but
Which the first page, page 60.
you don't need to go there. My focus was details of police officers. At least 2 of them are on page 66. So look at the last colonel and their name. You'll see that they are with DPCI, KZN.
Correct.
And then the second one is the captain. You'll see that they are with DPCI, KZN.
Correct, Commissioner.
You see that. And then you've got SAPS detectives. And then you've got crime intelligence people whose ID numbers you have identified. You see that?
I see that,
yes.
Commissioner.
And that is wrong.
But the ID number on this page is 2. Is that one of anti-kidnapping unit?
Please don't mention the names. Just accept the principle that it is wrong to share with Mr. Matlala personal details of police officers and DPCI officers. That's all I'm putting to you. Not how many ID numbers are there. We can see that there are ID numbers there. In some places, the ID numbers are not there. But you have shared personal details of your subordinates, DPCI, KZN people. You've shared details of General Mkwanazi and his office and email address. You've shared details of crime intelligence officers, including their ID numbers. In circumstances where you know that Matala is under investigation by the very same institutions.
Commissioner, I said in my response that when I read the affidavit, and based on that, I didn't realize the magnitude and the volume of this document. So I only forwarded it.
Now you realize the magnitude.
I said I realized after I received this document from the commission.
General, when you say you received this document from the commission, you accept that these are the documents that you sent.
Look,
I mean, We get this from you. You sent this long list of documents, right?
I sent it, I agree.
Okay.
But I do not, Commissioner, have a capacity or in terms of the problems of my gadget to retrieve it for myself to come here. So after, when the commission was established, I got what transpired there from the commission in order for me to come in.
So when you received it from us, you realized that what you did was wrong.
Not wrong, but I didn't realize the magnitude of this document by the time I sent it.
You didn't realize the magnitude of the document.
Yeah, I never
Meaning
thought this
the
document.
size. Meaning the size.
The size and some of the documents, because I only read, as I've earlier indicated, the affidavit. It caught my eye there with the address, then I sent it. So I never realized the magnitude of this document and other documents that have been attached. But that is my response, Commissioners.
But you realized when you looked at it again that what you did was wrong, because as you said to me earlier when I asked you about this, you said that there are a number of annexures to this. So you know that there were annexures to the affidavit.
I wouldn't accept the part of wrongfulness from my side, but it might be an oversight for not reading the entire document before I send it.
See, this is why I asked you about top secret security clearance. The commissioners intervened with where I was going, because the attachments contain a great deal of information that's confidential, that's personal. They're personal photographs in those annexures. And for somebody in your position, with top secret security clearance, you are required to handle state documents with care. Isn't that so?
The state documents with care, correct?
Yes. So these documents contain information, as we've already gone through, we don't need to repeat it now, that is information that is part of a docket. It is SAP's information, including other people's personal information, and you forwarded it without looking at all of that, and that was improper.
Hence, I'm saying it was an error that I only read the affidavit and sent it. But when you look at it, the entire document and the magnitude, you'll see that when I look at it after I've received it, I've realized that this, for me, is a document that was utilized for the civil claim.
You didn't realize that when you sent it
Correct.
to Mr. Matlala?
Correct.
You didn't look at it, you just sent it to him?
I read the affidavit, I saw the address, and I just sent it, as I've indicated
So you
before.
did read the affidavit, so you did see what the contents were?
You see, when I talk about reading the affidavit, first, second paragraph, I saw the address, and then I never read it fully, and then I sent it. Hence, I say it was an error on my side.
But
that I never read the entire document before I sent it.
But the names and personal information of DPCI officers and others are in the affidavit. They're at the front of the affidavit.
That I didn't see when I read and sent by the commissioners.
But you do accept the duty on you as a person in your position. I'm going to keep repeating it because you hold a senior office, and all South Africans expect that people in your kind of office will conduct themselves consistent with their duties. Your duty, the duties that you held, required that you do not share this kind of information with a member of the public, regardless of whether it was in the public domain or not.
I think the issue of regardless whether in the public domain or not, Commissioner Kumalo asked me, I responded. And I want to repeat myself again that I made an error by not reading the entire document. I only read the first page, that page of the affidavit of Mr. Nangen, and I forwarded it. So I think that is the response I can give.
And that was not consistent with your duties, particularly somebody with top secret security clearance who's meant to conduct themselves in a way that doesn't make them vulnerable to compromise, correct?
That is how you see it, but not how I see it.
You don't see your duties in that way?
No, and with relation to this document here. I've explained why I send it, and then I'm also telling the commissioners that I never read the entire document. It is the error that I've done. I don't know how do I explain it further or whatever, but that is what happened.
I'm not going to go any further on this, Commissioners. I'm going to move on. I think you've answered the question. We're going to return to it again because it's not the only instance. So I'm afraid that you will have to face this again. Let's just move on that page 30, where we were.
30.
30.
Okay.
You say after you send.
Is that still?
It's the WhatsApp conversation, file 1 of 1.
Thank you. And you say 30.
30.
Thank you.
So on that page, you say on the 18th of March, you sent a message to Mr. Matlala, brother, did you find those guys? What were you referring to?
I do not have a recollection of this one, Commissioners. It must be made clear that I'm also a human being. I can't recall each and every little thing that is here. I can't recall.
You don't recall?
Yes, Commissioners.
Okay. So page that we were on, page 29, if we go to page 34, you'll see 9 April 2025 at the bottom of the page.
Page
34?
34.
Yes.
I'm there.
This, you arranged to meet again on 9 April, is that correct? If you look at the bottom of the page, you send him a message, you say, I'm here in Emperor's Palace and we are finishing around 5 to 6.
Yeah, I see this one. I was in Emperor's Palace and he wanted to see me. I said, we will be finishing our engagement there with between 1700 and 1800 hours. But when you turn the page over.
You were at Empress Palace on work duty?
Yes.
Work duty, yes.
When you turn over, he said, can I come after 1800 hours? I say yes. But eventually this meeting never took place.
It never took place. How do you know that? How do you recall that?
I am telling you because I know what we were doing there. It never took place.
Why didn't it take place?
Because he couldn't come to. After we worked, I went to the room and then we slept. He couldn't come to. The meeting didn't take place.
Okay, so you remember on that day that the meeting did not take place on 9 April?
Yes, I remember. Okay. I said I'm going to tell the truth. Whatever I remember, I will assist the commission. What I can't remember, I'm still begging maybe for forgiveness for not remembering, but I'm a human being as well. That needs to be noted.
Can you turn over the page? So we were on 35, page 36.
Yes.
At first, you have a conversation. You ask him, "Are you coming?" This is 11 April. He says, "I'm with the kids. As soon as their mother gets home, I'll leave. Where am I going to find you?" And then you respond, "Let's meet tomorrow morning at our usual place at 9.
Yes.
And what is our usual place? Is that
Mainland Maine.
Mainland Maine?
Yes, commissioners.
At 9 in the morning.
Yes, commissioners.
And did you have that meeting?
I want to check properly. 11 April. What day of the week was it? Can I check? It was a Friday, and some of these things, they are just running away from me. But I believe we might have met. I believe I'm talking under correction. I believe we might have met.
General, you probably, we are at page 38, Ms. Asim?
Yes.
30, is it 38 or 37?
No, hold on a second. We were
Well, at
we
30
were 11 April. Let's meet tomorrow morning at our usual place at 9. Right. And then I'm asking whether you then met.
No, you see what I wrote here on the 11th. When you look at the top on page 37, commissioners, I see there I wrote, spend time with the family. That is giving me an indication that we might not have met because there was some things that he had to meet with the family and do. I've just picked up this and then it tells me we never met because there were issues that he had to attend to, the wife and kids.
No, but isn't the problem with that the WhatsApp is from the 11th, so it's the day before? If you look at the earlier WhatsApp of 1856, it says, let's meet tomorrow morning at our usual place. The next WhatsApp is a WhatsApp of the same date, and it says, spend time with the family. So it can be referring to the following day.
Thank you for correcting, for highlighting that, Commissioner. I think I really appreciate. Yeah. So on the following day, it should have been the 12th. Yeah. Normally, if I leave or I arrive there, I will say I'm on my way to our usual place. But I don't see that we did talk about that. So I'm just worried to say we met or we never met. I see it's not there. Normally we say I'm going to our place.
So you don't remember?
I'm not 100% sure whether we met or not because immediately after that we were talking on the 13th.
And then on the 13th of April, you send a message saying, I'm on our way to our place. This is at 4:00 in the afternoon.
Yeah, the time we met. You see, as I was indicating before, it even came quicker to assist me there.
Sorry, did you meet on the 13th of April?
Yes, I believe so. We did meet.
When did you meet on the 13th of April? Was it that afternoon?
In the afternoon.
And so you sent that to him at 16:01. And you say on our way to our place.
Yes.
So what time roughly do you think you would have arrived there?
It take me, depends on the traffic, but I can say roughly 30 minutes.
Okay. So the next message then is from Mr. Matlala. By now you would have arrived. The next message is from Mr. Matlala. And here he shares with you certain documents.
Yeah, I see. She shared with me these documents.
Right. So let's go to those documents. The first one is SEN 3. And you'll find that at page 286 of the same file, the same WhatsApp file. 286.
Okay.
Okay. Can you identify that document that he sent you?
I see the document.
Yes. What is it?
The company of, on top there, it says Senzo and Tembeka.
It says Senzo and Tembeka Nkunu Foundation.
Yeah.
And the number of the company.
Yes.
Company registration number.
Yes.
And then the details of the company and the directors,
Yes.
etc.
Yes.
So why did Mr. Matlala share this with you?
I definitely do not know, because this document, when he sent me on that day of the 13th, we were talking there. I never read them. Never read these documents. You see, it is 1, 2, 3 documents that I didn't read, and then but he did send it to me.
I'm going through them one by one. So let's start with the first one.
Okay.
You received this, you say you didn't read it.
I didn't read it, yes, because we were talking. And
so you knew what he was sending you, because by now you're in the meeting with him.
I know when you open it here, because when you sent us the rule 3 notification, these things were never there. This SEN3, SEN4 and SEN5, they were not there. And the document that we received through the Rule 3 is got certain things that maybe I will show the commissioners in the document that was sent to me initially. But I didn't open this document.
I'm not sure what you're saying. This document is a document that was sent to you on your phone, on your WhatsApp.
Yes.
Yes.
I'm saying I didn't open it.
You didn't open it
I
when?
don't know the contents of it.
At any point ever? You never opened this document?
I never opened this document, commissioners.
And this document would have been sent to you while you were in the meeting with Mr. Matlala. So he would have told you what he's sending you? It would have been part of your conversation?
No.
So you're in a meeting with him, and while you're in a meeting with him, he sends you documents, but you don't talk about it.
Yes, I didn't open this document. We were sitting there having our talks, and then from there, I saw he sent me documents, then I left. I didn't open these documents, commissioners.
And what talks were you having? This is now 13 April.
13 April, we were having our general discussion, social discussion there, and eventually, I agree, he did send this document, and for that matter, I didn't read this one.
You didn't read this one, okay. But sorry, what conversation? You said you were having your discussions. What discussions? What was the purpose of your meeting?
It's personal things that I don't want to disclose here.
It had nothing to do with the upcoming meeting on 15 April.
The issue of the upcoming meeting on 15 April, we talked about it on the 14th.
But not on the 13th.
Uh,
You can remember that you did not discuss it on the
I
13th.
don't, there we were talking personal stuff that I'm not in a position to can disclose here, even in camera.
Okay. But this is now 13 April where you're very wary and you said exercising caution in relation to Mr. Matlala, correct?
Caution?
You said you were exercising caution in relation to Mr. Matlala because you were disturbed by what you read about him.
What are you talking about? I'm lost.
You earlier said
Yeah, 5 March.
It's going back to 5 March.
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah, the 5
okay.
March is a pivotal moment in our life in this commission with you. Because
I think I've already indicated that maybe my fault was that not to terminate it instantly, as the commissioner was asking me before we break for lunch. So I still stand by my submission to the commissioner that I was doing it gradually like that. However, here we met and did that. You know, we as people, we differ how we deal with things. That's what I said. But I was hammered here that you as the head of the Hawks, you should have done instantly. So I've taken note of that seriously. So, and I believe maybe in the near future, the same kind of practice, it will never happen. I'm one person who learns when you are advised and told about issues that you should have done the other way around when they are seen as issues that are being done wrong, whereas I didn't see it as a wrong thing. So I've taken note, and it's going to help me in my further life.
What I was debating with you is actually more than that. It's more than merely indicating how you ought to have behaved in this context.
Correct.
Yes,
Correct.
that's part of it. But the point was more that you were cozy with Mr. Matlala throughout until, as you say, your arrest, and his arrest. I'm very sorry. And I put all of these texts together. I just said page 28 to page 60. Now, Advocate Hassim is taking you through all of them. And nothing, and we are now in April, and nothing indicates that this is somebody who wants to terminate communication with, I don't know, you said you wanted to terminate the relationship, and you sort of wanted to suggest that there's a difference between terminating the relationship and terminating the communication. Look how this starts what Advocate Hassim is taking you through. You say, I'm here now, and let's meet at our usual place. And you are the one initiating that. And remember, I said when I put all of this together, 28 to 60, and I said, and some of them were actually initiated by you. And now you are basically inviting Mr. Matlala, let's go meet at our usual place. So when I say it's more than just what you refer to as advice, what I'm saying is all of this actually gives the lie to what you are suggesting, which is that you wanted to terminate the relationship or communication with Mr. Matlala. All of this gives the lie to that.
Commissioners, when you look at the communication, when we were supposed to meet and then he said he's with the kids and we postponed up until that day, sometimes you become that type of a human being who would want to understand and curious. So we went there, we had our discussions, but I understand why the commissioner is like this and feeling like this. I understand that. But having said that, commissioners, I say my fault is not to terminate it with immediate effect.
But do you agree that what this points to is that it actually points to the opposite of what you are suggesting to us, which is that you wanted to terminate the relationship. It actually shows that you were still very friendly towards him. Do you accept that that's what this evinces, this shows?
I'm saying I took too much time, too long to
Do
terminate
you
it.
accept that that's what the texts show? They indicate
It doesn't
that you
show
were
that
still...
I'm lying, Commissioner.
No. Do you accept that these texts actually show the opposite of what you are suggesting to us? They actually show that you were still very friendly towards Mr. Matlala. Do you accept that?
Friendly but not close.
Do you accept that they show that you were friendly towards him?
I accept that I was still talking to him.
In a friendly manner.
Of course, we're not fighting, Commissioner.
Do you accept that you were communicating with him in a friendly manner?
I accept I was communicating with him in a friendly manner.
Thank you.
Can I follow up on that? Do you accept that from page 28 up to where Ms. Hassim is, it shows that you were communicating with him a lot? A lot. And if you want to check, you're free to do that. You can go to page 28. It's that message about General Mkwanazi and the DPCI. You go to the next page. There are 2 WhatsApp messages. One of them is from him saying, good morning. You say, see you at, you respond, see you at 2000 hours. Next page, Mr. Matlala writes once at page 30. You are there 3 times. You are there. I'm here. You say the next one, you send that document that we discussed, that thick document. You have an audio/video call. And then you say, brother, did you find the guys? You tell us you don't remember what this is about. And the last one, it's you again. You go to the next page, it's you again. No, Mr. Matala, it's you. You go to the next one, at the top, it's you. Mr. Matala once, the next one is you. The next one is Mr. Matlala, the next one is you. Next page, 2 messages, both from you. Next page 34, it's you, Mr. Matlala, you, Mr. Matlala, you, Mr. Matlala, you. Next page, Mr. Matlala, you, Mr. Matlala, you, and then you again. Page 36, the same pattern. It's you, Mr. Matlala, you, Mr. Matlala, you, you. And the next page, it's you. And then we're at page 38. It's Mr. Matlala twice. It's you 3 times. And then it's Mr. Matlala twice. That's a lot. Yeah. Throughout, up to where we are. You are communicating a lot with Mr. Matlala. And you say you want to terminate the relationship. That doesn't bear it out. It shows someone who is still closely involved with Mr. Matlala.
Do you wish to comment, General?
No comment.
Thank you. Ms. Hassim?
The second document that you...
So before you do that, I would like to talk about this first document.
Oh, yes.
Yes. The document that is about the business of Minister Kunu, you say it's sent, you seem to accept that Mr. Matlala sent it to you as you are in a meeting with him. That's how I understood your discussion with Ms. Hassim. Am I correct in that understanding?
As it is given to me, I see the way these things are. I said, yes.
You accept that at that time you were still in the meeting. Okay.
Because, commissioners, at one stage, when one look at these things, they leave sometimes much to be desired for. These messages, according to what I heard, is a download, and then from there they did the screenshots. These messages.
What are you saying about it? Let me understand it.
Sometimes one might have to have a problem with the messages because sometimes they say it's a download and screenshots messages. Maybe the evidence leader might assist us that how did they retrieve this information from the cell phones?
No. I'm still having the discussion with you. You have testified that you did receive this, but you didn't open it.
Correct.
Yes, that's all I'm checking. That you were in a meeting, he sent you this, you've admitted to us that you received this, but you say, but I did not open it.
Yes, Commissioner.
Okay. Do you know why Mr. Matlala, as you're sitting with him in a meeting, why he would send you a document that relates to the business of Minister Mkhunu?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I don't know.
And you say you were not discussing, you're telling the commission that that document, you were not discussing anything to do with Mr. Mkhunu's business or Mr. Mkhunu when he sent that document.
Correct, Commissioners.
And you were not curious in that meeting what document he has sent you.
I was not clear. They didn't open this document, Commissioner.
You didn't open it?
No.
Okay. I must say, I think it's improbable that you're sitting with a person in a meeting and they send you a document and they don't say anything to you about it. There's no discussion between you where they tell you, I'm sending you this document as I'm sitting with you. I think it's very hard to believe that anything like that would happen. And you don't ask that you've just sent me something, what is it? It's really improbable. And I want to propose it did not happen that way. You knew as he sent it to you at that time what it is that he's sending to you. Do you have any comment?
I didn't know, Commissioners.
All right. Thank you. Ms. Hassan?
Sorry, Ms. Hassan. Let us take a body break, please, but we would like to see council. Let me not indicate what time we'll be back. We'll just get Mr. Michaels. I don't see him here. Oh, yeah, to come indicate that we are coming back. Let's adjourn and let's quickly see council. Let's adjourn.
Numbers is factual and it is for the general murder rate. And so what you are saying is, if the same amount of investment or more can be given to our detectives generally in the entire SEPS, so that the murder rate that is increasing would then decrease. And then more South Africans are being served. But currently, the focus is on one unit, but there's nothing happening in the same province as it relates to the general numbers of murder. So how is it that the same person responsible for PKTT, political killings are dropping, but the general murder, which he is actually responsible for constitutionally, to keep the province safe. That is increasing. But there's less money given to the province and more money given to the PKTT and any other task team. Is that understanding correct? Before you answer, because we've got 5 minutes and then you'll just close. You point us to section 3, paragraph 10, where you say that in a report, not your opinion, in a report, the SEPS report that says the detective service capability of the SEPS has been under strain for several years with little to no growth in resources. Emerging and priority crime threats often require the diversion of detective service resources to specialized task teams. You are saying that's the problem. Is my understanding correct? First, your numbers are factual. You have never said that that numbers is for the PKTT. It's for the general murder rate in KZN, and it has increased. And secondly, the disparity there of more money given to task teams and less given to the detective service.
That is mostly a correct summary, except for the part that the people and the vehicles came from KwaZulu-Natal's resources. However, the overtime, accommodation, laundry, etc., came from the national budget. And I'm asking the committee to find out where exactly it came from and how is decision making around that done. So yes, in general, I would agree with your summary of my position, but the question is more complicated. It's in an environment where things are rapidly deteriorating generally in KwaZulu-Natal. All of those murders also need to be investigated. So, you know, it's exactly as you said. What are the priorities? And if this is the priority, then let's be honest about it. If political killings are the priority, let's be honest about it and let's tot up exactly how much is spent on it and how much is not spent on other things. So yes, thank you. That was a good summary.
So essentially the misleading point is to say that the numbers that you've presented here is misleading. That is actually misleading. To say that you have given incorrect numbers is misleading.
Well, yeah, I would agree with you.
And we must just be very clear that you are not against the PKTT. And we must all accept that there has been success by the PKTT of political killings. But in the same province, other families are experiencing murders. The province is still unsafe. And the provincial numbers for murder has increased. And that is because there's no resources. There's no money being pumped into police stations that needs to reach the normal South African.
Agreed. That is a good summary of the situation. So it's not that there's no money, but given the size of the problem, there's disproportionate allocation to one problem, which is the PKTT, which on its narrow job has been successful.
Doctor, thank you very much for your work. I'm going to stop there. I wish I could ask you more questions, but thank you very much for your work. And just know that when South Africans are desperate for a hero, and when the hero comes along and you seem to be attacking the hero, you become the enemy automatically. But stick to your job, stick to the numbers, stick to the facts, and keep on highlighting the facts. Thank you.
What is the time now? Welcome. Honorable James.
Thank you, Chair. I'm trying badly to get.
Let's thank Honorable Souls for finishing his line of question. Thank you so much, Honorable Member. May we proceed, Honorable James.
Thank you so much, Chair. Honorable Salt distracted me with the hero part because now I'm singing the song in my mind. Thank you so much, Doc, for your presentation and your input. It is appreciated. It is welcomed. The first question I want to ask you, based on your observations, if we call for a task team to deal with the gang and drug-related violence on the Cape Flats, would you also say that it's misplaced? That would be misplaced?
I would not, because it is a current problem that hasn't been addressed and it is affecting a large amount of people. In fact, it's affecting the majority of the people in the Western Cape.
Okay, so if I understand you properly, you don't have an issue with task teams per se.
The issue I have with task teams is the lack of transparency around the decision-making on what gets to be a task team and how much is allocated to it. So if it is a priority of the government to prioritize the Cape Flats, then let that be known and let the funding of that be clear.
Okay. Why do you think there's been almost little or no will to deal with the gang violence, to establish a task team? I know there has been a task team allocated to the Western Cape, but we haven't seen the same results as what we have for the PKTT. Why do you think that is? And I think the task team for the Western Cape has been here for years on end. They've stayed in hotel rooms. Have you looked at only, when you were doing the study, were you looking at only the PKTT, or did you actually look at other task teams that were established, just to do a comparison?
So that's exactly what I'm asking for. The only reason we know about the funding of the PKTT is because of the Madlanga Commission. So we don't know about, it's not in the annual report. We don't know what other task teams exist, for how long they've existed, how much money they're getting. And that is something I really would like the portfolio committee to get into. And that's, we would really like to understand that. And it is a clear expression of the priorities of government, where you put your money. And we don't know what that is. There's that 8.5 billion that is unclear and unaccounted for in the SAPS budget, and we need to know where it's going.
So you agree with me that in a province, in 1 month, the month of October 2025, you'd had 400 killings, and it's not being addressed?
It really isn't being addressed. And what is particularly distressing for me is that it's been known since the Khayelitsha Commission that the allocation of resources to police stations on the Cape Flats is lower than the median. And although there've been some slight adjustments, it simply is not enough to deal with the nature of the problem. And that SAPS had to be taken to court for a court to tell them that having lower per capita allocations in high murder rate areas was unequal and unjust. And they still have not made sufficient allocations after all this time. Is extremely frustrating.
So do you think it's deliberate at this point? Knowing what you know, you're the professional, you're the expert in this field, we've raised it, it's been to court. Do you think it's deliberate, the neglect on the Western Cape, the Cape Flats from this government? Do you think they have no will, and do you think it's deliberate based on what you know?
So up until about a year ago, I would say it was not deliberate. It is a result of the formula, as I think I explained earlier. And something like a similar situation happens to deep rural areas of Eastern Cape and KwaZulu-Natal. But about a year ago, the officials concerned began to understand what the problem was with their formula. So now they understand and they know. I think it was the formula looks objective, but when you crunch the numbers, it spews out very low allocations in Harare. At the time of the Khayelitsha Commission, Harare Police Station in Khayelitsha had the lowest per capita allocations in the whole Western Cape province, which doesn't make any sense if you know Harare. And so I think that they knew that the outcome was strange, but they believed their formula. However, now that the court case is finished, they understand the problems with the formula. Now there really is a need to do something different. We really need to shake up policing and do something different. And I believe that the current minister is starting a process of consultation on how that will be done.
Thank you. You made a statement earlier on, and it actually made my skin crawl a bit because I come from an activism background. And you said the focus was the focus shouldn't be on petty firearm theft. Am I correct? I actually wrote it down. That's what you said.
So what I was I was trying to use the example used by the honourable member. I think that any kind of firearm offence should be dealt with very severely.
Okay, you
but I
withdraw
was saying
that
if you are
statement.
only going to deal with the firearm theft happening from one person to another and not with the influx where the firearms are coming from, whether it's from the SAP's armory or from Mozambique or whatever, then the problem is going to stay. It's one of the my key concerns in the Western Cape that the conviction rate for firearm offences is exceptionally low, and it's exceptionally low in Mitchell's Plain as well.
Okay, I pointed that out because that was your exact statement that you made earlier on. I'm glad that I gave you an opportunity
I wasn't
to
meaning
clarify that.
to minimize it. I was meaning to contrast it with the more. So yes, you must deal with it, and you must deal with the influx.
Okay, so you agree that we need to have a dual approach and that you agree that we cannot have a blanket approach when it comes to dealing with substance and dealing with all of these crimes.
Absolutely, and that's one of the problems with the SAPS formula is that it assumes the same way of dealing with Khayelitsha as you would deal with Johannesburg Central, as you would deal with Sandton. These are very different places that require very different policing, very different ratios of detectives to visible policing, et cetera, and it should form part of what changes.
The other thing that I wanted to ask you, the $1 million question that's been asked in this ad hoc committee 1 million times, and to date, I'm not even sure if we received a proper answer. Where does the budget come from for the PKTT? Did you get any information on this? Because there was a dispute between, not a dispute, we had Minister Beki coming here and saying he doesn't know about the N. And you had the minister Nkunu coming here and saying, no, it was a national political killing stars team. And that was the question that I asked the initial formation establishment of the PKTT. Was it specifically only to deal with killings in KZN, or was it to deal with killings nationally? And the one said it was national and the other one said it was provincial. But even though they said that, they couldn't tell us where this budget came from. Was it from the actual province? Was it from national? And if it's from national, from which pocket do you perhaps know?
So if you look at the annexures to General Masamola's statement at the Madlanga Commission, it's quite clearly detailed that it was an interministerial task team that decided on the PKTT after a series of murders in KwaZulu-Natal, and it was for KwaZulu-Natal. When you then look at the budget allocation, the vehicles and the people came from KwaZulu-Natal. So the vehicles came out of the station budgets of the police stations in KwaZulu-Natal, but all the other funding for the overtime, accommodation, meals, laundry came from national and was managed at provincial level. So it came from national but was managed provincially. That is what it says in the documentation, and I presume that is correct.
Okay, thank you so much. I don't have any more questions. I just have one question for the gentleman over there. Who paid for your transportation? How did you get here, sir?
No, there was an arrangement from the admin of parliament that they will pay, but there was a delay of flights. Since I don't want to lose this opportunity, then I have to pay on my own and sleep on my own. But there was an arrangement that they will arrange everything, but I could see there was a delay.
So Parliament lied to you. They invited you here. They said they would pay for your logistics and your travel, and you had to find your own way.
Yes, they promised that they are going to sort it, but I'm still waiting for now.
So how do you have to pay for your own flight tickets and
I use my own money from PE to get.
and accommodation?
I also sleep on my own. I have to organize my own Uber, my own accommodation, because I didn't want to lose this.
That's a disgrace.
Thank you.
I want to apologize for what you have been through and then being further exploited by the very people that's meant to give you an ear and support you, at least to get here. Also, one other thing we've heard, Honorable Sauls has asked you about your background. What is your expectation from us as parliamentarians based on what you have told us?
My expectation, thank you, Honorable Member. My expectation is that this Parliament must protect the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, intervene in the SAPS to make sure that the policies and the abuse of power stops, and make sure that the people who are involved must account, because the main problem is that there's no accountability. I come to Parliament as far as 2009 to police committee, but at that time I could not get any answer. So I appeal now that you're all there, that please zoom into SAPS. Please make sure that whistleblowers, there's law that whistleblowers are protected. We're tired of burying people every day. We're helping government, but now they are buried, losing job, and they were like this, like me. So please, whatever I presented, I also try to quote some legislation so that that can guide the shortcoming.
Thank you very much for your contribution, sir. And once again, I'm so sorry. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable James, thank you so much. I think the people who are responsible for the administration of committee work have taken note of the concerns that are being brought to light now. Can we take Honorable Matthys?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the 5 minutes. I also just want to express our disgust, Chair, on behalf of the EFF on how Parliament has handled this. I don't think it's even correct to say that whoever's responsible for this, they have taken note. We must actually get a report on who was responsible. I'm so embarrassed. I am so embarrassed to be part of something that cannot disorder organized logistics. Like in my soul, I am even disgusted that we can be part of something like this. Parliament, one of the 3 arms of state, cannot even make sure a public submission representative can be here, be on time, and be treated with the dignity that they deserve. But us here in Parliament, each of us, we get transport from our villages here and home. And yet we have invited you here and we couldn't even do that. I'm embarrassed and I am very sorry on behalf of the EFF. And we will talk on the side just to make sure that you are safe today and you are able to get home, because clearly this Parliament does not really care. We don't even know where the speaker is right now. Just on your input, and I'm sorry that I used most of my time. I didn't realize that we were supposed to have engagements with both of you at the same time. So you spoke a lot about the racism that you have experienced in SAPS, and Honorable Sauls also touched on that. How do you think that must be addressed? Because racism it's so systemic. It's not even just in SAPS, even here in Parliament. Just yesterday, we experienced deep-seated racism from someone who came to do public submissions from that organization called Accountability Now. 3 times he just said that it's only the DA that can read and write, and we were subjected to that. So in your experience and from your experience in SAPS, systemically, how do you envision us dealing with the racism then? And I don't have much time. I know you've given submissions to say that the experiences of racism that you are having. Tell us, how do you envision that can be dealt with? Thank you, Advocate.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I think the best way is for the parliament to make special laws for the racism, to make special laws and to make sure that racism is a crime against humanity. The reason why I'm saying that, there's a recent case of, I think it's a Pania, those police who killed a student somewhere in 1982. They went to court and said they cannot be prosecuted because the time lapse, but the judge disagreed and said, no, you committed a crime against humanity. So those guys are charged now. I think they were found guilty already. I think the parliament, you have to make special laws now for racism, so that it must be a crime. Because really, I agree with you, everyone is crying, but there's no action that is in place to make sure that we condemn racism. I think we need to make special laws for this. And those laws must have clear definition, so that the court must not say it's not well interpreted, but there must be clear definition. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Matthijs. Chief Whip.
No, thanks, Chair. I think thanks a lot, Advocate. I want to pronounce your surname properly. Maqebula, or not Maqebula. Pondole. Enkosi mkhuluwa. Thanks a lot. No, thanks a lot. And I think, let me join my colleagues in thanking you in commending you for being very determined that whatever obstacle is on your way, you want to appear before the ad hoc committee. There's no doubt that the information you have shared with us, in which we have done an extensive research and gathering of that information, has got merit. We have to do something about many things that we have indicated here. Some of them, I was conferring with one of my colleagues that your presentation is largely a labor-related matter. And we do appreciate the fact that we are suggesting that certainly legislative interventions must be done to deal with some of those weaknesses you have pointed out. But where I need clarity from you is that, for instance, you made reference to the way in which the disciplinary processes, the disciplinary regulation 9, if I'm not mistaken, in which you were saying that it's essentially an abuse in terms of how it's carried out by SAPS. But in almost all instances where you are raising concern about its application, the matters have gone to court and seemingly courts have found in favor of SAPS. If I understood you very well in that case, what accounts for that? I mean, the extent to which you are so uncomfortable and raises concerns about how that regulation is both formulated and applied. What makes it difficult for the courts when matters are before them to say, but there's an injustice here being perpetrated by the department to its personnel? What accounts for this court outcome?
Okay, thank you, Honorable Member. The reason why sometimes they lose in court is because, or SAPS win, is because the courts look to the side of unfair dismissal, not unlawful dismissal. So really, even the unions did not want to approach in terms of unlawfulness, although there is a decided case about unlawful dismissal that we had in the Constitutional Court that it was won. So honestly, as I do research, I find that all the unions, they only refer to labor court as unfair dismissal. Then the court interpret in that way. But luckily, when there is a decided case in Cape Town, I think it was a month ago, where the judge of the labor court, the city, it's a serious violation not to allow a person to bring his own witnesses. But unfortunately now the courts have got a legal recourse because You just say, no, it's fine, you're unfairly dismissed, whatever, but I'm giving you 4 months, so they must give an amount of 4 months. That is it. So there's that misinterpretation of them, that the labor courts have got that particular way. That's why we go to Bloemfontein to make sure that this thing must be declared unlawful and unconstitutional.
I see you have given a very extensive account of what was happening at Grahamstown. Is the situation still the same, or this account is limited to a particular historical period?
Thank you, Honorable. It's still the same because luckily when I was coming this side, my colleagues in Grahamstown, I think they just greet me and say, hey, we have got the same problem, because now what happened is that if a black person open a case against a white person, the white prosecutors will make sure that they push that case to be declined. They say it's still like that, but I don't want to call names. It's still the same. It needs serious intervention. That's why I think maybe we need to have a legislation now, special legislation to deal with this. It's almost 30 years now talking about this.
No, thanks, Advocate. I think, I was not here yesterday, as I said. I hear one of my colleagues saying that they were unfortunately subjected to one of the unrepented racists, from what she said. I don't know if that is a view of the committee, but apparently that's what happened. What I want to say is that it's going to take us a very long time for us as South Africans to resolve the problem of racism in our country, because it's embedded on many factors. Even if you legislate, it may not be enough. There's a variety of interventions that the state will have to make in order to ensure that at some point down the line, we defeat racism, because it's also associated with privileges. And I'm saying that's one of the factors, but there are many. But I think we do understand your concern, and I hope that even if it's not us in the ad hoc committee, but there would be a way in which a portfolio committee of parliament, whether the police or any other committee, will interface with that situation, maybe through other people who may not be here, whose concerns your presentation represented, so that we can find a lasting solution to the problem. But it's one of the issues that I am convinced it's not going to be solved overnight. It will entail a major struggle to deal with it and to eradicate racism in our country. And we've got to understand it in that context. And to understand it in that context is not being apologetic, but is accepting that the country has embarked on the journey, which is that 31 years old, younger than me, that journey. And countries that have succeeded to deal or to eradicate racism have done so after many years, not just even less than a century. They've done it after many years and they've succeeded. Some have not, but others have made progress. So I understand where you're coming from, and I agree with the fact that we need to look at the legislation, but equally, I think that we may need to have some of our colleagues in other committees, maybe paying attention to those areas when they are doing a portfolio committee oversights and all of that. Thanks. Thanks, Chair.
Can I make the last comment? My last comment. Thanks a lot. My last comment is that another thing that we need to look at, we need to check the mindset of the leaders, mindset of the managers, because the managers are given this job to the managers, but they undermine themselves. That is a challenge we're having. They've got good laws, but the managers, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Advocate Aaron said to you, have any, but maybe before before you come in, because I want us to break at 5 o'clock. The issues that are raised by Advocate Maqebula must not be reduced to labor matters. This is a story of the plight of the vulnerable sections, the voiceless in our communities. When he started here, Chief Whip, he spoke about over 100 to 200 officers who, as we speak now, are out of service due to corrupt practices. And you can imagine how many women, how many children have been affected by these developments. So this talks to unresolved social incompatibilities that will need courage to confront and aggressively deepen and accelerate the transformation agenda. And you have pointedly said it, Chief Whip, that racism is not going to be defeated by the word of mouth. It needs a revolutionary resolve. We can legislate like Advocate Maqebula is suggesting. And of course, you are right. You are making a compelling case for legislative and policy reform, which we can't turn a blind eye to. But it will need extraordinary efforts beyond legislative and policy instruments. It's the geometry, Honorable Skosan, of power relations in this country remains skewed. And like we said when we started here, Chief Whip, we must swing the pendulum in favor of the marginalized and the disadvantaged. Look, we can say many things, Advocate Maqebula, in chapter and verse to praise your heroism. But the heroism that we must praise is of those families that stood resilient in the face of hunger, poverty, and deepening inequality for many years. I have not given myself time to calculate the years from which these cases were reported. If it's over 20 years, it means as we sit here, there is a child who was born with an unemployed father for over 20 years now, ejected from the civil service. And you can imagine where we need a government with a heart, we need civil servants with conscience. Because capitalist orientation by nature is contemptuous to an ordinary man. And this is a call on us, honorable members, to rise to the occasion. Whatever kind of set of recommendations we are going to make to Parliament, including those issues that have been raised by Dr. Ripa, Chief Whip, that South Africans are losing their lives People are dying. People are being butchered on our streets. And very cold statistics. And in as much as we were investigating the dissolution of the PKTT, we must not turn a blind eye to, so that when we suggest the reform of the criminal justice system in the country, it must not only be about the protection of politicians, but about how do we secure the citizens of this country. I see your hand is up. You are itching, Honorable Skosan. I wanted to give the advocate to round up.
Yeah, it's just a minute, Chair.
Yeah.
On behalf as well of Umkhonto weSizwe and as a member of parliament here as members, we want to say that we will make sure that the parliamentary staff must reimburse you for whatever you paid for, because you gave your best to come in here. If it was somebody else who had no resources, in other words, Chair, we only have advocate Mapepula here. So he has shown dedication, that patriotism, you love this country undoubtedly. And let me quote Samora Machel in closing. If one day you hear the Europeans praising me, know that I've betrayed you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Sokanyela. When advocate, I'm not saying you must speak. When Advocate Makebula says he comes from Pondoland, I see you clenching your fist to say, I know him, I know him. Do you know Honorable Sokanyile, Advocate Makebula? Okay. Yeah. Advocate Arense.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. You have been very patient.
Yes, and I'm pondering about the Amapondo and the
Yeah.
Pondo
Yeah.
revolt of 1960.
Yeah. You can do the
And where the Mbekis and the Mandelas.
you can do the
So he's
alliteration.
in good company. I actually want to start with a question that either or both of Advocate Maknabula and Dr. Redpath can respond, and that relates to you tell us that policing is in a crisis. That's paragraph 2 of your presentation, and one of the factors that you mention is the failure, to quote you, the failure of the SAPS to discipline its own members to the extent needed. But then we hear from the advocate that from his side, as a former member and as a trade unionist representing dismissed and unfairly treated police officers, on the other hand, that there seems to be lots of unfairness based on various grounds, including racism and so on. In your research, did you come across any of these grounds and reasons that the advocate has mentioned? And then I also want to come back to Advocate Makabula with another question.
There's no doubt that there are serious problems with the disciplinary system. There's a great deal of inconsistency and abuse of the system. Some people are disciplined, other people are not. It's used as a tool of control rather than to create an effective police service. And it really isn't functioning correctly. And there is an argument that perhaps SAPS should not discipline itself. Perhaps it needs to be taken out of the SAPS environment so that how it works at the moment is your colleagues are the presiding officers over you in the disciplinary system. And it's highly problematic. Presiding officers often then, after a long period of time, recuse themselves. And then the process has to start again. So the person who's facing the accusation suffers in the process as well as whatever the outcome is. So the problem with the system is that very often the people who need to be disciplined are not, and then the disciplinary system is only brought into operation for the wrong reasons, much as you have already outlined.
Thank you. So Advocate, the reason why I also raises it arises in the context of the evidence of General Pashlani. What do you know much about? I don't want to summarize his case, but are you aware of his case, General Pashlani? Because his initial dismissal was through this Regulation 9 procedure that you criticize in your statement.
Yes, it is true, Advocate. It is true. To explain more, General Ken was supposed to be sent there to this unlawful thing. He has to Labour Court for an interdict. This is only place that helped him to be saved. He was all substituted there.
But
and General Very, I think he's here in Cape Town.
Yeah. So just for your comment, because the matter was then raised, he had gone to arbitrate. There was that Regulation 9 process, which is done by a single brigadier, single person, and he said, look, he was denied representation, he was denied the right to audi alteram, which you mentioned in your statement. But then the matter went to the Labour Court, and he raised that, and the Labour Court said, no, but this is as a result of a collective agreement between SAPS and the unions.
Okay, let me put it this way, Advocate. The Labour courts are not keen to deal with constitutional matters. Once it goes to Labour Court, the Labour Court don't have power to say, maybe. It is only now that they realize that, but before that, they didn't want to entertain and arbitrators, but you were not given witnesses. They just look to what you have alleged you have been done. Luckily now, I think I've got 3 cases, new cases now, one of Cape Town. They recognize it, but no man, there is unfairness here. Therefore, the members must be given a chance from now to do what we call to cross-examine witnesses. And in the bargaining council, I received an article from COP that SAPS also wanted to scrap this thing. They even say this thing was unlawful. So
yeah,
I'm not sure that I'm answering well.
No, fine, it's fine.
But I wanted to make sure that I answered, because really we need help. You can see these young constables, they are like mad on the street. Even when I'm consulting them, I have to give them a time, because they don't have a cent. They are hopeless.
Anyway, the General Pashlani's matter went to the Labour Appeal Court.
Yes.
And that was argued in September last year.
Yes.
So hopefully that judgment will come, and it will address some of the problems that you've raised.
Yeah, maybe cannot have, maybe when it takes now to constitutional court, it is when now they have to look to constitutional matters. Because Labour courts have a trend that they are following. That is a challenge that we're having, but we cannot. This is where it is designed in terms of the legislation.
Yeah, and unfortunately, these matters take a long time, and your members have been dismissed. They're without work, and they've got families, and
imagine as far as 2017. 2017.
Thank you.
Yes.
Now, Dr. Redpath, you raise a myriad of issues. For example, the important issue of the unfair, disparate allocation of resources, which I had the misfortune of having to raise with you in the Kalitsa Commission of Inquiry, but I was trying to do my job because we did present those figures to you, and you made that a compelling case that the allocation of resources was grossly disproportionate and unfair. I think the example that you raised was the allocation to a police station at Camps Bay. For example, the Harare example that you even mentioned today. And you're saying today that it's still the case?
The only adjustment that SAPS has tended to make is that, as I mentioned earlier, on average, stations get 65% of their allocation of what the formula says they should get. So for those stations that have the top 30 numbers of murders, so this is usually the very big stations which have lots of people, they give more like 100% of the allocation. But the problem is the allocation formula is what is wrong. So even if you get 100% of your allocation, it's still not enough.
Yeah.
So they have made those kinds of adjustments with high murder number areas tend to get higher of their theoretical allocation, because there's the theoretical, there's the granted, and then there's the actual. And those are all different numbers, and they get smaller and smaller as they go down. So the initial problem is with the theoretical. The granted, they then adjust. Some get 100%, some get less than 60%. But the outcomes are unfortunately still in the wrong direction with high murder rate areas. And that is partly a function of the size of these areas. So if you have a massive area of 200,000 people, to have a reasonable allocation, you have to have hundreds of officers at that police station. So part of the problem is these very large policing areas. They need to be rationalized. You know, the ideal size is actually about 50,000, and then it would be easy to make allocations. So the number of people that are policed is a key part of the problem. And they have to recognize that when you have high murder, you're going to have to allocate more detectives, because those must be investigated. So yeah, there's all sorts of aspects to, they have made some adjustments, but unfortunately the picture is still in the wrong direction.
Well, the picture you certainly paint in your evidence, this is deeply disturbing. The reduction of detectives from 27,000 in 2014 to 16,000. Just on the resource allocation, you mentioned that, and I'm aware of it, that you, or not you, but the matter went to the Equality Court. Did you say that the order granted in that court has not been implemented?
It's under case management at the moment. I think it's Judge Erasmus who is managing, and SAPS was given an opportunity to do certain things. The applicants then engaged with him, but unfortunately the picture is still that the adjustments SAPS have made have not made a sufficient difference. And so the order that the latest case management order is that the SAPS must engage in a public process, and the SAPS has asked for an extension till June this year to do that.
Yeah. Now, you've given us a number of factors, well researched, supported by data and evidence of why you conclude that our police is in a crisis. But then we have General Nkwanazi holding a press conference briefing on the 6th of July. And he then maintains he's had enough. His complaints haven't been heeded, and what he's warned about. So today he's just warning all of us that, you know, we need to do something about what's happening in the police. But he says, and I'm obviously just summarizing, that we're in a crisis because the criminal justice system has been infiltrated at judicial level, at prosecutorial level, obviously at police level, and we are controlled by 5 drug syndicates, 2 of which we are aware of so far in these hearings. And definitely evidence has emerged of this infiltration, also ministerial interference, and of course the directive of Minister Nkunu that PKTT must be disbanded on the 31st of December 2024. Can one sort of house that under these factors that you've mentioned here today, or God forbid, it's actually something separate? Because what we also see manifesting here, because certainly we've listened to mostly high-level, very senior police officers and former police officers, is almost the infighting, the contestation at that level. And of course, we know how it affects the force lower down, the morale, the lack of trust, the indiscipline.
That's a big question. I think it's part of the picture. I think the extent of the corruption in the SAPS is such that, well, I mean, we've all been watching the Madlanga Commission, we've all been reading the newspapers. It's very hard to judge where exactly lies the truth. And I think the truth is that almost everyone has something that you can criticize them for, almost everyone in the system. And SAPS seems to have been the most affected by the state capture area. And most people who come from the SAPS environment will particularly point to crime intelligence as being the locus of that problem. We know that some effort has been made to clear that up, but it doesn't seem to have happened. And the corruption and the misallocation of resources is almost certainly part of the picture. If we have money being spent on things that is not helping the crime situation, then it's a loss for the country. It leads to the policing not being as effective. And I think I alluded in my presentation earlier, in the early part of our democracy, spending on the police was associated with improvements on various measures in policing, but also with a reduction in the murder rate. Now, the more money you throw, it's not having an impact. It means something in the system is not working. The money is not going to where it needs to go to get good new police officers, good new detectives, to encourage and retain the good people, for the gangsters who somehow managed to get in, to get them out. So yeah, it's definitely part of the picture. As far as the prosecution goes, I think it's not so much corruption as just a very slow way of operating the courts and the prosecution. However, you can't say there aren't any, and one is too many when it comes to prosecution and the courts. And so we have to be vigilant. We have to be watching all the time. And yeah, and the problem is that the bedrock, which is SAPS, is in a really difficult situation right now. And the solutions are not going to be overnight.
The SAPS Act does make provision for the appointment of a divisional commissioner of crime intelligence, isn't it?
The SAPS Act doesn't make provision for the division of crime intelligence. It talks about the detective service. It talks about visible policing. There is no mandate for crime intelligence in the legislation. There's no description of what it must do, who must work in it, how it must work. There's nothing.
Yeah, that's what I also mean. There's mention of it, so there's the appointment in, of course, more recently, General Kumalo. But in terms of the content of that position and sort of oversight provisions,
what the responsibilities are, et cetera, et cetera. So there is the General Laws Intelligence Act, which brings it in. But I think that SAPS crime intelligence is fundamentally different from those other intelligence agencies. And the SAPS Act needs to cover the whole of what SAPS is doing in a coherent way.
Yeah. And the appointment of the Divisional Commissioner of Crime Intelligence, that appointment is made by the National Commission, just help me, the National Commissioner?
I think it is the National
Minister.
Commissioner, yeah.
And the Minister appoints the head of the Hawk. And the President appoints the National Commission. Okay, that's another debate. Thank you. Thank you to both Advocate Nkabula and to Dr. Redpath. Thank you. Honourable members.
Yeah, thank you so much, honorable members. We have come to the end of engagements with the two presenters. I want to thank you so much. Advocate Arendse, Dr. Redpath, and Advocate Makabula, all the way from Pondoland. Yeah, that is the land of Mama Winnie Mandela. Commissioner, I want to thank you so much together with your delegation. I hope you enjoyed your stay with us. When I saw you whisking your team out, I just felt we need to give you a proper goodbye. Are you joining us tomorrow?
If scheduling permits, we will be able to attend, but we are following online. And
Okay.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you very much to the honorable members.
Thank you so much. You can be released and safe travels wherever you are going. Advocate Kabul and Dr. Redpath, you are equally released. Yes, can I check with you, Advocate Arendse? Are we ready to proceed with the two witnesses? Are we ready? I mean, after this session that has just ended, are we ready to proceed?
Yes, Honourable Chair.
How much time do you need to conclude the presentation of evidence tonight?
I think 20 minutes to half an hour each.
Yeah?
20 minutes to half an hour each.
20 minutes to half an hour.
Yes.
Okay. Can we take a break? Can we take a break and come back at 5:30? So I'm going to allocate you an hour for both of them. So it means in an hour we should be done. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Chair. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Tlungwane, are you ready?
I'm ready, Honorable Chair.
Um, in your evidence, are the statements that you are making against or about certain institutions or positions or names of people?
I do, Honorable Chair.
Okay. Let's do the administration of oath. SC, can I check that? Can I confirm that the witness that is appearing before us is the witness we expect?
Yes, Honorable Chair, honorable members, we have Tiani Lincoln Tlungwane before us. He's drafted presumably his own affidavit, which I see was commissioned and signed on the 25th of January. That's a few days ago. And then there's also another document before you, which is part of an email that he sent, Honorable Chair, to your secretary on the 27th of September, but that's not in affidavit form.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Tlungwane. We are going to do the administration of oath. Let me make the following remarks before I swear you in. That you have been invited to appear before this ad hoc committee which investigates allegations that have been made by the KwaZulu-Natal Police Commissioner, Lieutenant General Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi. The evidence or information that you are going to present here shall help the committee in its investigations and also the oversight work that Parliament does. The allegations include, amongst others, the unlawful dissolution of the political killing task team, otherwise known as the PKTT or the NPKTT. Number two, the alleged moratorium on the filling of vacancies within the South African Police Services, the SAPS. Number three, alleged corrupt relationship between senior leaders within the SAPS and members of the public. And lastly, political interference in the work of the SAPS. Mr. Tlungwane, in extending his invitation to you, the ad hoc committee chairperson has indicated that you may provide such information to the committee if you so wish under oath in terms of the powers, privileges, and immunities of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act of 2004. Please be informed that by law you are required to answer fully and satisfactorily all the questions lawfully put to you, or to produce any document that you are required to produce in connection with the subject matter of the inquiry, notwithstanding the fact that the answer or the document could incriminate you or expose you to criminal or civil proceedings or damages. Mr. Tlungwane, you are, however, protected in that evidence given under oath or affirmation before a House or a committee of Parliament may not be used against you in any court or place outside Parliament, except in criminal proceedings concerning a charge of perjury or a charge relating to the evidence or documents required in these proceedings. Please be aware that in terms of Section 17, subsection 2 of the Powers, Privileges and Immunities of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act, a person who willfully furnishes a House or Committee of Parliament with information or makes a statement before it which is false or misleading, commits an offense and is liable to a fine or to imprisonment for a period not exceeding 2 years. You are required to take an oath or affirmation or affirm that the evidence you are about to give is truthful. Which one do you elect?
I take an oath, Chair.
May you please follow me as I dictate to you. Will you say aye and state your names in full?
I, Dian Lincoln Hlongwane,
Say that the evidence I shall give
swear that the evidence I shall give
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
And so help me God.
And so help me God.
The advocate has said that your time is not exceeding 30 minutes.
Thank you.
I'm going to wish you good luck and come back to you by 10 minutes past 6.
Thank you. Mr. Shlungwani, you are no longer in the employ of SAPS. And I think you did appeal your dismissal. I'm not quite sure where that is, but you were employed in the division crime intelligence at the time as a brigadier, and you were the section head of finance and administration services, the secret service account, which you also describe as the slush fund. Is that right?
Indeed, advocate.
Yeah. You drafted your own affidavit, I take it. I'm not sure whether you had the assistance of legal representation.
Indeed, Chair, I drafted my own affidavit.
And you had it commissioned and signed. We only met very briefly, I think, during the break to discuss some aspects of it, which I'm going to raise with you. Can I ask, did you, in that position that you were employed in, did you have security clearance?
I was appointed without the security clearance. I applied for a security clearance, and I passed all the stages of the security clearance. And I believe my security clearance was recommended to the divisional commissioner at the time, Mr. Peter Jacobs. And I do not know what happened. So, and maybe I may add, security clearance is not worth the paper it's written on in the police.
But anyway, was it the requirement of your job that you had security clearance? Because especially dealing with the so-called slush fund.
It's a requirement of every member of the police, especially in senior management, to have security clearance.
Okay. Now, the honourable members will have before them this certainly the copy that was handed to me, Honourable Chair, is an email which you sent on the 20th. Can I just ask Mr. Ramona can you also give the witness a copy? Just so that we are on the same page, and I think it will assist honourable members to navigate their way through what appears to be a substantial document. Yeah. So, okay. So right on top, there's that email that I referred you to.
Yes.
So I just think so that we discussed this also briefly during the lunchtime. so that we can at least get this out of the way. Now, if you go to um, through that email, then on the, what's it now? It's double-sided. It would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Okay.
On the last page, on the second last page, on the last page is your name.
Yes.
And just the page before that, paragraph 3, you say that I request that if Jacobs, there is a reference to General Jacobs,
Yes.
is confirmed as a witness of the ad hoc committee, I'm provided his affidavit to rebut with hard evidence any claims that he may make, as well as give context to assist the committee in the execution of his duties. Next paragraph, I will be very happy to assist the committee in countering the testimony of Mr. Jacobs. And you make some remarks there.
Yes.
And then in the next paragraph, first line, lastly, I need to state that I'm not requesting to be a witness and do not want to be one, but I'm happy to appear before the commission to counter Jacobs' testimony. Now, I mentioned to you that General Jacobs, as far as I know, is not on our list of witnesses to be called. So it's in that light that I asked whether you have a myriad of complaints against him and about him. We certainly, as evidence leaders, although you say we haven't made General Jacobs aware of your allegations, but you say that you've also copied him and Honourable Member Cameron with your evidence or with your affidavit.
Yes, Chairperson. And I think the issues are contained in my affidavit. I think I had subsequent exchanges with the administrator, and my name was on the list. If you can recall, Chairperson, of the additional people that were going to submit evidence. And as a South African, I decided that let me rather participate in the process, and then so that my story can also be heard like any other South African.
Now, obviously, I also lead evidence subject to the direction of the Honourable Committee. But since you do say that you want to rebut whatever evidence or testimony General Jacobs would have given us, and he's not appearing. He's not going to appear.
Chairperson, General Jacobs was nominated by Mr. Ian Cameron in one of the sessions, but subsequently, of course, he did not appear. But that is a non-issue because as the chairperson was reading the purpose of this parliamentary inquiry, it's to deal with issues of criminality, political interference, corruption in the justice system. So I believe that, the issue of General Jacobs is neither here nor there at this point, because, as you say, he did not appear. So I'm here, I'm appearing. And as a South African, I want to contribute to this process so that Parliament, the committee, when it reaches its whatever decisions, whatever recommendations, or whatever it imposes on the executive, I am one of those people that have participated in the process.
No, we do commend and thank you for making yourself available. I would just, and not to speak for myself and obviously not for the Honourable Committee, would just be concerned that these allegations directly concern or mainly concern General Jacobs. He may or may not be aware of the allegations you make against him. And it would be better to ask him to respond to the allegations that you make, because we certainly won't have the capacity or the space within the limited time available to us to call him to give evidence. And whether the Honourable Committee should obviously note the contents of your affidavit.
Chairperson, the Honourable Committee can decide. I can't prescribe what the Honourable Committee must do. But from where I'm sitting, as I say, that the issue is not necessarily about General Jacobs. The issue is the system that I think really needs to be, changed for the betterment of the people of South Africa. I'll give you an example. Crime intelligence has been unstable for as long as I can remember. Maybe after the departure of General Mulangi Mpeho as acting divisional commissioner, it has been unstable ever since. So the issue is not necessarily the person, but the system, how we appoint even the people that are, given responsibilities to be divisional commissioners. And Jacobs happens to be those people who have been divisional commissioners. And I was there when he was in the space. And I may say that it is not only General Jacobs that I discuss in this affidavit. There is General Ngobo, who was also divisional commissioner. I made mention, I think, of General Mahele, who was divisional commissioner, acting divisional commissioner.
How long were you in this position?
Technically, okay, I was removed from the position, and I've spent about close to 6 years.
6 years.
Without any position, without working. And I think it's there in my affidavit. And this is as a result of the protected disclosures that I've made, which some have resulted in arrests of people. But in the main, my removal had more to do with the ANC conference. So yes, I've been.
Which conference?
The one that elected President Ramaphosa in Nasrec, 2017. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So can we agree, or certainly we had this discussion during the lunchtime, the direct allegations against General Jacobs And in the limited time we have available, focus on what you regard as the problem areas within that part of crime intelligence where you were employed, but you didn't seem to have some designated position.
No, that is fine, Chairperson. What I'm saying actually is that I was employed as a financial services aide. So I was responsible for agent administration. I was responsible for funding intelligence operations and the like. So as a result, I uncovered, so much corruption, and I was removed by Jacobs on a temporary basis, which only takes 90 days. And then after that, I was transferred to a position which does not exist at Crime Intelligence. And then subsequent to that, I was dismissed for being absent from work for more than a month. And I must state as well that I was dismissed by junior members of the police, which is unheard of in the police. So I drafted an extensive affidavit to abuse, chronism, and corruption by Lieutenant General Kumalo, the use of SR vehicles.
You also mentioned under, I'm now moving on, Honorable Chair, honorable members, to the thick affidavit.
Yes.
And there's a contents page. You talk about judicial corruption and or misconduct. That's at page 47. And what is of interest there that you actually mention some names?
You're saying, sir?
I say you mentioned some names of 2 judges.
Oh, yes. I mentioned names of one thing I may add maybe is that General Stolle, for instance, had promised the politicians, the condition of his appointment was that he was going to use some of those monies to fund this conference for one of the factions in that particular conference. So this is something that is under investigation, and I think Mr. McBride also touched on this particular ANC conference. And I may add that General Stolle went to the point of even constitutional court because he was refusing to release some of these documents. When I think IPID was challenging him to release the documents, and he ended up in the Constitutional Court. And in the Constitutional Court, he says that the minister at the time, Mr. Fikile Mbalula, was the one basically who requested him to buy this thing because there was some security risk.
Yeah, because I wanted to ask you on what authority, on what basis did General Satoli, who was then National Commissioner, did he request or ask you or instruct you to make the monies available for the grabber?
Yes, I was called to a hotel in Pretoria called Courtyard Hotel. And I met the supplier there. One of his two two of his lieutenant generals, General Fuma and General Tsumane, were in that particular meeting, as well as General Ngobo, who was the divisional commissioner for crime intelligence at the time. And a service provider called Mr. Inban Kistia. And he's been arrested now. He's going on trial soon. I was tasked to basically process that transaction for 45 million, and I refused, but I gave the generals reasons why, it can be done. And then the following day, to cut a very long story short, in fact, I went to see Brigadier Clearly at the time, legal advisor for crime intelligence, to seek advice. Then he advised me not to get involved, and to just, as I already did, just to tell the generals, what the problems are with that transaction. But we went to see General Stolle the following day. We met at the police college, and the general insisted that, this transaction must go on. If it meant that we speak to Mr. Malusi Kigaba at the time, finance minister, then we should do that, And then the transaction was eventually stopped by the IPID because we reported to the IPID that there's this thing that is going on.
Did you report? Did you say we?
Yes, I'm saying we because I know my colleague, Brigadier Twili, spoke to IPID. I also spoke to IPID. We spoke to IPID separately.
Who was then the executive director of IPID?
The executive director was Mr. McBride, Mr. Robert McBride.
And did you speak to him personally or directly, or to one of his other colleagues?
I spoke to one of his other colleagues, but from time to time, of course, I will talk to him. But on this particular one, I spoke to one of his colleagues, and I also reported.
Who was that?
I think, if I'm not mistaken, it was Mr. Soko. But I also spoke to, before then, Mr. Nkabinde, who just responded, with, he said, Wololo, So, but later on, we discovered that he did not send that message. He did not, relay the message to the management of the IPID.
So, and that disclosure to IPID, was that a formal complaint, or did you regard that as a protected disclosure?
The issue at the time, Chairperson, was to stop the transaction because the pressure was too much, and the only people that could stop that transaction, because already they were investigating some other matters relating to crime intelligence. The matter that I just told you about, that is in the courts right now. So they were the most reliable people at the time. So we thought to ourselves that, well, I didn't speak to Brick clearly about reporting, but I spoke to the IPID people, and then they dealt with the matter. And maybe to add, I also spoke to the Inspector General of Intelligence. Yeah, and he was a very effective Inspector General. And
Who was it then?
Dr. Dindwe. Dr. Dindwe, yes. Yeah, so the transaction was stopped.
So the transaction was stopped, or were you stopped?
The payment could not go ahead, could not proceed to be paid to the
Without your
without my approval, of course, but after IP wrote to General Stolle because he wanted something in writing. He decided that no, we can't go ahead because the IP has instructed them to stop.
Now, that evidence information that you're giving us, certainly from what you're telling us, is within your direct knowledge.
Yes, it is within my direct knowledge because I mean, the main actor there, everybody else got involved because of me. Yes.
Yeah. I'm just asking because we with the limited time that we have. Honorable Chair, can I just check with you? I was going to half an hour with this witness and another half an hour with Mr. Mlandu. Did you say 6:15? Thank you. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Because some of the other matters that are raised in your affidavit, and from the index we can see there's like 36 other topics. I think we have not quite agreed because it may still be raised by any of the honorable members, but in relation to Jacobs, because we're not calling him, and because he needs to be made aware of these allegations, not going to deal with it, and a number of those items are on your list, but just one or two of interest. As I said, you mentioned the judicial corruption and misconduct, which is at page 47.
Yes.
From paragraph 149. And then, and this is in the context of a matter that came before the High Court. And then at paragraph 154, you mention the names of one acting judge.
Yes, sir.
And one judge, permanent judge, heard the matter and delivered the judgment without you. And then you say, I strongly believe that the two justices were briefed to frustrate me further by ensuring that this matter does not come to a conclusion. I do not know whether the justices have been bribed to conduct themselves in this particular manner and do not want to speculate, but this is judicial corruption and/or misconduct. There is no case on record in South Africa where a criminal appeal was ever heard without the involvement of the respondent. It is also clear that the two justices did not read the record of proceedings because they would surely have reached would not have reached such a verdict, despite the fact that I was not involved in the appeal process. The witnesses of the state completely exonerated me.
Yes, Chairperson. As I say, that as a fallout from the Nazareth conference, I was arrested and detained. I went through a trial which lasted for a very long time. You know, the allegation was that I had given instruction for money to be transferred into a personal bank account. And then that I have backdated a deviation letter, and therefore it was fraud. So, short story is that the money usually in crime intelligence, people apply for advances for whatever purposes, and they usually receive the money in cash. The reason, for obvious reasons, I mean, it's an intelligence environment. And the money was to be used for an executive management meeting for 3 days. So the applicant asked for the cash to be transferred into the advance cash to be transferred into her personal bank account, and it was not even my initiative. But then I agreed as the section head to say one of my subordinates asked if the money could be transferred into the account. I said yes. So the treasury regulations, I think 15.12.3, say that all payments above 10,000 rand must be made through electronic transfer. And failure to do that is a financial misconduct. So there was nothing wrong that I have done in terms of the money being transferred into the personal account instead of being given in cash. And the issue of deviation as well, the irregular expenditure framework, I think updated irregular expenditure framework at the time required that if there is a potential irregular expenditure, you can either correct it or backdate it. I mean, not backdate, condone it, as long as you do it in accordance with the accounting standard that is applicable. So that accounting standard that they use at the Secret Services account says expenditure is incurred on the date that okay, the date of payment is the date that expenditure is authorized on the financial system. So the date of payment had not yet occurred. So hence I backdated to correct the possible irregular expenditure. So those were the charges against me.
Is that the 50,000?
Yes, and then
But you were then, yeah, because we need to move a bit
okay.
with
Sorry,
speed.
sorry.
You were acquitted.
I was acquitted.
In fact, you were discharged at the end of the state case.
Yes, I was.
That 174 discharge. In
Correct.
other words, there was
Yes.
not even the state that led any evidence against you. And you say at paragraph 149 that Lieutenant General Kumalo was very upset with your acquittal.
Yeah,
that seems
before he responds to that one of General Kumar, there is something he wanted to say about his employment situation. I think you cut him before concluding.
I'm sorry, my apologies.
Yeah. Do you still want to say what you wanted to say about?
I think I can, for the sake of time, Mr. Chairperson, I mean, Honorable Chairperson, I can say at the end of
if you are.
No,
fine.
I'm just saying,
Uh,
at any stage, if you feel there is something that you want to say,
Okay.
we must not put you pressure because of time.
Okay, Chair.
You get it?
Yes, Honorable
Yeah,
Chairperson.
I'm just saying because the SC is trying as much as he can to get the juicy stuff out of you.
Yes.
Oh, but if you feel like there is something you want to say, don't feel suffocated. Do you hear what I'm saying?
I hear what you say.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Okay.
Mr. Shlangwani, yeah, you want to leave that other juicy bit to the end?
Uh, Chair, yes, indeed. I got a call from one of my colleagues my senior colleagues actually at Crime Intelligence, who was in a meeting with General Kumalo. And he relayed the message to me. This was before the appeal by the state. He relayed the message to me to say this man is very, very angry about your acquittal because he believes that you're going to have to come back. And I must say that, when I was temporarily transferred, I was not transferred for the issue of the 50,000 because it was heard in the disciplinary internal disciplinary, and I was acquitted even on that way before the trial. So, but yeah, General Kumalo was not happy about it because he did not want me to go back to the Secret Services account, and he felt, and even in the court papers, because we had court applications, but I'll discuss that later. Even in the court papers, he said that I cannot allow him back at work because the NPA is appealing his matter, and I do not want him to interfere with witnesses. But the state has closed its case already. So, and ironically, Chairperson, when General Kumalo was arrested for what many believe to be HR matters, although HR matters are also in the Corruption Act, are covered in the Corruption Act.
That's the arrest by the
IDEC.
Yes.
Yes.
IDEC.
Yeah. So ironically, he wanted to go back to work because he says no, his rights were being infringed. But with me, he did not want me to go back to my position because he knows that when I was there, we were able to run that account to the best of our abilities, but ensuring that it funds the legitimate operations. And whenever there was an issue of corruption, I did not hesitate to open a case so that they are investigated. And IDEC has a lot of those cases that I've opened.
Okay. I'm not sure, but perhaps one of the honorable members will establish this, but I'm not sure that we heard from the executive director of IDEC, Advocate Johnson, that cases other than that HR matter was in fact pursued by them.
Chairperson, maybe if I may say, the case that one of the cases I referred to, I think Mr. McBride spoke about it when he was here. The cases of Daldalas and Ribja of iView integrated system, where General Pahlane is one of the
Excuse me, is one of the accused, and I do have a lot of respect for him, but he's one of the accused.
But that didn't go to, just clarify, didn't go to IDEC. I mean, subsequently, there's been the matter is going to a criminal court for the criminal courts.
Yes, it went to IPID initially, and then and it was uncovered by me, by the way, in the course of my duties. It went to IPID. IPID investigated, and when Mr. Bekicele came, the whole cases were taken to IDEC, and mainly because, with all due respect, they were going to be neutralized. And if you want me to elaborate on that later on, I can do that.
Okay. Now, clearly there's some, or there appear to be, from what you're saying thus far, some sort of bad blood between you and Lieutenant General Kumalo. You also have a section in your affidavit at section 18, honorable members, on the contents page, fraudulent and corrupt appointment of Lieutenant General Kumalo. That's at page 76.
Chairperson,
just before you proceed, how much of what you say or allege do you have direct personal knowledge?
Chairperson, maybe if I may say first that the bad blood between me and General Kumalo is in there. I don't have any bad blood.
Yeah, no, I just said it appears, and if it's not the case, then I'm quite happy with your answer.
Okay. So, Chairperson, I was approached by, as one of the senior managers, by the individuals who had direct knowledge to this issue, and they complained about how they've been they were put under pressure to grant General Kumalo a security clearance. I spoke to Brigadier Cili, the legal advisor at the time, and only to find that some of the members spoke to him, and he made a complaint to the Inspector General of Intelligence. And the Inspector General confirmed these allegations that are contained here. And the Inspector General.
And who's the Inspector General now?
Mr. Imzia, is it? Mr. Fazal Imtiaz.
Imtiaz.
Yes.
Is that now you refer to? Is that what you refer to on page 84, paragraph K? There's reference to the Office of the Inspector General of Intelligence investigated the issuance of the security clearance of Lieutenant General Kumalo and made a finding that it must be revoked, which meant that Kumalo no longer had a security clearance certificate and was not supposed to be at Crime Intelligence as Divisional Commissioner.
Yes, Honorable Chairperson, and I must say that Honorable Julius Malema asked him when he was here about the security clearance issue, and he indicated that he has 2 security clearances. So, Chairperson, I want to submit that, it's impossible for anybody to have 2 security clearances. The reason is that he's one from the one that he received first from the police was fraudulent, and the IG, made recommendations that this security clearance must be revoked because it's fraudulent, and state security must, because he's a divisional commissioner. So in terms of the National Strategic Intelligence Act, the head of the service, in this case, the Divisional Commissioner of Crime Intelligence, is the only one, or his delegate is the only one in the police that can grant or revoke or, refuse a security clearance. So because he was a divisional commissioner, his clearance could not be done by the police anymore. And then it had to go to the state security. And then, of course, he subsequently received a security
That's what you
clearance.
say in the next paragraph.
Yes.
That you learned that he received a new security clearance from the State Security Agency on 24 September 2024.
Yes, sir. Yes, Chairperson, yeah. That is why he said he has 2 security clearances.
Did you, this finding or the outcome of the investigation by IGI and the findings, did you see that yourself, or did you have access to it?
Chairperson, I worked in the intelligence space. So a whole lot of things, come to my attention as one of the senior managers in the intelligence space. So I think that is how I'm going to answer it.
And just under this heading, you talk about the fraudulent and corrupt promotion and appointment of Lieutenant General Kumalo. Again, can I ask, is this from your own personal experience, or is this information received from third parties or gleaned from other information?
I'll answer it this way.
The reason why I ask you,
yes,
is also that it will be apparent from your affidavit from paragraph 264 on
Yes.
page 76 through to, sorry, it's quite a lengthy section through to page 84, paragraph J.
Yeah.
That it's a mix of information you received and some almost legal submissions.
Chairperson, I'll answer it this way. If you check paragraph 270, page 78.
278.
Page 78, paragraph 270, page 78.
That's on page 80.
Yes, on page 78.
Oh, page 78.
Yes, sir.
Paragraph
270.
270, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if you check here, Chairperson, I'm talking to the regulation here, what the regulation says, how in 270 and 271, how an appointment of a person, a senior manager, outside of the normal advertising process must work, So, for instance, the promotion has to be done, of course, with them, with the minister in terms of the regulations 47M and 47N. And the person, there must be exceptional circumstances that warrant a deviation from advertising the post of, Divisional Commissioner Crime Intelligence. So this post was not advertised. General Kumalo was just appointed without the advertisement of the post. And I believe that it is the same with how he became a major general. So, for the position of Divisional Commissioner for Crime Intelligence, I continue to say that he did not have the experience. And you will see when we discuss later, if we're going to get there, he did not have the experience in the intelligence environment in senior management. And he only served a year in crime intelligence. I think when General Mkhwanazi became an acting national commissioner, he appointed General Masemula as acting divisional head for crime intelligence. And General Masemula brought.
That was now already in 2011, 2012.
Yes. Brought the then Brigadier Kumalo as acting component head for counterintelligence, and I indicated how he left that post of acting component head of crime of counterintelligence. So he just has at most 1 year experience at senior management at crime intelligence.
Okay. So your submission is at 272 that the appointment of General Kumalo was in contravention of the employment regulations. He was appointed, you say, without the post being advertised. And you say, you allege that it was motivated by favoritism due to his friendship with Mr. Beki Kele and the current National Commissioner, General Masemola.
Yes, there were no exceptional circumstances, as I already indicated, in terms of the regulation 47N of the SAPS employment regulations 2018. So it could only have been favoritism.
Okay. So you were acquitted of those charges, fraud and theft, at the end of the state case, but that was then appealed. And it came before the 2 judges that you mentioned, and the appeal was upheld, and your dismissal was confirmed. I don't understand how that could be the logical outcome of you facing charges.
Yeah.
You were acquitted. The acquittal is appealed. 2 judges upholds the appeal. What happens to your job?
Okay. So, Chairperson, what happened in this matter is that NPA was pressurized to appeal the matter, and they took advantage of the fact that I was self-represented in the trial. So what happened is that the matter was heard without my knowledge, and the judges, as I would expect, of, for lack of a better word, of sober judges, would have indicated that, look,
Did you know the matter was set down for hearing?
I didn't even know.
And you were, so the matter was heard without you being notified that the matter is going to be heard, and 2 was heard without you being present or being represented.
Yes.
To present any
Chairperson.
counter arguments.
Yes, yes, Chairperson. And what happened in this situation is that I was served with a notice of appeal. And the notice was, interestingly served at crime intelligence offices. And then I communicated with the advocate, the prosecutor on this matter, Mr. Mulashwa Mashuka. And I think if you are interested, we can speak about him a bit. I know Mr. McBride also spoke about him. Mr. Mulashwa Mashuka, I sent him an email to say, please, if you want to serve me something, just touch base with me and I will come through, or either way, my home. I mean, they arrested me, they came to my home when they arrested and detained me. So Mr. Mashuka acknowledged the letter, but things still went to crime intelligence, the record of proceedings. But then when it came to the matter being heard, I received absolutely nothing. And by the way, Chairperson, I was not dismissed by junior employees for this matter because it was in the internal hearing. I was acquitted as well. So the matter that I was dismissed for is that I was not at work for, for more than a month. Yes. So it was a board of inquiry, and I talked to it here. How my
You were dismissed for desertion.
Basically, yes, and wrongly so. The act as well as the regulations that govern that were not even adhered to, because there's no way that in the subs I'm considered an employer. There's no way that an employer could be dismissed by his subordinates.
Okay. Honorable Chair, I probably underestimated the time I would spend with Mr. Shlungwane. But if you want me to pause there, I suppose the honorable members will pursue some other aspects of his affidavit or his evidence.
Yeah. Well,
Can I just round off with one aspect?
With him?
With Mr. Shlungwane, yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
I thought you have come to an end, so I wanted to check with him if there was something he wanted to say.
Yeah. It's just the, can I refer to page 123, paragraph 432?
Okay. 120.
Maybe work from that bundle that you got from.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes. Okay. 123. Yes, sir.
Page paragraph 432.
Oh, okay.
This is about the 250 agents, ghost employees.
Oh, yes. Paragraph. Sorry.
You say that when giving evidence in the ad hoc committee, Lieutenant General Kumalo claimed that he had resurfaced the infamous 250 agents that were appointed during Lieutenant General Mluli's era. And I submit that this is not correct, as not all of the 250 officials that were employed were agents.
That is true, Chairperson. The 250 employees, the infamous 250, were not all agents. Majority of them were just workers. What happened in the system is that what they will normally do. So if I want to after that 250, And that is where members of certain infamous family were also appointed in the 250. But majority of them are not were not agents, but were related to other family members of other senior managers. I worked with a whole lot of them, if I may also add, Chairperson. So, and I say it's true that the general resurfaced some agents, and we give him credit for that. But my belief is that the real hero of the story here is the Inspector General of Intelligence, Dr. Dindwe, who was pushing General Jacobs as well as General Mfazi, the late General Mfazi, to say these people must be resurfaced. And what happened subsequent to that is General Mfazi tried to resurface those people. Unfortunately, he passed away before the resurfacing process could be complete. To also give credit to General Jacobs, he resurfaced some of the people, and General Kumalo then came and resurfaced, most importantly, the members of a certain infamous family. So I give him credit for that, but it's not, yeah, correct.
Then just lastly, you do reference very, very briefly at item 32 on page 147, the tender of 360 million to Mr. Matlala.
Yes, sir.
But it seems to be just the one paragraph.
Chairperson,
at paragraph 543, and even though the pages seem to be a bit mixed up when one goes to, it seems to be just the one paragraph.
Chairperson, I would like to read maybe and I'll explain why. I would like to read the section 2 cap A subsection 1.
You say that prospective suppliers for significant tenders like the one won by Mr. Matlala would normally be vetted by crime intelligence in terms of section 2 capital A1 of the National Strategic Intelligence Act.
Yes, Chairperson, I submit that, and I'm just trying to, if you can bear with me just a minute, I want to go to that particular, and I'll explain why this is the case. So paragraph 2 cap A subsection 1 says the relevant members of the national intelligence structures may conduct a vetting investigation in the prescribed manner to determine the security competency of a person if a person is employed by or is an applicant to an organ of the state, or is rendering a service or has given notice of intention to render a service to an organ of state, which service may give him or her access to classified and intelligence information and intelligence in the possession of the organ of the state, or give him access to areas designated national key points in terms of the National Key Points Act. So in this situation, Chairperson, I had everybody, trying to wash their hands of this matter of Mr. Matlala. And I heard in this committee when questions were asked, and as well as the Matlanga, to say, but this person, did you not know that there are these things about them, before you could give them a tender? So I'm saying that during the era of General Pahlane as acting national commissioner, if I may recall, crime intelligence did, although they may not have received, for all, tenders, but did receive, requests to vet the potential service providers. And so,
Well, you're stating as a fact.
yes, I'm
that-
stating
that
as a
Mr.
fact.
Matlala wasn't vetted.
Yeah, I'm stating as a fact that there was no such
And this
vetting.
tender didn't make provision for him because from just listening to what you read, you would need to be vetted if you're going to have access to classified information.
Yes.
Did you know, or do you know whether in the course of winning this tender, that he would have access to classified information?
In the course of winning the tender and rendering the service, he would have, access to confidential information about, individuals. Because remember, he was
But
doing.
would it be classified? There's a difference.
Well, information of employees, and I think General Kumalo summed it well in the Matlanga Commission to say information of employees, personal information is confidential. So that is classification, level 1, of course. So if you were to receive personal information because he did, he was working with personal information, like, if you have BP, you have this and this and that, that is personal. So that is something that should have been.
Thank you, Chair. That's for Mr. Sangwani. I'm not sure if you want to add anything before I move on.
Maybe not for now, Chairperson. Yeah.
Okay. Are you satisfied with the manner in which evidence was led?
Yeah, I was quite satisfied, and I must say that I'm honored because the first time I saw him, he was at the HEFA commission. And I was still quite young then, So it's good to be in front of him.
So
What do I look like, Maruma Morani now, after the year for commission?
Yeah, you do.
So you marvel at the opportunity of rubbing shoulders with the veterans.
Chairperson, it's always great to be amongst the presence of great people. So yeah.
Okay. Can we move to the next witness?
Thank you, Honorable Chair, Honorable Members.
Let's deal with the presentation of evidence. We'll come to clarity questions. Okay.
It's a proposal, Chair. I just want to propose, Chair, with what the Iani Songwani has presented to us. It's huge, Chair. It's going to be very difficult for us to take them both like the others who had, what is it, the 10-page and so forth. And, so my proposal is that I don't know with other members, but I don't think we'll be doing justice to Bazane as well, that we are going to continue with way we agreed yesterday to say we are going to do both. Like, as you have seen, other members were not even aware that what we are going to do today, we are going to have both. You know, the other advocate, if we have Advocate Maketula, I don't think we have done justice to him as well. My proposal is that let's do Hlungwani today and perhaps Dubazane tomorrow, if we have to be frank. Thank you, Chair. That's our proposal. Thank you.
Yeah, no, let's allow the next witness to present, then we'll take decisions thereafter.
So, sorry, Chair, you're directing that we should proceed
Yeah.
with Mr. Mlando. He has indicated, though, just between us, that he could be, or he is available for tomorrow. I tend to think also that there's a mess of information, and it's a substantial affidavit that Mr. Shlungwani has deposed to, and a number of contentious issues where he will be challenged, I'm sure. And given that it's still relatively fresh and not clouded by other issues that will arise from Mr. Mlando's evidence, that it may not be fair to either or both of them to deal with them this evening. And if we could maybe make an earlier start tomorrow, and or just for the rest of the evening ask questions of Mr. Shlungwani and at least get him done.
Okay. No, it's fine. The evidence that has been presented here is too much. And you, from where you are sitting and your experience, you can concur with what I'm saying. It is a lot of evidence. And I do not know if members have had enough time to go through this evidence. And from where I'm sitting, but also considering the overwhelming presentations that are being made here, I was of the view that at this hour, I need to give my members a rest so that they can have time tonight, to go through these documents. And when they come back tomorrow, they are refreshed. And I'm saying this in the light of what Honorable Skosana has said, that we must not be seen to be half-baking processes, but give members time to prepare. And during the day, I made some observations that, when you are overwhelmed with information, you sometimes miss other things. The Chief Whip and Honorable Nomvalo and Honorable Skosana, after they had spoken, they realized that they could have said other things, but because they are overwhelmed by information, they missed the boat. I don't know if what members are feeling, what is the feeling of members that we must call it a day now and resume tomorrow, so that we can have enough time to interact with this. Chief Whip.
Chair, I want to support that suggestion. It was always my view from the beginning, when we received the volumes of documents, that we would not be in the position to have a meaningful engagement with the two gentlemen tonight. But when you said the evidence leader should do his part, and then we engage with the information tomorrow. I was comfortable. So if he also thinks that he can deal with the other issues tomorrow morning, I think we should accept that. So I want to support, was it Skosan? I don't know whether it was Skosan, but I want to support that we adjourn and come back tomorrow, except that, Chair, you may need to verify with all of us who are here how many of us are going to be here tomorrow, given the fact that tomorrow was originally not indicated as one of the days at which we have confirmed witnesses to do. Now that we are doing a confirmation on our own here and now, I think it will be fair that we should confirm the availability of honorable members.
Okay.
Thanks.
Honorable Nombala.
Yeah, no, Chair, we agree with the proposal, but this is how we supplement it. Well, we were feeling during the evidence leaders' time of leading evidence that we are rushing him a little bit, considering the amount of the statement. We would recall that the previous statement, which was long, that we had, I think, when they were leading evidence, they took almost the whole day with his colleague. So I was really asking myself when we were giving him 30 minutes, if really he's going to conclude his business within that 30 minutes. So we supplement this by saying, Chair, the evidence leader at least must finish his part today, if that is suitable with him, if he is ready, so that tomorrow is going to be for members only, so that you will be done with him. I don't know if he's ready, because my reading is that he was rushing, and he even said that some of the aspects will be further taken by members. So the assumption is that he did not finish doing his job, unless he says he's satisfied and he's done. So that is our.
I asked him that question. And he said he was satisfied with the manner in which evidence was led.
So tomorrow is going to be members only. He's
Yeah.
done with his part.
Yeah.
No, if that is the case, then we're fine.
Okay. Honorable Cameron.
Chair, we have a challenge for tomorrow after the changes. After yesterday, we said we wouldn't continue. Flights and everything have been changed, so it makes it a bit more challenging. We agree with the approach mentioned by the Honourable Skosana. If we can possibly, well, as I understood him, that we can possibly finish with Mr. Tlongwane tonight, or at least allow the leading of evidence to be completed. But all of us will not be able to be here tomorrow, unfortunately, Chair.
Yeah, no, Mr. Tlongwane has completed the presentation.
Yeah, so possibly we can put questions and complete that tonight, then it's at least one part that's finished.
Okay. Honorable Matthews.
Chair, we agree with the recommendation that, yeah, we come tomorrow, and that we do the second witness with the evidence leader, and then tomorrow we engage the witnesses individually. And I just think, just for guidance, so we can also be better prepared. I mean, we've got a whole stack of documents from the witnesses, but there were so many changes on which witnesses were appearing, so it was also difficult for us to know who's going to show up today, because but it wasn't just them as well. So if we can just have more clarity so we can prepare better. But in the case of tomorrow, if it's just going to be these two witnesses,
it's going
I
to
think
be
we'll
this
be
two
able
tomorrow.
to. Yeah, but I'm just explaining why today it was a bit messy, because we didn't know who was actually going to show up. And who was on the program is not here today as well. Thank you, Chair.
Agreed. That is a valid point. Bangazita.
Well, thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I would support the proposal that has been actually advanced, that the evidence leader finishes today and then tomorrow members actually start interacting with the witnesses.
Okay.
Thank you.
Honorable Souls.
Chair, I've expressed this before and I'll express it again. I'm very, very concerned about the fact that there's this rush. It's this atmosphere of rushing. And I don't understand why. We've always said that we are not a sub to the Madlanga Commission. But we are running through this process like tomorrow is not coming. I feel like we are not giving enough attention to our work. We've also committed that we'll even come on weekends. But now we're having discussions about not being available on a weekday. And this is concerning to me. I agree with the proposal for questioning tomorrow. With that, I want to supplement it with re-asking the question that I asked the last time. Chairperson, can we please revert back to how we did it when we started, where you gave us an allocated time, but the testimony of the witness did not eat on the time. This allowed us to probe and cross-examine properly. It made us feel, or at least myself feel, that we are doing justice to the work. So if we're going to go through these documentation and prepare tomorrow, we can't come and then we have to rush through questions and we haven't really probed in detail as we would want to. So maybe also, because it wasn't done the last time, maybe Chair, you can put it to the House. And if the House majority feels that we shouldn't, and then I think I'll rest. But at least put it to the House, whether or not there's agreement that we should go back to our initial model. Thank you.
Honorable Vessels.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. In principle, I agree with the proposal that we continue tomorrow. I do also agree that especially the current witness, but also the other witnesses' statements and affidavits are lengthy. And I also agree with the sentiment that we couldn't actually prepare as we should have. So I don't think it's going to be fruitful to continue tonight. But on a personal level, I also have to tender my apology for tomorrow. And it's not because of willy-nilly not availability on a weekday. The changing of schedules does make it very, very difficult, Chairperson. And we all have other commitments. We're chairpersons of other committees. We're members of other committees. We have other responsibilities. And because of the uncertainty with regards to tomorrow, I committed to certain other obligations that I have been postponing. And I can't now change that. So I tender my apology, but I do agree. And I also agree with the Honourable Souls to revert back to the way that we conducted it in the beginning with the answers of the witnesses not eating away at the time. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable James.
I support the proposal. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Can those members who are here tomorrow please raise your hands? Okay. The meeting will still have a quorum. Honorable Cameron, how many of you are ready to ask questions now?
We are all ready, Chair. It's just two of us. I don't think the Honorable Carla Barnard has questions. It's just myself and the Honorable Klopper.
Okay. Yeah, I think the rest of the members will continue tomorrow. And it's fair, members, that we must allow the two speakers to ask those questions. And then we close the meeting, we will proceed tomorrow. Honorable Shongwe.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry to disturb you. Chair, I have a concern here that I would like to raise. When you check on the statement on page 55, there's about 4 or 5 pages where the complainant is complaining about Honorable Cameron. So I don't think it's fair, Chair, where Honorable Cameron will stand to question the complainant now, or even in this regard on this statement. I think in some of our terms and references that we spoke about, where Honorable Adams and the other Honorable were subjected not to be part of this committee because of such. So I don't know whether we can look at this matter, Chair. Sorry if I taking you back. Thank you.
Yeah, no, we discussed that matter a long time ago. We went past it. The decision of the committee has been that, including the legal opinion that was given, that there is nothing preventing members of parliament and members of the committee to participate. There is no restriction in the rules of parliament that if there is anything that has to be done post this process, is for parliament to go back and look at its rules and everything. Honorable Sols.
No, Chair, firstly, you must remember at that meeting, it's not all the members that agreed with that approach. So I just want to reiterate that we still believe that it's a conflict of interest then, and we maintain now it's a conflict of interest. Two, Chair, you seem to have overlooked my request to have an understanding of, as of tomorrow, when we come as members to ask, what will be the model, what will be the approach of questioning?
We will announce that tomorrow when we start.
Are we going to make a decision on it, or you're just going to make an announcement?
Yeah. That is what you said in the terms of that the chair has the discretion. And if you don't agree with my discretion, you are always allowed to persuade me. I'm not a difficult person, you know.
Definitely, Chair. I'm just wondering why we cannot do it.
No, I'm reading the mood in the house, and I always know what you want, and I will give you what you want.
Okay, Chair.
Yeah. Honorable Nomval.
Chair, I think the legal services maybe needs to assist us in this regard, because if my memory serves me well, the agreement or the position that we took as this committee is that in relation to the matter of Honorable Kolapanat, when the committee deals with a matter involving her, he will be excused. He will be excused. Only at that time, we said we're not going to apply a blanket approach of saying he is excused on the basis that he was mentioned by General Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi. We said only at that time when we deal with a matter involving her. So I don't remember us taking a position, Chair, that you have alluded to, but the legal services is here. They must not be, because now they are quiet as if they were not They are not the ones who gave us that advice. They must speak. Andy, let's speak.
There is, Andile, are you laughing at the intention to overthrow the chairperson? Manifest intention. Honorable Skosan.
For me, Chair, I'm going to make another proposal again. That tomorrow, as you know, we're supposed to have Mokotsi. Unfortunately, for whatever reasons, which he said to us, which doesn't make sense, but it's a debate for another day. If other members are not here, Chair, like Honorable Malema is not here, and other members tomorrow are not here, we are going to continue with the work which we're supposed to do here. And those who are not in here, it's unfortunate that they are not in. But to allow other members, because tomorrow are not here, we are setting a bad precedent. Because tomorrow I'm going to say the same, that because I'm not coming, can I ask a question to today? For me, let's maintain, Chair, that if a member is not here, it's unfortunate. They will forfeit their chance of asking we witnesses or our guest here. That would be my proposal. But to say that people, because tomorrow they are not here, they must ask, I don't think it's fair, Chair. Thank you.
Honorable Souls.
No, on that one, I disagree, Chair. I feel that the members that wants to ask today, because of those reasons, although I disagree with us not being available on a weekday, or not us, the members, my colleagues, because we've committed to be available. This is priority. But notwithstanding that, I think it would be unfair not to allow them to ask questions today.
Well, look, we must be informed by theories of reasonableness. And I said it here when we started on Tuesday that from the report that I got from the Secretariat was that there were going to be many apologies on Thursday. And they were informed by you as members that the portfolio committee of, what did you say, did you say justice, was having an oversight and 4 members of this committee may not be available. So once that information comes to the fore, members make their own arrangements. For instance, if we check all of you now, you may find that you have already booked yourself out of Cape Town tomorrow evening or on Friday morning, or you are planning to do that. If tomorrow, this time, I say to you, I want to hear on Friday, you say no, but it's not possible, Chair, because the understanding was that we are concluding on Thursday, isn't it? So let's be reasonable. I think the point that I think Honorable Nomvalo may be correct, which Andile may have to remind us. What was our decision on that one? Because I remember we said members can recuse themselves from the committee, but Honorable Nomvalo is making an addition to say further than that, Chair, this is what we said. Is that the correct reflection, Honorable? Mr.
I'm not honorable, Chair.
Eh? No, I call you honorable because I see a conspiracy between you and Nomvalo to overthrow me.
Honorable Chairperson and honorable members, Honorable Nomvalo is correct, Chair. If you can go to our opinion, we even isolate the point in which Honorable Kola Panat should not be partaking in these proceedings. It's 4.1.14.
Okay.
So I think the principle is that you are correct, Chairperson, in terms of the recusal principle and the rules But the issue is that if you are directly, implicated, you can't also be participating in that particular aspect.
To what extent is Honorable Cameron is he directly implicated by the statement of the witness? Because that is what we must do, so that we also do not unfairly disadvantage him.
Look, Chair, I think for good order, but of course, I think Honorable Cameron can also be given an opportunity to state, his views. But as I said, Chair, if the honorable member, certain allegations have been raised against him.
That is the part. That is the part that has not been said. Maybe what we should do is to allow the witness to hear if he indeed implicates him directly, because that that is also qualified. It says directly implicated. Can we hear from you? Is the evidence implicating Honorable Cameron?
To an extent, of his conduct as a member, as a chairperson of the committee on policing, it does. I'm just making a remark about him and what he did to me that offended me, and I did send him an email after that particular incident. But I'll talk to it when the time comes, Chairperson, if you want.
No. We want to understand, because we must determine if we must allow him to ask you questions or not.
Okay.
So if you can give us the details of your interface, and how do you have him directly implicated in a...
So when I was dismissed, I think it was in the papers that I was dismissed, and I think it was framed as subs crime intelligence whistleblower dismissed, something like that, and he responded in his is it Facebook, and he made comments to the effect that, look, it's more like good riddance. He's not a whistleblower, and given my knowledge of how he is involved with some people in that environment, how some people are feeding him information in that environment, I took offense about that, because he is a member of the portfolio committee, who should be impartial, and when he's when he's a chairperson of the portfolio committee, he's not just representing a political party, just like yourself, chairperson. You are impartial, and you are seen to be impartial. So when you get involved in issues that you do not know about, especially matters in crime intelligence, because there are some people who, for instance, I'll give you another example that is here. A whistleblower, Miss Patricia Marshall, I think she published some, it was an information note to the National Commissioner, and there were 3 members. I only remember the name of Honorable James and Mr. Cameron. And those 3 members, there was an issue of them
Honorable Cameron,
Oh, yes, Honorable Cameron, my apologies.
because you must also be seen to be impartial.
I agree, Chairperson. Thanks. So, Honorable James, the SAPS crime intelligence indicated that, you know, they were to have this security threat assessment done on them. So they recommended that, look, the other two can have their security threat assessment done by state security, and rightly so. But on Mr. Cameron, I mean, on Honorable Cameron, they decided to do the security threat assessment, and they made some recommendation, which I think it's here on this particular. So, and my belief is that it is because the reason they did that, because crime intelligence is not supposed to conduct security assessment on a threat assessment on members of parliament. You know, the reason they did that, it was because he is the, you know, he is their ally in the committee. You know, and he's been consistent in attacking members outside of that particular faction, for instance. You know,
Honorable Cameron.
Honorable Cameron, yes. And I'll talk to that when we deal with the issue, when I'm dealing with the issue. So, and I do not have any social media chairperson. So somebody brought it to my attention that this is what Honorable Cameron is saying about you. And I do not know Honorable Cameron, you know. I only know him from certain matters. When he was young, I would like to believe, you know. So that is the situation. So I even sent him an email.
So where you stand, you justifiably feel that he's preconceived about you.
I do, Chairperson, but I do not have an issue with him cross-examining me or whatever the case might be. You know, I don't have an issue with that. So
Yeah.
I'll just let you, as the chairperson.
But it's not about you. It's
Yeah.
about the South African public. A person of interest or any institution can question the fairness of our process.
I hear you, Honorable Chairperson. I'll just leave it to you and the honorable members. But for me personally, I have nothing to hide or anything like that. You know, I'm free. I'm willing to answer any question that will be posed to me in any manner. So I'll leave it to you, sir.
Okay. But I think let's give Honorable Cameron, let's hear him out, and then I will announce how we move forward.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I think just a few points to start with. Firstly, regarding the potential conflict of interest, there are other members on this committee that, for example, laid criminal charges against people that we've questioned, but still continued with questioning. When you asked the witness just now, Mr. Hlongwane, whether he had any evidence, from what I see, there's no evidence here. In fact, Chair, if you read some of the bits of the statement and you read quite, just general bits of his entire affidavit, one of the first things he says is that Ian Cameron, who has a history of bigotry and racism to attack me and other senior police officers in exchange for gratification in the form of bodyguards and possibly other stuff. Now, Honorable James and I had this discussion earlier when she asked me how could I be sitting on the sidewalk at a coffee shop this morning with everyone driving past. Isn't there a security risk? And there are many more examples, Chair, where the Mr. Tlungwani, as well as the said person that he mentioned earlier on social media, amongst other places, indicated that I had illegal blue light protection. And I jokingly said that they must be so undercover, I haven't even met them yet. So, Chair, there were allegations made that, in my opinion, are wild allegations. And I would also like to say that if I look at the statement, it's important that the witness knows that he could be charged for perjury, for lying under oath. Because if we look at the statement, specifically point 544 on page 155, there are specific factual errors there, amongst others that I was a student when he got to know me at the University of Pretoria. Now, he just told us that he doesn't know me. There he tells us that he does know me. I've never met him in my life. Yes, I did welcome his dismissal from the South African Police Service. There's no reason why I cannot welcome that if I've got a certain belief. He may not agree with that. I didn't continue to say a word about him. And I've been receiving, and I can send them to the committee, but I've never responded to him. There are probably 4 or 5 emails where I keep getting called names by Mr. Tlungwane from a UK Yahoo address, where he tells me how incompetent I am at my job. Now, we might differ on opinions, but I don't think there's any reason for me not to question, especially with regards to all the factual blunders in his affidavit that I can disprove within seconds. So I don't think there's any conflict, Chair. There are many questions that I want to ask that are completely unrelated to the baseless allegations that he makes against me. And generally speaking, in the police, people know me of all creeds and cultures, and I've never been accused of any of the things that he says here. And I believe the majority of the people in the committee also know that. So, yeah, Chair, I'll leave it to you. If there's an issue with me questioning, I'd gladly share my questions with the Honourable Kola Barnard or with the Honourable Klopper. I must just lastly say, Chair, that the utterance made about bigotry and racism, I do take exception to, and I want to again remind the witness that lying under oath is a criminal offence. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. He had said that he doesn't have any issue with you questioning him. And I hear you saying that you don't have any problem sharing your questions with the Honorable Kola Barnard. Is that correct?
That's correct, Chair.
Yeah. Can I persuade you to share those questions with Honorable Kola Barnard?
Gladly, Chair. If she's comfortable with that, then I will
Yeah.
gladly share them with her.
And I want to thank you so much for your understanding. This is how we should conduct ourselves in circumstances where eyebrows may be raised. Honorable Souls, I see your hand is up.
Apologies, Chair. Sorry, Chair. I just want to close with a sentence. Something that I noted that I didn't mention in my response is the mentioning of a threat and risk assessment that was done on myself and my family.
Yeah.
And I want to put it on record here tonight, as I've done previously, is that I don't know if Mr. Tlungwane was responsible for it, but the information note on that threat and risk assessment of myself and my family was placed on social media in December of 2024. Now, all of the members sitting here, I've spoken to the Honourable Skosana about it. Several members in this committee know about it. It not only places me at risk, but it places my family at risk.
Yeah.
And Mr. Tlungwane must understand me when I'm warning him tonight that if he ever mentions my family again, he will have a significantly tough time in his future. Thank you, Chair.
Chairperson.
You are not threatening him, Honorable Cameron. Honorable Cameron.
Yes, Chair.
You are not threatening him. You just say,
Not at all, Chair. I'm just saying that
in the event things like this happen, you will look for any recourse available within South African law.
120%, and there is quite a bit of recourse. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah.
Chair, may I please respond
Yeah.
briefly? You know, I haven't distributed, as I say, I'm not on social media. The honorable member made statements about me, you know, the fact that I'm not the whistleblower and all that. He does not know that I'm not the whistleblower. He is not the authority on whistleblowing. Whistleblowing is legislated in terms of the Protected Disclosure Act. And I have not been making wild allegations against him. I am making allegations against him here. And I'm saying, Chairperson, I stand by the allegations I'm making here in the affidavit that I make. And I don't know where he was reading, but
Yeah, no, it's fine.
Yeah.
You stand by your statement.
I stand by it,
The
Chairperson.
members will engage with you.
Yeah.
They will probe you and check if the validity of your statement. I don't think it's a problem. Look, what gives me comfort is that he has agreed that he will not ask your questions. And I don't think it's a problem. Honorable Sauls.
Chair, this is extremely shocking to me. Honorable Cameron and others are treated with kid gloves here. This is procedurally wrong. I want to state for the record again, what we just saw here. Honorable Cameron is the judge here. He is stating, he's making an allegation and saying he wants to advise the witness. He must not lie under oath. He's saying the witness is lying under oath. The witness took an oath here. The Honorable Cameron, procedurally, we should hear the witness. That's allegations. This is allegations. If Honorable Cameron wants to say it's a lie, he should take the stand there and show us the lies. I said from the beginning, the terms of reference of our committee says that if there's an allegation, we should test the veracity of it. We said if General Mkwanazi named someone in the committee, they must go and clear it up by sitting there and clearing up the allegation. Similarly now, we have a witness before us that makes strong allegations here. Chair, you allow Honorable Cameron to respond to that by saying the witness is lying.
No.
He should have had an opportunity to do that on the stand as well. I maintain it's on the committee and yourself, Chair, but I just want to reiterate what we said right from the beginning.
Yeah.
These members,
No.
the members that please allow me to finish, Chair.
Yeah,
Members
I agree with what you are saying, but there is a way to conclude what you are saying.
But allow me to conclude and then you guide me, Chair. You are not allowing me.
Yeah, listen to what I'm saying and then you will tell me if you disagree with me. The witness must be questioned by the committee first, like we did previously. And when the committee is satisfied that there is something of a probative value, then the committee will go back to its meeting the same way we decided on Honorable Kola Barnard and Honorable Adams, that they should take the stand. For now, without questioning the witness, we cannot decide. We will decide later, Honorable Souls, you are right. But let's question the witness first and satisfy ourselves that there is something of probative value. Do you agree with me?
I disagree, Chair. The terms of reference says if there's an allegation, you are saying we must first test the allegation before we take the decision to say that someone must come and answer. We didn't treat the other members that has to come, that are honorable members, to sit on that side. So I'm asking once again, what is so special about the Honorable Cameron and others? They must be treated the same way. I'll read this here. Paragraph 50-50. The witness says, in his role, Cameron has struck an alliance with the Masemula, Kumalo, and Umkwanazi, and Jacob's faction. That's a very strong allegation. Who must respond to that? We must give Honorable Cameron an opportunity to clear it up, but on that side, not here, not on this side. That's procedurally wrong. In the first instance, when General Mkwanazi mentioned Honorable Cameron, we should have done that. I was outvoted, it's fine. But now you see the conflict of interest. From this side, committee member is saying to the witness, you are lying under oath. Where's the evidence?
No,
to make such a statement. Then he goes further, and in the presence of the chair and us, he threatens the witness. And chair must come in and then provide context of the threat made. Because the way it came across didn't come across as the way chair afterwards had to provide context. But we're treating it with kid gloves. It's irresponsible to do that as an honorable member. And we are allowing it. That's procedurally wrong. For the record, we still maintain Honorable Cameron and others with whom there is allegations against must also take the witness stand to provide them an opportunity of a right of reply. They must totally recuse themselves and be witnesses there. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, no, I hear that, Honorable Souls. And that is exactly what I'm saying to say, let's deal with the questions on the witness. The matter will be decided by the committee when to schedule him for appearance. Agreed? Honorable Matthews?
I mean, I was voted out the last time, so I'm not even attempting to say agreed. I'm just saying, as long as I've stated it for the record, I disagree with the process. But I know I'll be voted out. I will be outnumbered by the vote.
No, don't write yourself off. Honorable Matthews.
Chair, we are in this position because, number one, before the witness started, our legal team should have known that there was that the witness, and it should have been brought to our attention in the beginning, number one. So that's also something that was wrong from our side. Number two, Chair, we've never ever, and it's not done, where where one person says something, it's like having General Becky Tele here and Sabia here, and then they start responding to each other. It's not done. What you just allowed Honorable Cameron to do should have never been done. It's wrong, Chair. It's procedurally wrong to do that. And then he even goes ahead and threatens the witness. He did, in just some nice English words. It shouldn't have been done. He must go and he must come and give his testimony. There's no problem. So we shouldn't have allowed that. It's even intimidating the witness as well. But we wouldn't have been here if those statements were read beforehand, and we would have known, and Honorable Cameron could have been recused from this proceedings. Or he could have sat here but not engaged the witness as we did with Honorable Collard Barnard. And that has been what we've been doing. It's very, very unnecessary. But having said that, I agree that we proceed with with the questioning of the witness, and maybe in our next admin meeting, we will decide if what should happen and whether Honorable Cameron wants to be a witness here. Thank you.
Look, honorable members, you need.
Just a correction. Also, the point that Honorable Cameron made that some of us opened cases, our case was opened based on this committee, not because of anything outside of that, because Parliament failed to go and deal with the matter of a witness that was lying under oath. So it's not two of the same things. Thank you.
Yeah. No, what I'm saying is that it is always going to be very difficult to take certain decisions, and we must not be seen to be arbitrary, especially that certain experiences are unprecedented. And that is why law and policy will from time to time be subjected to review. Law or policy is made when it is being implemented. And again, law or policy is implemented when it is being made. So that is the kind of the understanding that that we should have. But we must not be arbitrary. We are a democratic state. We need to get the totality of facts before we arrive at any decision. Yeah. Honorable Kola Barnard.
Thank you, Chairperson. I will indeed present Honorable Cameron's questions. Mr. Slangwani, you have repeatedly stated that your transfer was disciplinary in nature. Is it not correct that your transfer was in fact imposed as a result of a court-ordered bail condition specifically prohibiting you from having contact with 6 witnesses who were stationed in your office?
Chairperson, before I answer, can I please say something? Just a minute. Honorable Cameron, well, I'm not intimidated. Second thing is that, you know, I've never mentioned this family. And if he doesn't mention my name, I won't mention his name. So, and I don't feel threatened, by the way. So my apologies, Chairperson. I'll just continue.
Honorable Skosana.
No, Chair, I just wanted clarity. How many minutes are you giving us? Not necessarily that I'm take the time.
Yeah, that one I said I will announce tomorrow.
No, but now remember it's honorable.
Yeah.
So today there's no time.
There is time.
How many minutes?
20 minutes.
Okay. Thank you, Chair.
Chairperson, when I was arrested in 2018, if I'm not mistaken, June 2018, I received a letter of temporary transfer on the basis of the arrest, notice of temporary transfer. I responded to that letter and I was not transferred. I went through a disciplinary hearing with the members that were, you know, witnesses. And I was acquitted and I continued to work with them. So my temporary transfer came about. I was suspended about 3 times in a row, if I'm not mistaken, twice in a row. And because of failure to dismiss me, I then was transferred, temporarily transferred. It had nothing to do with the case. And I do have proof that I can supply to the honorable members.
In the absence of the chair, I'll just continue, shall I? You have alleged misconduct against General Jacobs. Can you confirm that no criminal case against General Jacobs was ever taken to court and that any departmental matters were withdrawn?
The departmental matters, you must ask why were the departmental matters?
So I said, were they or were they not withdrawn? That was the question.
Okay. I wanted to give an explanation. I thought maybe you're gonna need an explanation. The department disciplinary matters were withdrawn as a result of General Stoller having been dismissed from the police, not because there was nothing against General Jacobs. There are, in fact, there are in fact reports that have not been tested in a disciplinary proceedings. Furthermore, the issues of criminal cases. The criminal cases are under investigation as we speak. So the NPA will have to make a decision.
You continue to refer to a sexual offence allegation dating back to 2010. Is it not correct that this case was withdrawn, yet despite this you continued until as recently as last year to accuse General Jacobs of sexual harassment?
It's not sexual harassment. It's alleged rape. The case was investigated improperly so, and the NPA did withdraw the case. The victim has been trying to seek justice as far as I know, and withdrawal of the case means nothing, if I may say. And I want to give an example. There was a General Mluli before him. General Mluli's case was also withdrawn, but then it was also reinvestigated. And after that investigation, the NPA proceeded and he was convicted. Yeah.
Are you aware that there are WhatsApp messages in which you repeatedly referred to General Jacobs as your rapist and used other vulgar and defamatory language? And do you deny sending those messages?
General Jacobs, he did not tell you why we had exchange of SMSs and whatever. But I want to say to you that the gentleman was intimidating me to a point of even threatening my life. Because I stopped corrupt activities relating to him. Subsequent to that, he also brought, will send people to my house, people with a background of the security branch, to intimidate me. So what was I supposed to do when I reported him to almost everybody, including the presidency, and nobody did anything about that? So what do I need to do? Do I need to then sit back and be harassed, or maybe the committee can assist? But I don't regret it, And if he feels that the matters are defamatory, I mean, he's free to go to the court. And I need to add that he opened 2 disciplinary cases. He made complaints about the very same thing that you're talking about. The first one, I was acquitted at investigation level after giving my side of the story. The second one was adjudicated, and then it went to the CCMA to be heard by somebody independent. I wrote for a number of times, and I do have evidence, to both the police management as well as General Kumalo to set the matter down. It never happened. General Jacobs did not want to have these matters adjudicated by somebody independent. So I do not know what else to do. And I still welcome, I still say to him, if he's listening, that go to any court of law and institute civil proceedings. And then we're going to deal with the matter. And the judge will have to make a judgment in that regard. But I cannot be threatened. And then when I report the threats to my life and nobody do anything about it, and then I must just keep quiet. I will not do that, and I won't accept any disrespect.
So you referred to others' misconduct, yet were you not aware that Chile was convicted of shoplifting and that General Kumalo was later falsely implicated in the same incident, despite evidence that he was not involved?
What shoplifting?
Exactly. It didn't exist.
No, I'm asking you. I don't know what the question is. Who is convicted of shoplifting? I've never shoplifted. I don't have a criminal case against me.
I don't think there was any, I never said you had been charged for shoplifting or any such thing.
But who was shoplifting?
Brigadier Chile.
Brigadier Chile. He's not been convicted of shoplifting, if I may say.
Actually, he was.
Where? Which court? Which court?
Chair, this is very difficult because now I have to, the Honorable Kola Barnard is asking some of my questions. So maybe go on to the next and I'll explain it later so that you can finish.
Chairperson, there's no shoplifting conviction against Brigadier Chile. What happened, if I may say, is that Brigadier Chile made various protected disclosures, and there was a retaliation against him. He went to one of these big chains, what is it? Grocery stores, if for lack of a better word. And he paid 800 in cash and some difference for an air fryer. So the lady decided to keep the cashier decided to keep the 800 for herself, and then he paid the air fryer with other items. The difference for the for the air fryer. So now, when he left the store, he was stopped by security at the store, and the security said, "No, but you didn't pay for this particular item," and they detained him. This matter at the moment is currently with the National director of prosecution, they are making a decision on whether to prosecute or not. So I don't know where this thing comes from. Yes, he was fired in an expeditious, the regulation 9 that you were talking about, you know. So, but that was it. There's no conviction. And I don't believe at all that there will be a conviction, Chairperson. And for your information, Chairperson, the man had just gotten his bonus that particular day. And this is, I mean, over 100,000. So why would you have over 100,000 with you and then decide to steal an air fryer? It doesn't make sense to me.
Thank you. I think between them, they will have to sort it out. On several occasions, courts requested that you confirm whether you'd made a protected disclosure in accordance with SAP's national instructions. Can you confirm that you did not submit such a disclosure and that you're now using this as an excuse for your current position?
Chairperson, I even have a triple SBC ruling that this person made protected disclosures in terms of the Protected Disclosure Act. The Protected Disclosure Act has several avenues where you can make protected disclosures. You don't have to make a protected disclosure to the SAPs in terms of the national instruction of the SAPs. And for your information, and this is fortunately there are competent lawyers here. For your information, legislature is not subordinate to national instruction. And national instruction is a policy of the police, and it's adjudicated or it's written in terms of one of the sections of the Protected Disclosure Act. You don't make a protected disclosure only to the employer. You have various avenues, including Parliament, in terms of Section 9 of the Protected Disclosure Act. You can even make a protected disclosure to a member of the executive. You can make a protected disclosure to a legal advisor. And just to close the matter, in terms of Section 210 of the Constitution, we have, as crime intelligence, we have, what do you call this? As crime intelligence, we have an oversight. And that oversight is the Inspector General of Intelligence. And the oversight in terms of the Intelligence Oversight Services Oversight Act is the institution that we go to make protected disclosures, because the matters that are dealt with are matters that are sensitive, are matters that are classified. It's there. We have to go there. Nowhere else. Nowhere, not to the employer in terms of the national instruction, but to the oversight. And I encourage people to read the Intelligence Services Oversight Act, and they will see there.
Let's then speak about the courts. You've approached the court 6 times. You've lost every case with costs. And given this record, on what basis do you now come before the Portfolio Committee, this committee, or any committee, claiming innocence and systemic victimization?
Chairperson, I don't know if people were listening. I did not come and claim any innocence or claim victimization. As I said, when the advocate was leading me, that as a South African, I'm here to submit my experience and the road within the the environment where I come from. And the issue of losing 6 cases with cause, it's not entirely true. Here's the thing, Chairperson. When you take matters on an urgent basis, you are asked, they deal with the agency, not the merits of the case. And I did not succeed on agency. So what must I do? Must I not go to the courts? I will go if I feel that my rights have been infringed. So that is the issue, Chairperson.
The allegations, much of the information that you present to the committee was not generated through your official duties, but rather from third parties, information from other parties.
I don't know what that means, Chairperson. I worked in the environment. I have knowledge of what is going on. So I do not know whether in this committee one must, when one members report issues to you, you have to close your ears because you do not have direct knowledge. The matters were verified by me, and they are true to the best of my knowledge. And another thing, Chairperson, General Mkwanazi was here, he also gave a lot of information about things that he had from third parties. And this question was not even posed, but I saw, people being friendly with one another when they were asking each other questions. So I don't know why it's a problem that when I come here, and I don't know which most of the information that is being referred to, because most of this information, is to the best of my knowledge, true and factual. So I don't even think that the question, is
Fair
relevant
enough.
for the purpose.
All right, let's move on. You allege that General Jacobs exposed an undercover agent. Is it not true that you yourself sent a WhatsApp message to Tio warning him about agents, rather contradicting your claim?
I'm not saying Jacobs. Okay, here, let me take it a bit, Chairperson. There was an investigation against Jacobs by a team in Cape Town. He made complaints.
Look at the honorable
Okay.
member so that
He made complaints.
you have eye contact with her.
Okay. He made complaints about this particular case. About this particular investigation against him. On 28 November 2018, I had a conversation with Jacobs, and I did not initiate it. We were here by Holiday Inn Hotel here in Cape Town, CBD. And he told me that he is there are people that are investigating him. And these people are bringing up old cases against him. And then he told me that, well, he's busy with them. And I'm not going to use the word he used, but he said he was going to F them all. So I didn't care about that. What happened is that I found serious abuse of funds, serious corruption and fraud relating to these agents. And because they were working for Jacobs. And then I reported the matter to my supervisor, General Kalakala, to say, there's fraud here. And there was no disagreement about the fraud being committed by Jacobs. I then, after that, I spoke to Jacobs as the head of crime intelligence to say, no, but this needs to stop. Okay. And then after that, it didn't stop. There were problems. And I do have documents here, Chairperson. The documents that I have are not classified regarding this matter. I reported the matter to the Inspector General of Intelligence after that, when these things did not stop, because I did not want to sign for those things. The Inspector General of Intelligence, because they are looking after 3 intelligence structures, they were taking time to investigate this matter. In fact, it was the last of the queue. And then, as head of counterintelligence in the Western Cape, as the person who has the counterintelligence function in the Western Cape, I reported to General Dio. General Dio, in fact, if I may say, he had a security clearance. And another thing is that in terms of the paragraph 3.4 of the what is this? 3.4 of the MIS document, it says you cannot use classification to hide corruption, maladministration, and criminality. And this is the criminality. And I must say further, ma'am, Chairperson, that I just lost my thought process for a minute, but let me complete this part. I must say that crime intelligence has a code of conduct that says if you encounter fraud, corruption, and malfeasance and whatnot, you must report to the relevant authority. And this relevant authority includes your supervisors, like the Theos of this world. And I knew that when I spoke to General Theo, he will do what? He will, confront Jacobs about this. And lastly, Chairperson, the Inspector General of Intelligence later investigated these agents. There was nothing, absolutely zero on their file. And they also discovered fraud, corruption that I also discovered. And just to close it, ma'am, Chairperson, General Jacobs, I wrote a lot of letters to say, because this matter is a very serious matter. I said, look, let us resume this disciplinary so that we can deal with these matters. You know what he did? He ran away. He ran away. That is not saying that to you. And I must say, lastly, the agent himself also ran away from this matter because the proof of fraud and corruption is there. I could not open a criminal case because it's an agent that we were dealing with. So General Jacobs, what he leaked was a budget of the Secret Services account, which is secret. You will know because you are in the JSCI. It's a Secret Services account budget. He leaked it to Miss Mariam Tam in the media. You see? That is serious. It's very serious. So I had to lay.
Could I just interrupt 1 second? Would you just confirm for me this General Teo, is he the gentleman who was arrested for kidnapping and assault GBH? Same one.
General Theo, let me describe him a bit before we.
I just need yes or no. We don't have time for questions there.
Okay. So here's the thing, ma'am. What you might not know is that the same NPA that charged him has been begging him to say.
Really, I need yes or no. We have to move on. Please.
Okay. Well, I don't know what his charges are, but I know he was
Kidnapping
called to the
and
court.
assault GBH.
You know, I do not know, so I would not say. But because you did not want me to elaborate,
We don't have time.
Okay, ma'am.
I fear.
Okay.
Are you aware that discussions were held with the DPP to reinstate your matter and that the allegations you're now making are potentially serious and false?
Which matter are we talking about, ma'am?
All right, we'll come back to that. Apologies. So you were informed that you cannot be removed from the case because Secret Service funds were deposited into your account. Do you deny those funds were deposited?
You know, I've never taken money from the Secret Service account. I am the one who's been opening cases left, right, and center. And I am the one who has been, an obstacle to corruption. So I cannot take money for myself and then now, I then also open cases against others. I've never taken money from the Secret Service account. I never received such amount that you are talking about.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. With regard to Section 34, is it not correct that the court gave you an opportunity last year to file your appeal by December 25, and to date you have failed to do so? Surely if you were that confident in your innocence, you would have pursued it timeously.
Yeah. The matter is at the court at the moment. And if I may say, Section 34. Section 34 is very clear that Section 34, subsection 2, I think, it says the Board of Inquiry, the National Commissioner may, and I'm not quoting verbatim, the National Commissioner may, appoint a certain category of members to obtain and lead evidence into a fitness of a member. And then furthermore,
I just wanted to know if you put in an appeal or not.
No,
I gather you did not.
No, I'm still coming, ma'am. I'm still coming. Unless if you just well, that is my business. But for your information, I did put the appeal that you're talking about, and I do not know where this information that I did put.
Okay, your criminal case involving General Makushane's wife and Bridget Pechle resumes on Monday. Can you confirm that while your appeal was postponed to March, the criminal proceedings do continue?
Please come again, ma'am.
Your criminal case
Yes.
involving General Makushane, his wife, and Brigadier Pechle, that resumes on Monday, correct?
I don't know when it resumes because, as I said, that I was saying here that I was acquitted in terms of Section 174, and two judges had the matter without me knowing. And I may add, ma'am, that Chairperson, that it's the first case in the history of appeals that an appeal is heard without the defendant. The matter was subsequently, the ruling, for your information, was subsequently rescinded by senior judge in the High Court. So I don't know what we are talking about. And Chairperson, I can provide that rescission judgment.
So how do you reconcile transferring 50,000 Rand of Secret Service funds into private accounts and then appearing before the commission to speak about corruption?
Chairperson, it's very important for members to acquaint themselves with the rules of this, the PFMA especially, because they are oversight over the PFMA matters. So I would say that in crime intelligence, when somebody applies for an advance, they receive it in cash, okay? And then the person that we're talking about, the applicant that we're talking about, she applied for an advance. And instead of receiving it in cash, she said, can I please have it in a form of, transfer to my account? And I read here, maybe if I may, if I'm allowed, I can quickly go to Regulation 15.12.3, if I'm not mistaken, of the National Treasury Regulation, which says, Chairperson, that all payments above 10,000 must be made through electronic transfer. So failure to do so is a financial misconduct. So there was nothing wrong that I've done. The culture in crime intelligence, if I may say, is that monies are given on hand rather than through transfers. So the Treasury prefers transfers, you see?
May you please stop speaking. Honorable Top. Thank you so much, Honorable Kola Barnett.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good day, Mr. Hlungwani. Sorry, if I may ask Member James, if you could just move slightly to your left. Just to your left, you don't have to move completely. Mr. Hlungwani, in paragraph 45, you speak about former Minister Becky Cele. He had a secret call to Inban Kistia, I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. Someone as you describe as accusing and defrauding South African Police Service. And again in paragraph 556, you speak again about former Minister Becky Cele and and you mentioned that he had no moral authority to lead the organization. In your opinion, do you think that the former minister was involved or is involved in corruption or any other handed dealings?
I do not know how to answer that, Chairperson, but in my experience, the former minister was meddling a lot in procurement matters. And it must be because he had an interest in that. And indeed, Mr. Inban Kistia, a call was made to him. I don't know what was discussed. And as I said, that I'm the one who uncovered the corruption over that matter. But I do not want to come out and talk about and confirm or deny the corruption about the Minister Cele. But I do have a case actually that the IDEC is investigating against him. So yeah.
No, that's perfect. Thank you very much. And the only reason I ask is it was in the statement, about his moral character. You mentioned it's widely suspected within crime intelligence that General Sotole might have agreed to purchase those grabbers for an appointment. And just after that, you speak about General Vuma in the position of Deputy National Commissioner and Lieutenant General Tsumane as the position of Deputy National Commissioner at Detection. Were these appointments, according to you, usual, or were they also part of this agreement, in your opinion?
Those were General Stolle's allies, close allies. What happened there is that General Vuma, for instance, before this issue of the Nasrec, she was talking to Inban and them while she was still a major general, which she did not have any authority to do so because she was not even at CI. So General Mtiba, I know for a fact that he refused to do this thing because of the he did not want to involve himself in the corruption. General Stolle was more acceptable, was more accepting, and what happened on is it the 13th?
Sorry, so if we can just keep them quite short. I think we've got
sorry.
less time as well than
My
the Honorable.
apology.
I would just want to move then, because you did speak now about the NASREC, and in paragraph 51 is where you start speaking about ANC's NASREC meeting. And you mentioned that there was influence to favor President Ramaphosa. And you went on to say that you were painted with a black brush by Minister Mbalula because you didn't want to release the money. You carried on to say that General Nkobo was also in bad books. That's what he was saying to you. Do you know why he was in the bad books?
Chairperson, I want to correct this a bit. I think it's a typing error. General Ngobo told me that, I was members of crime intelligence, went to the minister and painted me with a black brush. And he was also under pressures. The pressure was the procurement of the pressure was to release money for the procurement of the grabber, and there were allegations that were being made that President Ramaphosa is supported by international intelligence agencies and whatnot. So that was the background, basically.
All right. What made me pause by this statement is that when you said that Minister Mbalula painted you with a black brush for not wanting to release funds, it appears, if you have to look at that statement, that the ANC was expecting to receive money through this mechanism, and now it was you that was standing in the way of this. Are you saying, is my analysis correct? Because I'm working from your witness statement.
Yeah.
And do you think that they'd received money previously through this mechanism?
Chairperson, I would say that, it's members in the ANC, not the ANC, as I understood it. They wanted money for this thing. And, for fear of being, harassed and victimized further, I asked that I do not answer that question whether money was used before or not,
So you're reserving your right to answer that part?
Please.
So you would implicate yourself?
No. With me personally, I've never agreed to anybody taking money from the account. That is why I come here and speak freely, because I know there is nothing that somebody will come and say.
So with all respect, we want people to speak here freely. That's why we're here.
Yeah.
This committee was set up for that sole intention that people can come and give evidence. I understand why you can't speak, but also silence is also an answer. So I'll pause there. You said you didn't want to answer. I won't probe further on there. I would want to move on to paragraph 58, which also speaks to the ANC conference. In your statement, you spoke about crime intelligence buying grabbers. It's huge amounts. I think 7 at 10 million each, 70 million approximately. You were just speaking about it in those terms. What your statement does when reading it, it creates this picture that this whole meeting in section 58 or paragraph 58 was in particular to the ANC conference rather than to South Africans at large. Because the whole meeting that you speak about is how the ANC wanted you to do this and it had to do with the ANC conference. You don't mention anything about these grabbers further being utilized by anybody else, but you do highlight the benefit it should have for the ANC. You go on to speak about just a few paragraphs further on about a 45 million then the purchase that occurred for the iView grabber. The ANC specific discussions does not sound like standard procedure to me, and I'm sure it doesn't sound like standard procedure to any South Africans. So it begs the question of how much money is then spent yearly on ANC private conferences under the guise of, well, the president's there and we need to protect him.
Honorable member, I will say that the 10 million for each grabber was, you know, a budget the CFO then, General Nemtangela once did. But the 45 million was stopped before it could be paid. And I would not say the ANC, but I would say people in the ANC, you know, because I don't want to, just like in the DA, not everybody is bad. So I would say people in the ANC wanted that. And I know because subsequent to that, there were people who supported me a lot and they are members of the ANC. So, you know, I cannot say the brand ANC as it were. I would say people in the ANC. And I mentioned the people to say these are the people that wanted this thing to happen.
Do you have any pending criminal cases currently against you? Just yes or no is fine.
Okay. I would say it like this. I've got a section 174 acquittal and which is being appealed. So I do not have any criminal case against me.
You mentioned when Honorable Barnard was questioning you, you did not claim innocence. I wrote it immediately down. When she was speaking to you, you said, I don't claim any innocence. I wanted to know what you meant by that. And I've said this a few times to many people that have sat here.
Yeah.
The problem is that many people that are implicated come sit here, but every single person denies everything that is said. No one accepts accountability, but at least you mentioned you didn't claim innocence.
No, maybe Honorable Chairperson, maybe the question, I may not have understood it. I am saying, Chairperson, that I am not in any way corrupt. I've never, as I said to you here, I've never taken money from the Secret Services account. And I may add that, you know, I'm a professional accountant, a chartered accountant. SICA would have stripped me off a long time ago because they do not want their members to be associated with corruption. So I've never taken money from anyone. I've never gotten involved in any procurement matter, whether to talk to a supplier or to request for quotation. I stay away from procurement matters. I only focused on finance. So even, maybe let me add lastly, I've never even influenced or instructed any member of this supply chain management in the Secret Services account to favor or choose any supplier. I don't get involved in that.
Thank you. And I must just state this, there's many CFOs of many public institutions that are corrupt, that have the same credentials as yourself. And I think they would sit here. And Chairperson, my last paragraph is a closing remark, and then I will be done. And in closing, so the country is burning with corruption. We've heard of rogue units in SAPS, allegation against the NPAs. allegations against crime intelligence, drug cartels. We've heard of money, 500,000 being paid over to Becky Cele, which she subsequently had sleepovers at Kat Matlala's home. There's been conversations between Minister Mchunu, Matlala and Brown Mokhotsi. But in explanations today, you explained yourself out of all the questions, you worked your way out of them. At some point, you were talking about air fryers. And at part of the response earlier, how you were hurt, your feelings were hurt by messages online when you were suspended. And I really would think, sir, that you would come here and confront the realities that are destroying SAPS, destroying the lives of ordinary South Africans. And I thought you may possibly come tell us who are these cartels, who in the SAPS are specifically responsible for all these wide-made allegations, and possibly tell us which ministers and politically connected people are corrupt without fearing that you yourself might end up on the end of the gun, if I could call it that, and I don't mean it literally. But you were fearful to give me answers. Unfortunately, sir, I didn't hear any of that, and neither did any of the South Africans. Thank you, Chairperson.
Honorable Chairperson, my record speaks, as I was saying to you, Honorable Member, that, corruption matters that I have uncovered in my work, I reported in terms of Section 34 of the Corruption Act. And my personal belief with regards to cartels, having the privilege of having served at crime intelligence and funding intelligence operations, I do not agree with the definition that has been put in this committee as cartels. In fact, the definition and the people that are being spoken about as a cartel, we, and I'm saying we because I was funding the operations, we're dealing with very, very serious people that were neutralized, international, that are the real cartel. This, in my view, are street criminals. And that is why you are able to find their WhatsApp messages all over the show. So we dealt with the cartels, international cartels. We neutralized them, and the record is there. Honorable Kolabanat is part of the JSCI. She might know some other things which are not public, but I do not agree with the cartel as it is defined in this particular.
Chairperson, if I may, I just want to thank you for your response, and I will gladly carry that message over to the millions of people getting killed in our streets, the millions of people that have access to drugs, that we don't have real cartels here, only international ones. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. We have come to the end. Thank you so much, Mr. Tungwane, SC, for leading the presentation of evidence, and members for the work that has been done today, the support staff of political party caucuses, staff of parliament, and members of the media who are unstinting in their presence. We have come to the end of today's proceedings. Can we have everybody here tomorrow, exactly 11 o'clock? Thank you so much. You may stand up and leave the chambers.